And we are back. We are back. This is the greatest live stream ever. Let's play the fucking song again. Had a little bit of a snafu, Dunbar. I hope you're still there in the mix. I did not hit go live on the YouTube. And that's muy problemo. There we go. There we go. That's not what I wanted to call it, though. Ooh. Like I said before, fun-filled fucking stream today. Got a lot of shit going on. Got a lot of stuff I want to talk about. Might do a little bit of Go Birds talk. Probably going to talk about, oh my god, Big Red in the Mooring. That's not what it's called. What are we fucking doing? What are we fucking doing? Big Red in the Mooring. That's not what is going on. If you're watching this in any capacity, we back. Dunbar's back. What's up, brother man? If you're watching this in any capacity, you can listen to it on iTunes. You can experience it in all shapes and all fucking sizes. We got the YouTube channel over here. What the fuck? Didn't save my... It's still Big Red in the Mooring. This is not good. This is not fucking good. Big Red Eagle's the Big Red Eagle has landed. What up, Cellrat? Cellarat, however you say your name, brother man. Cancel. What the fuck? Save. Why is it not saving? Alright, we'll figure that out later. We'll figure that out the fuck later. Is there people being mean to us? I love mean comments. Gets me goosed the fuck up. Hell yeah, dude. We had a lot of Go Birds action over the weekend. It was very, very fucking fun. I have not fully woken up yet, so we're gonna segue into this bitch. We're not fucking we're not belly flopping into the deep end. We're gonna segue into this bitch. Oh, I saw this. These guys make funny fake trailers all the time.
Who goes there?
Be wary, be wary. The 6th of January.
What is it? Brendan, talk to me.
He's visiting me in my dreams again, Emma. What do you mean it was stolen from you?
It was not stolen from me. It was stolen from us.
I have these visions, Father, of a battle at the heart of our nation.
Why are you showing me this?
Because this is what's at stake.
I must go, Emma. The President needs me.
He is not our president.
He is mine.
Let's go, Brandon.
Welcome to the revolution. Father, take the eastern flank and await my signal at sundown.
He'll be confirmed by sundown. We must act now.
So, you're the kid who can talk to the big man.
Leave him alone, Ben.
You think you're the only one.
What if I'm...
That's so funny.
So, you're the kid who can talk to the big man.
Leave him alone, Ben.
You think you're the only one.
What if I'm wrong, Father? What if it wasn't stolen?
And still I dream he'll come to me.
I am not doing this for my country. I am doing it for ours.
A deceiver's shadow cannot hide from the light of the truth.
We're a nation in chains, yet they call us free.
Do you promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't even there.
The speakers, they have reached the entrance.
We cannot weather. I had a dream my life would be.
Has he no shame?
to sit atop another's throne, reveling in the spoils that are not his?
Now life has killed the dream I
I killed him! I killed him!
Do you like American sports? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. This is the one I was talking about. The big game is coming up.
That's an ad. That's an ad. Good morning. Dave Blunt has ops. Hell yeah, dude. They coming for him? What's his ops? A personal trainer? Oh, why is this not loading? Why is it not loading?
Yeah. Steady be thinking about medicine, I do not know why that bitch had to leave. Abigail selling her pussy to get her some money to go buy weed. Yo, shorty told me she was hungry, I gave her my dick, it was something to eat. The reason I dropped out of school is my teacher had told me that I couldn't read. They told me that I couldn't read, so that's what they gave me an IEP. And I just be fucking your bitch, I hit from the back and I'm making her pee. And I just be fucking your bitch, I hit from the back and I'm making her squirt. And I got your bitch on her knees and she is not praying or going to church. Yeah. Now let's talk about Chase Wilson. His last bitch was in high school. My niggas ain't got carriage house. And yo niggas ain't got preschools. Chase Wilson is a pedophile. If you ask me, that is not cool. And I'm riding around with my
Yo, what? Chase Wilson is a pedophile. If you ask me, that's not cool.
XD, give a fuck what a nigga talking about. I'm the same nigga stuck in Moline. They couldn't find a ride at a Matthew's house. And these bitch niggas don't like me, cause they main bitch me in my place. Nigga, take a look at my left wrist. Spin a few bands on a Cartier. And these bitch niggas.
What is he doing with his voice? What is he doing with his voice? He's trying to do like some like weird voice Kendrick shit, and it's just coming out weird.
Love the dick ride. If you ask me, that is kinda gay.
Yo, this guy fucking sucks, but he is hilarious. He's very funny, dude.
Cartier, and these bitch niggas love the dick ride. If you ask me, that is kinda gay. Yeah. Chase Wilson, how you doing, man? It's been a while. What the fuck is wrong with you? I heard you touched a child. Chase Wilson, man, that nigga is a steady be thinking about medicine. I do not know why that bitch had to leave. Abigail selling her pussy to get her some money to go buy weed. Yo, shorty told me she was hungry. I gave her my dick, it was something to eat. The reason I dropped out of school is my teacher had told me that I couldn't read. They told me that I couldn't read, so that's what they gave me an IEP. And I just be fucking your bitch. I hit from the back and I'm making her pee. And I just be fucking your bitch. I hit from the back and I'm making her squirt. And I got your bitch on her knees and she is not praying or going to church. Yeah. Chase Wilson, man, that nigga is a pedophile. Chase Wilson, man, that nigga is a pedophile. Chase Wilson, man, that nigga is a pedophile. Chase Wilson, man, that nigga is a I ran up my money, don't care about a bitch. If you keep on talking, my niggas got sticks. That nigga Chase Wilson be touching on kids. I don't know why Chase couldn't find a bitch the same age. Sure, he broke as fuck, but he keep capping like he getting paid. I dropped out of school at 17 and started hitting stains. If I call up Abigail, I know damn well she'll give me brain. Sure, he broke as fuck to ride the bus, he counting pocket change. Because of Mr. Garnica, I got kicked out of 7th grade. Steady be thinking about medicine, I do not know why that bitch had to leave.
Abigail selling her pussy to get her some money to go buy weed. Yo, shorty told me she was hungry, I gave her my dick, it was something to eat. The reason I dropped out of school is my teacher had told me that I couldn't read. They told me that I couldn't read, so that's what they gave me an IEP. And I just be fucking your bitch, I hit from the back and I'm making her pee. And I just be fucking your bitch, I hit from the back and I'm making her squirt. And I got your bitch on her knees and she is not praying or going to church. Yeah.
Damn, I gotta be honest, Dope. You listen to some terrible music.
And the spoils.
You listen to some awful music, dude. I'm just busting your balls because you actually like this stuff. Jeffrey Carr, when you back on Lewis and Zach? Whenever they have me. Here, wait, let me pull up. I don't have all the chats up. Yes, we are on YouTube if you guys are chilling on YouTube. But yes, Jeffrey Carr, when you back on Lewis and Zach? Whenever they have me, I love doing their show, whether it's Real Ass Podcast or Lewis or Zach, whatever the fuck it's called. I love doing it. So whenever they have me, and they're in New York, so it's probably going to be a minute. But I will I will hit those fuckers up every time. Oh wait, god damn it, dude. I'm like off my shit today, dude. The fucking I got the wrong category on Twitch. I probably have this wrong category on fucking YouTube. I'm off my shit today, boys. I'm so sorry. I try to keep this as a tight, locked in fucking morning show, but it's not. It's not. It never will be. I think I need to stop. I need to stop trying to pretend like I'm a fucking professional at anything. Does that come off depressing? Am I depressing, by the way? I think, like, we were watching an old thing. I make a lot of jokes that are funny to me, and I'm always wondering if people are like, Jesus, dude. Hey, man, I just think life's meaningless. Is that depressing? Is that a depressing thing to think? No, I'm trying to be upbeat, dude. Oh yeah, let me bring up the control room. Make sure, because we just took a risk there. Right, yesterday was National Hangover Day. Today is hangover to that hangover. Well, that makes sense. If yesterday was National Hangover Day, Nate was celebrating it hard. What's she doing? What are you doing out there? She's talking to the cats.
Spin cycle, boy, you niggas washed. Bitch, your jeans look very soft. It's the coast, we a different cloth. Just bought the laundromat to throw you niggas off. You want change? Click, 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 click. That's right. Put these niggas on the line, man. You want change? Put them on the line. Let them drop. They ballin'.
Hey, yo, fuck that. You niggas wet, so I'm back again. Only purposeful bursts, I make no fucking accidents. Next ball filler, but it's thriller, give on that suspense. Now letting me vent, get low for a week, but I can pop out on.
So much. This isn't like bad. Don't get it wrong. This isn't bad, but so much rap to me is literally just. It's literally just like guys arguing with the voice in their head. That's what it all like feels like to me sometimes. It all feels like dudes just like arguing with the fucking voice in their head. Cause it's like, what are the lines he opens with?
Just bought the laundromat to throw you. Cycle, boy, you niggas washed. Bitch, your jeans look very soft. It's the coast, we a different cloth. Just bought the laundromat to throw you niggas off. You want change? Click, 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 click. That's right. Put these niggas on the line, man. You want change? Put them on the line. Let them drop. They ballin'.
Hey, yo, fuck that. You niggas.
You N-words whack.
It's wet, so I'm back.
So I'm back again. It's like, who? Them. They are. You know what I mean? It's like he's just arguing with a hypothetical.
Back again.
Only purposeful birth.
Purposeful bursts, I make no fucking accidents. Next ball filler, but it's thriller, give on that suspense.
Yeah, and I know I'm overanalyzing like just a small chunk of this, but it is true, dude. It is true, dude. So much of hip hop is literally just like arguing with the voice in their head. Rap is all about overcoming and embracing psychosis. Since we're sharing music, saw this on Reddit. Well, I don't know how much longer we could share music. I hope the stream doesn't get taken down.
Watch out your shoulder, nigga. Shit get real out here, fool. Pussy niggas don't why they go like the money in my pockets blue. Whoa, they having combos about me. These pussy niggas don't know.
Remix, baby. I cross your ass up like Jesus, baby. You know I reheat this, baby, then eat this, baby. And I lace this bitch like Victoria's Secrets, baby. This for the tweakers, baby. It's Cetus, baby. Weezy F, and the F is for features, baby. I went from the bleachers, baby, to beaches, baby. To each his own, gotta own. I can't lease it, baby. I'm beastin', baby. I feast like I'm obese and lazy. And if they sleeping on the goat, they come sheep then, baby. Weaklings, baby. They coming with that weak shit, baby. You know I cook a rapper ass like I eat shit, baby. Hold up. I'ma use your blood to paint the wall, dog. I can make the auto wall look like an Andy Warhol. Money all out the pocket like Lamar, dog. Sunning these niggas like LeVar Ball. Moolah.
I might swerve in that corner, whoa, whoa. Bitch, hold on tight, cause I tweaking this bitch, I letting shit go. And I heard that she wanna show, whoa.
It's not bad. Said baby a lot. He probably could have said baby a couple less times. I don't know. I'm like mixed. There's something about some of these rappers who like put out 50 fucking songs a year. You get like overloaded on them. That was like my own, like some of my favorite rap music is, you know, the West Side Guns, Alchemist type beat kind of shit. And dude, I gotta be perfectly honest. Some of it, there is something to it where it's like West Side Guns will put out like 3 albums a year, some shit like that, or maybe not every year, but he'll put out a lot, and you'll hear like a shit ton of you'll hear a shit ton of Alchemist shit coming out. Like Alchemist has put out like multiple albums every fucking year, and it's not. I don't know. I'm not like trying to shit on them. I'm not trying to shit on them because they're very good. You know what I mean? And he like changes it up. Cause like if you look at the last couple Alchemist albums, he had. Let's go to discography. Oh, he's got a Big Sean one coming out, and whatever Forensics is. So yeah, he just puts out. Oh, excuse me. He just puts out like Larry June and 2 Chainz, Rock Marciano, which I actually got into this dude on this album. What's this? Black and Whites by Hit Boy and Big Hit. I think I listened to that. You know what? Maybe Alchemist put out a little bit less than I thought. Let me double check my Spotify, because maybe he's been doing a lot less than I thought. Maybe I'm being a little overly critical of Alchemist. Because now that I see it, wait, what's Life is Beautiful? Oh, that's the 2 Chainz one, yeah. Now that I'm looking at it though, like, I mean, he's put out some fucking bangers though. You know what? I'm like, as I'm talking about this, I might be like you know what it is? It's a lot when you go back and you check out Alchemist's back catalog. It's like, oh my God, he puts out so much fucking music. Maybe he's putting out too much music, blah, blah, blah. But then it's like, just as a hip hop fan, as a rap fan, oh yeah, I forgot he put out a Damo Genesis album. Yeah, I'm just looking at like, yeah, he puts out Viord D Dyer, or however, that's obviously not how you say it. Whatever that Earl Sweatshirt thing is he put out. And then, yeah, Flying High Part 2, that one ripped. Hall & Nash 2 with West Side Guns and Conway. And, yeah, that one ripped. Heads I Win, Tails You Lose. I don't know who that one's with. I don't think I listened to some of that. That was okay. Black and White. Didn't listen. I listened to a little bit of that. That was good. Genuinely Articulate. That one was good. Skeleton Key Ripped. Life is Beautiful. I listened to a little bit of that. So yeah, okay. You know what? And usually his albums are like 30 minutes long, so they're not like a big fucking deal to get through and shit like that. So maybe I'm actually wrong about Alchemist. Maybe I'm just fucking wrong. I will say though, I think sometimes with Alchemist, the like difference in beats, he may need a little bit more. What am I trying to say?
Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go. Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go. Taste that, live life, that's the motto. Leave pain at the bottom of the bottle. I leak, I'll let y'all follow. No love, my heart's gone hollow. In the field, 8 day, that's do or die. You against me, that's suicide. T, W Ice, who am I? Word around town that I'm out of my mind.
Big boss, I'm the boss, hog doggy. Big belly, got the hoes all on me. Back it up and smack it, let me hear the macaroni. Hear the macaroni, hear the macaroni. Big boss, I'm the boss, hog doggy. Big belly, got the hoes all on me. Back it up and smack it, let me hear the macaroni. Hear the macaroni, hear the macaroni.
Who are these guys? That was weird because I kind of hated that, but it actually wasn't bad. I hated the video.
Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go.
Yeah, I kind of hated that. Is it this guy? Looks like Dalton.
Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go. Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go. Taste that, live life, that's the motto. Leave pain at the bottom of the bottle. I link, I'll let y'all follow. No love, my heart's gone hollow. In the field, 8 day, that's do or die.
Yeah, I felt the same. It's catchy, but gross as fuck. Yeah, it's like weird because you could picture, bro, like if I pulled up like a Bubba Sparks video or, who did Grills? No, the Nelly song. But see, he did it with someone, right? Yeah, Paul Wall. Like if I just pulled up a Paul Wall video. Yeah, this. Well, I guess this is technically a Mike Jones video. But like,
you against me, that's suicide. T, W Ice, who am I? Word around town that I'm out of my mind.
Big boss, I'm the boss, hog doggy. Big belly, got the hoes all on me. Back it up and smack it, let me hear the macaroni. Hear the macaroni, hear the macaroni. Big boss, I'm the boss, hog doggy. Big belly, got the hoes all on me.
You know what I mean? Like it kind of works. Like, dude, if you threw an old Ludacris video over this, bro. I'm trying to think which one. Probably Saturday, right? Yeah, dude.
Back it up and smack it, let me hear the macaroni. Hear the macaroni, hear the macaroni.
Lord, make me whole. When the devil try to take my soul. All about that money, honey, never gonna let it go. Lord, make me whole.
Yeah, it's not bad. The marketing technique kind of sucked ass though. I kind of hated it. Made me not like them. It made me not want to fuck with them. Cause you're like, I don't know, man. It's a cool rap song. Why are you like throwing in like the fact? I guess that's how we're paying attention to them, or something. That's what you're supposed to say. Cause people always say oh, dude, this is really funny, by the way. I'm not going to play it because I played it one time on stream and it, like, completely fucked the stream up. Because, dude, Kanye's the biggest bitch about you playing his shit on stuff. But watch this if you ever have a chance. Because when Funkmaster Flex premiered Otis, it took him, like, 20 minutes to actually get through the song. Yeah. The only time that dude hears macaroni is when he's cooking 3 boxes of it. Brother, that's the other thing I'm getting tired of. Because, like, fucking Most Dope keeps sending me these goddamn Dave Blunt songs, which are hilarious, but goddamn it, his music is terrible. And I'm just I'm busting your ass, dude. Thank you so much for always supporting. I love you so much. But, oh, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I had a really funny tweet. I'm all over the place, dude. This isn't gonna be a locked in stream. I just been going through a lot, dude. It's hard being Big Red. No, people were posting this because there was like this was a little moment of the Super Bowl that everyone was like, everyone like forgot that they fucking love Anne Hathaway. I think, like, because you know what it was? We were talking about this the other day. When Anne Hathaway was younger, she, and I'm only talking about when she was 18 or later. I can't remember when she got on the scene, so let's just be very clear. Whenever she turned it, whatever. Because everyone's just talking about, like, well, yeah, she looked different because she was a child. Well, I'm not talking about that. But for real, though, when, like, Anne Hathaway hit the scene, she kind of had, like, I don't know, just like she was perfect for fucking The Devil Wears Prada and shit. She does look like the fucking goofy girl that, you know, kind of the skinny liberal guy would date, where she's like a nice lady, but she bosses him around a little bit. She's not ugly, but you're just like, you're not going to like snap your fucking neck. And I don't know. I think I wonder. I don't know exactly what happens, but I gotta wonder if it was like a Rhea Ripley situation. So if you don't know Rhea Ripley, which if you guys don't know, how are you a fan of my shit if you're not aware of Rhea Ripley, guys? We got a lot to catch up on if you're not a fan of Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley, one of the top muscle mommies there are in the world. Bing's search thing. See, I don't want to like set my thing to Google and support the Chai Comps, but fucking it's shit. They just make a better algorithm. But yeah, Rhea Ripley, queen of the muscle mommies. But what a lot of people don't know is when Rhea Ripley first, because everyone sees current Rhea Ripley and they really appreciate it. You get to see her butt cheeks and her boobs all the time, and you just love it. But you don't remember the origins of Rhea Ripley when she was just like, I'm going to be a jack lady, usually wearing like a big biker jacket and shit like that. And then basically, and I'm not a fan of these wrestling fans shaming women and bullying them. It's not good. But, you know, you got to accept the realities of some situations. And the wrestling fans usually are, you know, a lot of wrestling fans can be sort of brain dead scumbags. We saw it where Jey Uso won the Rumble and everyone and I'm talking about internet wrestling fans, like Twitter wrestling fans, you know, the ones that get up in the comments. They're some of the most brain dead individuals out there. And like, you know, we saw it when Jey Uso won the Rumble and everyone was just kind of being like, who even likes him? And then they would just show they would show the shots from the arenas and the whole crowd was screaming yeet and all this other shit. That's his catchphrase if you don't know. Basically, like, there's just a pocket of grumpy fucks on the internet. So I hate to... There are a pocket of grumpy fucks on the internet that just want to cause negativity. So I hate to give them a dub. But, you know, sometimes you may not agree with the process, but sometimes you see the results and you're like, hey, man, it is what it is. Because Rhea Ripley was coming out. This was... When she came out, it was new... muscle mommies were a new thing. People weren't always as hyped on muscle mommies. They were a brand new thing. And people were still learning and readjusting to Rhea Ripley. And there was a lot of people coming out there being like, you look like a man. You look like a boy. All this other type of shit. And it was nasty. It wasn't fair. She was a lovely lady. But, you know, you get where they're coming from. There'd be some shots where she'd have a T-shirt on in the right angle. So she took that personally. And she let the bullying get to her. And you know what she did? She made those cheeks bigger. And she started wearing shirts showing her fucking giant cans. And I got to be honest, dude. Sometimes bullying works. Sometimes you bully Rhea Ripley into showing you her sweet, massive titties. And you make her work on her ass. And then she constantly has it out. And then she does moves where she jams it in other ladies' faces. And you sit there and you go, wow, I've never wanted to be Nia Jax in my life. I want to get in the ring and have her do the finishing move on me. You know, so it is. And I always got to wonder if, like, something sort of vaguely similar happened to Anne Hathaway, because something shifted. Anne Hathaway had that, like, nerdy girl next door that you're like, you're not even going to fucking take a double take on or whatever. She's going to walk by and you're not even going to notice her. And now there's just something about Anne Hathaway where I think dudes turn into retarded cartoon dogs, where they're just like salivating and hitting a hammer. I know every time I see her, I pull out my cartoon hammer and I bang my head with it. You know what I'm saying? There's something about fucking Anne Hathaway where you just see that and you're just like, oh yeah, that's a lady who's like, you know, because you know what it is too? She's got that like rich lady energy. Where she's all like lovely in public, and then when you get in the back, she's just gonna be like a fucking bitch to you, but not like demeaning. You know what I mean? Just kind of aggressive. You know what I mean? Not like, she's not gonna be like call you a pussy and then go fuck your friend and stuff. She's gonna be like a little bit aggressive, but as long as you match that energy, she won't fucking bitch you up. But yeah. And then I noticed where, and I can't pull it up on stream, but like I said right here, look up Anne Hathaway at the School of Rock premiere. You just look that up and you find out. I think Anne Hathaway made a conscious decision to be like, you will all find me sexy. You will not find me cute. You will all find me sexy. And so during the School of Rock premiere, Anne Hathaway, and by the way, just if you guys forgot, School of Rock was the movie. School of Rock was the movie where Jack Black goes and pretends to be a substitute teacher and gets a fuck ton of children to be in a rock band. And I forget what I think Anne Hathaway was like someone sent by the government to make sure he wasn't fucking the kids or something like that. I can't remember. But yeah, so she was in the movie, and then when she went to the premiere, she decided to wear a mesh shirt that was 100% see-through. Now, not Kanye's girlfriend see-through, but like pretty fucking see-through. And, you know, kind of unhinged, kind of insane to do at the premiere of a kid's movie. Honestly, as I'm saying it out loud, kind of insane behavior to do around a bunch of children. But, you know, we're not all perfect. You can't just micromanage the world. So, once again, like Rhea Ripley, may not have been the best fan of the process, but what was the result? Now, if you, right now, Google Anne Hathaway School of Rock premiere, you can see her awesome medium's titties. You can do that right now. Right now. You're just sitting here watching my stream, watching my videos, doing whatever. You could be talking to your family. You know what you could also do? You could Google Anne Hathaway School of Rock premiere and see her beautiful, perfect, medium-sized titties. It's a great day. It's a great day to Google Anne Hathaway School of Rock premiere. Fuck. And then, yeah, I got Lucky Bugart, who makes, what the fuck? What does he make? Coasters? What's the word? Coasters. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, dude crushes coasters with our logos on it. I'm just trying to do the Lord's work out here, brother. There's an interview with her from NXT, and she looks very different back when. Shout out to Buddy Murphy, was engaged to Alexa Bliss, then damn. Well, dude, honestly, if you see, like that's what Rhea Ripley looks like. This is Rhea Ripley, very jacked, and then Buddy Murphy, also ungodful, like Jesus fucking Christ. He was always funny because when he was in WWE, they would always try to put him in. They would put him in 205 Live, and you're like, no fucking chance. This guy's only 205. Unless he's short. Unless he's like really short, there's no chance he's 205. But yeah, there's Buddy Murphy. But then, if you guys aren't aware, Alexa Bliss, she's kind of real tiny. Like, to be perfectly honest, like I'm worried Buddy Murphy was gonna break her. You know what I mean? You don't want what happened. She's the queen. She's beautiful. You don't want him to pop her bubble butt. God, she's so fucking. God damn it. Nothing better than a fucking. I just like, I just like a chick that is super cute, but she has I love a chick that's super cute, but she has the energy that, like, you could just wake up one day and all your clothes will be lit on fire because she's misunderstood something you said. I just love that. I love that. And she has that energy to her. But yeah, and she's like married to Ryan Cabrera. Ryan Cabrera. And I think it all was for the better. I think it was all for the better because Ryan Cabrera and Alexa Bliss make sense, and Buddy Murphy and Rhea Ripley. What's his name now? Buddy Matthews. Buddy Matthews, yeah. Oh, does he not have that account anymore? Dude, I remember he got in trouble. Wrestling fans are so fucking gay and looking for something to be mad about. When he got released from WWE, he posted a picture. Yeah, look at him. Just a beautiful jacked couple. That's Yeah, dude. That's what I want to look like. Just like jacked, and I want to wear like my short shorts and look like a fucking retarded hardcore dude. But what was I trying to say? Anyway, before I glaze this man anymore. Gump, what's up, big dog? Yeah, Alexa Bliss had a baby with Ryan Cabrera. What's up, dog? Go Birds. Go Birds. Go Birds to you and your loved ones. Love Hathaway, Tits and Love and Other Drugs, pretty solid. You know who also has great boobs is Allison Brie. Oh, man. Yeah, if you ever want to watch Glow. Well, she's great because she kind of like makes you look at her boobs. Like, she doesn't really do it with like the shirts and stuff from what I've seen. But like, you watch some of her movies and stuff, she kind of makes you look at her boobs. She's kind of like, you're gonna look at my boobs. I have these awesome boobs. Because I think she had a similar... I think sometimes these actresses... And I know you're like... I think you're not supposed to say actresses. God damn. Why is Anne Hathaway so fucking hot? It's just crazy. I've never grown up... I never grew up in a world where the world I grew up in was not Anne Hathaway's super fucking hot. It was just like, oh, there's Anne Hathaway. I think it was around the time of like... what the fuck was it? I feel like it was Catwoman. She got like stupid hot for Catwoman. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, she always just kind of had like a fun, cool girl. You know, she always had that look of like when your nerdy cousin marries a chick who's not like... She's not like, whoa, but when you see your cousin who's like a complete autistic dork, marry her, you're like, good for you, dude. You earned that. You earned a very pretty girl. And then, yeah, something happened. And she was like, no. I will give all of you boners. I will give all of you aggressive boners. So, like, there's something, like, so many grown men and boys out there when they were like Anne Hathaway's an Eagles fan. They're like, well, I love you, Anne Hathaway. I love you so much. March Madness of great actress tits. Hathaway's a 5 seed. Yeah, I'd give her a 5. I'd definitely give her a 5 seed. Doing some dishes, about to make some bread. Hell yeah, dude. Make that bread, Dunbar. You love making bread over there, brother. Yeah. I think there's really good opportunity for great tits. But yeah, actually, you want to see some of the greatest TV titties. I forget her name. She was the lady in, let me bring it up over here so I don't actually show tits on screen. True Detective boobs. Oh, yeah. Alexandra Daddario. What is she in? What's her big claims to fame besides the 200 Dragon Genius? I'm not happy about that. Yeah, dude. More of these ladies. Seems like brunette's the way to go. Like ladies like this who are not like, they're like unassumingly hot. Like they're like my favorite ladies. It's the kind of hot lady that if like you weren't paying attention, she'd kind of like pass you by. But then when you take a second look, you're like, hold the phone. You're actually fucking gorgeous. Okay, so she was in some stuff. She was in some things and some stuff. She's in a bunch of stuff. But yeah. Look up, I think it's you should already be watching it. It's one of the greatest shows ever made, but season 1 of True Detective, there's a part where, not Willie Nelson, who the fucking, Woody Harrelson. Yeah, right here. Woody Harrelson. I think it's this scene right here. They start making love on the couch. And then you see her massive gazungas. They're just like, just perfect size titties. Yeah, dude. Shout out Anne Hathaway. Shout out Anne Hathaway. Your boobies. Anne Hathaway's boobies. Let's see what Mr. Fantano had to say about Kendrick's halftime
Kendrick
show.
did it. Kendrick did it. So, yeah, it happened. And we have to talk about it. The very first solo headlined hip-hop performance in...
I never thought about that. Well, he did have SZA, but it wasn't like gimmicky. She was like on the songs. She was like on the songs that Kendrick played. And they were his actual... It was funny. I was actually looking it up. People, it's weird. No one ever talks about SZA like that. But like, if you go on Kendrick's songs, like, you see like normal people never talk about SZA. But like here, yeah, if you go on Kendrick's, on his Spotify page, out of the top song of his is Luther featuring SZA. And then his number 5 song on Spotify is All the Stars featuring SZA. And it's weird. I feel like I never hear people talking about SZA like that, but I think she just has hardcore fans. You know what I mean? She's not one of the, in the mainstream, she's not one of the like cool kids like that. I could be wrong. I'm not locked in on the mainstream shit, but she's not like one of the cool kids like that or something. But you know, people fucking listen to her, dude.
In the history of Super Bowl halftime shows, it happened. It was Kendrick Lamar. And It was great. Now, truth be told, this performance has been receiving a pretty wide range of reactions, polarizing.
Wait, what are these headlines? Not all black folks loved Kendrick's Super Bowl halftime performance. Here's why. Is it because black people aren't a monolith? What is that the expression people say? Is it because they don't all have to agree on everything? Right wingers really didn't like Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show. Well, that shit I loved. Like all the right wingers that were getting mad about it. I love that. I go, hey man, you know how you guys never talk? And I guess someone could say shit about me like with this because I talk about everything, and I've been getting more passionate about talking about sports lately, and everyone's just like. But I've also been trying to pay more attention to sports, like football or Eagles football in particular. But like these right wingers who they're literally just like hip hop's trash, blah, blah, blah. And they never, because I talked about this in my solo Kendrick video talking about how I felt about the halftime. But it's like these right wingers, they'll talk about hip hop, and it really, I never try to be this guy who's just like, I never try to throw it, because I think people throw out racist real flippantly, just like, as a way to shut people up. Like I've heard the term a racist is someone losing an argument with a progressive, which basically is a joke saying like left-wing people do it when they're losing an argument, so they just try to figure out how you're racist or sexist or something like that. So I try not to. I try to save it up. I try to save it up for when it actually matters. And I'm also just not trying to call everyone a fucking racist every day. I don't think it's productive. But I got to be honest. Like when you see these right wingers who just go like, rap is not real music, and I'm like, you've never heard one rap song you like? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like Taylor Swift. But I'd be a fucking liar if I didn't told you Blank Spaces does something to me. I don't know what the fuck it is, but I've been there where it's been because a lot of times when I like to drink alone at the house, I just start watching music videos, and I've had a night or two where Blank Spaces happens to pop on, and I'm kind of drunk, and I'm like, what's going on with me right now? Like I don't like Taylor Swift, but I fuck with that song and a couple others. You know what I'm saying? Like. And it'd be one thing if right wingers were I like rap, but I gotta be honest, I like listening to the music, but I gotta be honest, some of the messaging, I don't think excuse me. It'd be like some of the messaging, I don't think it's promoting good stuff or good values, or that's an argument, but to just go, there's no songs in there that I like, and to like really mean it with your chest. I'm like, dude, you might just be a racist guy. You might just be a dude who's racist, because that's nuts. I go, like, dude, I made this joke on the other video I did, but it's like, if you hear Fresh and So Clean by Outkast and just go, garbage, I go, I mean, you just might not think they're people, dude. It's like, it's insane to me. It's like, you're just gonna, like, it's one of two things. You're just gonna, or maybe three, but it's like, you're just gonna lie to your audience because you want to promote whatever is that like race baiting angry shit. You're gonna pretend to not like hip hop, which fucking rips, just to like please your pretend audience, like your audience of angry cunts out there. Or two, you've never tried to listen to any rap music. It's like, what are you, a baby who just eats like chicken fingers and macaroni every night? Which there's nothing wrong with chicken fingers and macaroni, but eat other things. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you listen? You might also just not be a fucking music fan. So if that's the thing, like, you don't have to comment on everything, but I don't know. I think it's all just because Elon pays you for your tweets. So these guys just need to they figure out what's going viral. And then and then just tweet about it. Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show is more concerned with Drake than politics. That's actually not true. That's not true, because like, he had a perfect balance to it where he was like, he kept hinting at, because obviously whenever you watch the Super Bowl halftime show, you're going to be like, you know, you're watching it being like, he's going to talk about Drake, right? He's Kendrick. I love you, dude. I don't care what you do, but at some point you better call Drake a pedophile on national television. Like, that better fucking happen. So that was an element, but if I went back and I watched it like 2 or 3 times, it's a third of it. It's a quarter or a third at most of the performance. And he kind of hints at it the whole time and shit. And people are going to be like, oh, you're so focused on Drake. It's like, I mean, it was kind of one of the biggest stories of the year. And then he's just going to do the Super Bowl and not address it? Are you psychotic? Are you a dumb baby? No, I'm on some Hassan shit now. But for real, dude, are you crazy? He is involved in one of the biggest stories of the year. He has made it very clear that he hates this guy more than anyone else, and he's just not gonna address it. And he did the song. He didn't go over the top with it. He did the song. He had a cool little game over at the end, and it was fun. I used to work with a guy who just didn't listen to music. It blew my fucking mind. Dude, me too. I worked with a dude. He liked country music, but I was like, who are your like... I was like, what do you like though? He just was like, I was like, when do you listen to music? Like, if you're just sitting down... I asked him this. I go, if you're just like sitting down to listen to some music, who you throwing on? He's like, I don't really sit down and listen to music. I go, what the fuck are you talking about? I go, when you get into your car to go to work, what album do you put on? Like, what's the first album you're going to put on? And he told me, he goes, yeah, no, the only time I listen to music is I get in my truck to go to work, I turn on the country station, I listen to that, and then when I go home, I turn on the country station, I listen to that. And brother, his commute was like 15 minutes. So he basically got an entire week, he listened to 2.5 hours of music, and he never picked it, he just listened to whatever the country... I'm like, dude, it blows my mind because I go... Like, I get it. I'm more obsessed with music than the average person. But the fact that, like, I remember I asked him, I go, who's your favorite musician? And he had no, like, someone who can't answer that question is crazy to me. And I'll even give him a pass where, like, if someone asks me that question, I go, well, it depends. Because it's like, I'm autistic. So I'll be like, if you're talking about heavy music, it's Kubla Khan. But if you're talking about rap, it's, you know, I'm not, like... The way I look at music, it's hard to just say which is my favorite because I'm like, dude, you can't. Kubla Khan and Run the Jewels are so different. Like, how do you compare them? Like, but I'm still like giving you an answer of a couple bands. This guy would just flat out go, I'd be like, who's your favorite band? He goes, I don't have one. I go, that's impossible. It's impossible that you just don't. But people do, and it's weird. This dude just listened to The Road while driving. He didn't even listen to country. He would literally only hear music of someone else. He would just. Those people are fascinating to me because they have some sort of like, I don't know if that's autism or they have some weird darkness in them that they're just like pushing down. I don't know. People like that are fascinating. And then what's this guy? Kendrick Lamar's Not Your Savior. I mean, that just has the energy of someone taking this whole situation way too seriously.
Understandably, you have fans of hip hop and fans of Kendrick, fans of popular music generally, and fans of lyricism who, for the most part, seem to be either very impressed with the performance or, hold quite a bit of admiration.
I'm checking out Fantano because he's like, his shit's big and it's like relevant and whatever to the broader, but it's like, I've learned with, dude, I fully realized that after, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but Jey Uso, the WWE wrestler, winning the Royal Rumble and being like so happy and so ecstatic. And then I go to Twitter and I just see people like being like, this is the stupidest thing. This doesn't make sense. This is dumb. I hate this. And then you're just like, but it makes complete sense. In the context of the story, it makes complete sense. And it's a great storyline. There's like a lot of potential for there. And like everyone's excited about it. And that's when you start realizing you're like, you really gotta be, I don't know. Especially too, if you have, if you've thought through your shit and you're a competent person and you're confident in your opinion. Like, I've been learning, it's not as crucial that like in the context of, like, some Twitter shit, let's see what everyone's saying. And you're like, no, because it's like, I've been proven many a time that the people on Twitter, a lot of times, the ones like who are the loudest getting the most traction can at times be some of the most deranged people. And now wrestling fans can be a special type of retarded, so I don't know if that's fair to compare them to like hip hop fans or whatever. And I love all you retards. I'm a huge wrestling fan, but some of your opinions on Twitter are next level stupid. But yeah, but also, I mean, I shouldn't give the hip hop fans a pass. I see some insane opinions like that on Twitter, and some opinions too where you're like, it's just a performance. Like, that's my thing too with like the overanalyzation of the message of Kendrick's thing, because like I've been a fan of Kendrick's for a while. My buddy Nate got me on board on New Kid, Mad City, and then I was a big fan of that. I listened to that a shitload. And then what was that? Yeah, I got To Pimp a Butterfly was a big deal. I know a lot of people say it's boring. I get it if you're trying to just like hop it. Here's the thing I realized. I was arguing with a bunch of my friends yesterday about Kendrick and Drake. And it's funny because like I'm not even like a Kendrick stan. I like Kendrick. I think he's a little overhyped by his fans, but also it's weird. So I'm always in a weird position when I'm defending Kendrick because his fans overhype him and his haters overshit on him. So it's like you're both wrong. Kendrick to me is a solid 8 with his music is a solid lyrically he's like a 7. Music production always ranges to like an 8 or a 9, and then his videos are a 10. His videos are fucking amazing looking. From a visual perspective, his music videos are amazing. But his fans talk about him like he's the second coming of Christ and he's a fucking 15 all around. And then his haters are like I've heard this. I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but every time I've argued with someone about Kendrick versus Drake, they seem to just want radio hits from a structural standpoint. Because the reason they shit on Kendrick is they're like, he's always boring. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, and I'll go to bat, and I know it's an awkward position for me because so many fucking honkies that look like me, fucking who fetishize black people all the time, started defending To Pimp a Butterfly for all their fake fucking bullshit reasons to try to get accepted by non-white people, like in a desperate attempt to like, because I don't know, they had some like guilt over internalized racism or so, I don't know what the fuck it was, but it's just like, don't get me wrong. A bunch of embarrassing whites overhyped To Pimp a Butterfly. I completely get it. But I'm sorry, dude. You hop in on that fucking album. You hop in on To Pimp a Butterfly. Like, let me look it up. I mean, just structurally speaking. I mean, if you want to talk about it, if we're talking about front to back albums, New Kid, Mad City rules. But I got to be honest, on multiple listens, the goddamn voicemails are annoying as shit. You know what I mean? Even when you know the context and stuff like that, it does not flow well. And I got to be honest, like, okay, I get it. New Kid, To Pimp a Butterfly. Like, I mean, I don't know, dude. Wesley Theory fucking rips. Like, everyone, like, Wesley Theory rips. For Free's cool as fuck. King Kunta is an amazing song. Get fucked. There's a lot of people who shit on King Kunta. It's an amazing song. Institutionalized, I'll give you that. These Walls, I'll take it or leave it. You was pretty good. I forget exactly how that one goes. Oh, but You is not one you're just going to hop in on. But if you want to listen to the album front to back, that one rips. All Right's a good fucking song. Get fucked if you don't like that. For Sale and Mama, I forget how they go, but they're pretty good. Hood Politics, it's got the Killer Mike shout out. It fucking rips. And then, yeah, we got a bunch. Eyes like kind of out of the ordinary from that album, but it's good. Blacker the Berry's good. And I forget a few of these, to be perfectly honest. But I've listened to Pimp a Butterfly a handful of times front to back, and it's pretty good. But that's the thing. It's like, you're the way, my problem with how people criticize Kendrick, because there's plenty to criticize there. I've talked about it many a time. Lyrically, it's very self-indulgent, and you kind of have to, he kind of like it's the same way as like what like listening to Drake lyrically, Drake makes you follow him like you're watching a teen drama, which I wonder how that ended up being the first thing that popped in my head. But for real, like when Drake talks about shit, it's always like this super gay sneak dissing that's really like melodramatic. And, you know, he does corny shit where he's like, I made a necklace with a ring every time I thought about being engaged to another man's wife or some shit like that. He does like goofy shit like that. But like when he's lyrically, it has all the, you know, lyrically, all of his songs have the energy of like a CW melodrama. You know what I mean? Like, so that bores me. And lyrically, Kendrick's stuff, it's just, you have to be, you know, you have to like look at him like he's a fucking god or something and follow and like sort of follow his story and take in his story as such. And I got to be honest, that's fucking exhausting. From a lyrical standpoint, that's fucking exhausting. But from a musical standpoint, it's like fun as shit. And when you take albums like To Pimp a Butterfly and you sort of look at it as the overall front to back, start to finish, it's a good fucking time. I'm sorry. I get really annoyed where people, because I think corny white people overhyped To Pimp a Butterfly. And so a lot of people got exhausted off of that. But if you kind of push all that stuff to the side, it's a fun fucking time. And then, Damn. I mean, but even Damn, it's so funny. The people who, everyone who hates Kendrick always says Damn is, always says Damn is the best because Damn is the closest to having like a bunch of songs. Cause that's why people like Drake. Drake never has like one whole, except for like Take Care and Nothing Was the Same. Those are like, to me, the last time Drake ever had one cohesive album that felt like one piece. And all of his other albums are just, here's like 10 to 12 pretty good songs. Or maybe he does a little bit more than that. But all of Drake's albums are just like, here's a couple pretty good songs. And that's like boring to me. Like long term, don't get me wrong. Every Drake album, there's like 2 or 3 songs that I kind of hold on to that I really like. And I haven't listened to Drake in a long time. It's been hard after I fully accepted he's probably a pedo. But yeah, there's always been like a song or two from every Drake album that you hold on to. But as like but like that's fun in the moment. But as like, you know, that mixed with like how he just kind of like hops from fucking thing to thing, and he's just not a genuine person, and he's just not a real fucking guy. He's just constantly changing his personality over and over again. That lack of authenticity to fucking Drake just makes him so unappealing as a fan. And it's like, Kendrick's not a perfect guy, and his whole fucking I'm sent here by God thing does get exhausting from time to time, but you know Kendrick's genuine. His thing may be unappealing, but it is genuine, and that makes you sort of want to go along for the ride a little bit more. And mixed with that, it's like every album, the production is top level. And if you like, the problem is, this is why it's annoying, the Kendrick versus Drake thing. Because I go, we're talking about 2 different things. You're talking to be like, you know, you're talking like, what's better, football or golf? You know, and it's like, those are hard sports to compare, man, because they're 2 different things. Football is like, it would probably be like comparing basketball to golf. Drake's like basketball, fast pace, a bunch of shit, doesn't really feel cohesive. You know what I mean? There's the I don't know. That's not, I mean, I'm not fitting that in perfectly, but like Kendrick would probably be more golf, and it's a lot of these people who are like golf's boring, but they're not taking the time to really kind of like get it. And it's like, it's not like a fair critique then. It's kind of how I look at it. Kendrick's whole letter to Pac on To Pimp a Butterfly was lame. Yeah, that was a little bit. I remember that. That felt kind of lame. But also, you know, yeah, I don't know. I get annoyed too because Drake fans act like they're better than Kendrick fans, and I just go like, bro, no chance. Like, I don't know, man. Like, Drake's such a fucking cornball to me. It's so funny when someone's like ride or die on Drake. I go, he's such a cornball. He's clearly a phony. He's just like, I don't know how you like the guy. You know what I mean? Like I remember it's like you hear him in his songs, then you hear him in fucking interviews and you're like, oh, that's a completely different person. And then like you see the stuff he says and the way he like cracks jokes and you're like, oh, this guy sucks ass. Like that's it's like before we even get to the music, I just go like, how do you put up with him? How do you not just like see him move and shake in the world and go like, oh, this guy sucks ass?
Admiration.
Oh yeah, Anthony's talking. Good thing I let him get 45 seconds in.
For it, despite some very minor shortcomings. For example, it was a very quick medley of songs mashed together, which is not atypical for Super Bowl halftime show performances, but still, Kendrick's material doesn't quite have the same impact in short bursts as it does when you're hearing the entire thing, or at least...
You know what's funny about that? I would actually kind of disagree because I think one of the, obviously not the main, but one contributing factor to Kendrick Lamar's relevancy is the fact that every album, there's like 2 or 3 things that just become memeable. So like on GNX, it was like just him going, mustard! It's just fucking weird and hilarious. And so, like, people just do it, and you still see memes now, and people just do that. It's like, when he was putting out Euphoria, he's like, I'm your biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk. I hate the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. I hate and then people took that to TikTok. It's like, there's every Kendrick album, there's always something that, like, beyond just the music, keeps him culturally relevant because he's so memeable.
At least most of it, especially a track like Euphoria, for example, which miraculously...
I just said that.
Ended up in the playlist for this thing. The presentation of the entire performance...
Wait, did he do Euphoria? Wow. That might be going against my credibility in talking about this. I completely missed that he did Euphoria.
Sonically was a little rough. I get that kind of capturing the thrill and excitement and just grandiosity of a performance that included so many dancers and such a huge stage and such a gigantic area. It's difficult to filter it all through a television screen and have it hit the same way, sure. But I don't know. I think some improvements could have most definitely been made on that front in order to make sure that the music had some actual punch behind it. I don't know, with things panning out the way that they did, definitely showcased Kendrick was on his shit as far as tempo and breath control. Cause in the whole...
Actually, yeah, that's such a good point. Cause there was a lot less of the shit that was... I was a little bummed that the mustard was backtracked. I was really hoping to see Kendrick hit a genuine mustard. That would have been so fucking sick. I know They Not Like Us. That was backtracked. And there was like one or two other things. But other than that, he sang the whole fucking time. Or rapped the whole fucking time. And it was pretty good. He was like locked in. It didn't sound rough. He wasn't doing the shit where he was like... You know, there's times where it's like they're clearly planned on rapping. They just didn't have the air in their lungs to do it. I don't remember him really doing that at all. So that's a really good point. That was very impressive.
First leg of this performance, Kendrick was really fighting for every breath, fighting to get every word out. You could tell he was just like hanging on by a thread.
That's not okay. That's the exact opposite. I'd have to watch it then, because I remember him having good breath control. See, this is why you stay open-minded and don't assume you know everything.
Actually, edge of my seat, just waiting for him to potentially stumble or something, because it seemed like he was bursting apart at the seams.
Yeah, I didn't really see it that way. Interesting. But that shit happens. Like when I was watching, everyone was saying like, "Oh, look, Bibi Netanyahu." When Trump was saying they're gonna like fucking remodel Gaza. Everyone was like, Netanyahu made a huge fucking face after that. And I had to watch it. I was like, did he? And then I watched it again and I was like, oh, now I'm starting to see. But yeah, everyone's got their own version of reality.
Which, I mean, I understand. A lot of the bars in the tracks that kicked off the entire performance required a lot of focus on rhythm and rhyme and meter for Kendrick. He was also having to move around with the swarm of backup dancers around him at all times. And also, it's the fucking Super Bowl. No matter how many times you practice such a performance, like, of course you're going to be nerves and you're going to hit the ground running when the tens of thousands of people in the arena are there and it's live, the cameras are on you, and it's go time. Like, you could see the sweat on the guy's face, and you could really tell that he was just doing everything that he could to just stay balanced on that high wire, and he did, especially toward the back end of the whole thing, because it really did kind of smooth out in the second half. And he very, very, very much stuck the landing with TV off, kind of closing things out, which I thought was very funny, very symbolic, very smart. And with that being said,
I always wondered if the ending was like intentional to end it with TV off like that. And by the way, that reminds me too, everyone was saying he didn't do enough hits. It's like, bro, like, you got to look at the structure of the Super Bowl. I kind of talked this on my last video, so I'll try to keep it short, but he's, there's 60,000 people in the stadium, and there's probably like 60 plus million people watching. I know I looked up the numbers for last year. 62.5 million watched, I think, something like that. So it's like, he's more doing this to be like an ad for people to like check out Kendrick Lamar. So he's gonna hit him with some songs that people know, but he's not just gonna do a best of. He's gonna go like, "Yo, this is my new shit." This is because everyone knows. Most people, maybe not most. I'd have to look into that because like I'd have to think about that because like, but a lot of people watching the Super Bowl know Kendrick. Now, so a lot of people watching the Super Bowl know who Kendrick is, and a lot of those people have not listened to GNX yet. So what the fuck you think he's going to do? You think he's just going to play fucking swim pools and Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe and shit? No, he's going to fucking throw out his new shit that's pretty good, and people go like, "Oh shit, Kendrick's pretty good. Let me go check it out." Yeah, it doesn't make sense for him to like just bombard you with old shit you've already heard.
There were actually,
based off the sort of nature of the halftime show,
quite a bit of layers to this performance as well. Like, there was obviously the musical element of it, which, again, I think the performance all around was very solid. And while a lot of the material in the mix in this medley was very recent, I think Kendrick touched down on the most important moments that he had to. We had, those massive hits from the Damn era. We had all the stars featuring SZA from the Black Panther.
I watch his videos usually to like make fun of him on this channel. I never realized how often he literally, because you were saying before, this guy, Cell Rat, this guy is drenched in smug. I never fully realized how much he like closes his eyes to talk. I hope I don't do that. Do I do that? I look, if I need to focus, I look off in the distance. I don't make, because I think it's the autism, I don't make direct eye contact, but I never fully realized how much dude, literally so many of these fucking thumbnails. I keep clicking around. Eyes are closed. Sam Jackson. SZA. Eyes open. Looks like a rat. Oh, he hasn't started pontificating yet. He hasn't closed the eyes.
It really did kind of smooth out in the second half. And he very, very, very much stuck the landing with TV off, kind of closing things. I think the performance all around was very solid. And while a lot of we had, those massive hits from the Damn era, we had all the stars featuring SZA from the Black Panther soundtrack, which was great. Kendrick made sure to get, his full money's worth out of SZA appearing there at the show, and did Luther with her from GNX2, which sounded fantastic. He was playing us a lot of big West Coast bops from the GNX record. And of course, again,
he needs to know. He doesn't know, he's not fully aware of what his face looks like, I think. Because it's just like, brother, just going he played a lot of West Coast bops. You're like, God damn it, man, that just sucks so much ass coming out of your face.
Down on the Drake beef with a bit of Euphoria and, a very special section of Not Like Us, which was kind of given a nod to at a few points prior. There was, obviously some self-awareness coming out of this performance in terms of like, oh, is he going to play that track? Is he actually going to perform the song? Which he played into with a little skit and interaction with the backup dancers. This was also kind of referenced through Samuel L. Jackson playing Uncle Sam and dropping in some almost narrative commentary here and there throughout the performance. And I feel like his inclusion in the performance was really smart, and Kendrick's way of kind of beating detractors to the punch in terms of things they could be saying to deride the performance. Oh, this is a bit niche, or this is ghetto, or this isn't for everybody. I mean, first off, Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam is just all around hilarious fucking casting. But on top of it, it's clear Kendrick wanted to make...
What was that article he posted? Sam Jackson was pulled from the Black Power movement by the FBI. What? You can't just throw that link to it, dickhead. No, I don't know why you would, but that's a crazy article title.
Hilarious fucking casting. But on top of it, it's clear Kendrick wanted to make something for the fans, do something here musically speaking for hip hop without having to worry about how wide it's going to appeal. And hopefully with the Samuel...
I'm open-minded because a lot of this hip-hop shit I don't understand. It could be to be how honked up I am. I just don't get it, guys. But like, I feel like people, whenever I hear people say like, this is for the culture, or did this for hip-hop, I go like, I mean, this was like, a lot of this seemed for Kendrick. I'm always very, like, I feel like people say that a lot, but they're not very good at fully articulating what it means. And it's like, hey man, if it's nice to feel good, but I'm like watching this, I'm like, I mean, I think people sort of latch onto these non-tangibles, or like, well, a kid watched that, and now there's going to be someone was inspired by Kendrick, and you're like, yeah, I guess, but I think it's a way too to like, sort of, and I'm not trying to like shit on capitalism. I got no beef with free market capitalism or nothing like that, but it's like it almost feels like language so you can distract from like the capitalistic. Well, I get, I'm kind of figuring this thought out in real time, so forgive me for stopping and starting so much. But I guess too, like Kendrick is very generous. He's not super vocal about it. He kind of lets other people tell you about it. So he is very generous, but I don't know. I think maybe it's just me getting a little autistic, but I think like people just kind of, they try. I think it's people who aren't closely associated trying to latch themselves onto it. Like I always joke whenever people talk about, what's the fucking term? Why can't I think of it? What's the fucking term when it's like a different, Jesus Christ. It'll come back to me, but it's like when, cultural appropriation. Like, cultural appropriation is often, if the term is said by talented people, it's usually when they're trying to subconsciously appease to the irrational masses. But the term cultural appropriation, from my perspective, is usually thrown out when unimpressive people would like to shame people that don't look like them by taking credit for something that someone who does look like them did. You know what I mean? It's like I'm part Italian, and it's like I take credit for all the great food and, shit like that. I had nothing to do with making chicken parmesan such a great dish. So it's like if I see a Mexican guy making chicken parmesan, he's not doing anything at me. You know what I mean? And I get it. I get being irritated when people try to act like they, if you're doing a certain type of thing, like, oh, you didn't get it from that group. I get that being annoying. But, like when you're that dickhead who was telling that girl, like, my culture isn't your prom dress. It's like, I always make the joke. It was a white girl and she was like wearing a kimono or whatever the fuck they're called. And I've always made the joke where it's just like that dude was crying because it's like, my culture's not your prom dress. It's like, oh, I didn't know your dad was Joe Kimono and like invented it, you know? Because like I get it, people that look like you wear kimonos and it's kind of their thing, but at the end of the day, it's an outfit. And if you bought the outfit, you're allowed to wear the outfit. Now, I get contextually, sometimes it's weird when like if I walked around with a dashiki, contextually that would be weird, but at the end of the day, it's a fucking shirt, so calm down. It's the same fucking thing. And 9 times out of 10, usually the people who, I'll be real about this. Usually the people who cry the most about cultural appropriation, no matter the race, they're the most like honked up people you're ever going to meet. They're the, and it's like, if you actually meet people from said country, like I remember seeing this great video where this dude was wearing a poncho and he went to all these like honked up college kids. And once again, I'm not talking about white people. I'm like, no matter your race, you can be honked up. I talked about it before. No matter your race, you can be a Karen. It don't matter the color of your skin. You can act honked the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's a way of being. It don't matter about your skin color. It's a way of being, buddy. But yeah, it's the same thing. Every race can be a fucking Karen, but he went up with all these like honked up fucking college students. And they were like, well, that's insensitive, and you can't wear that because my autism dictates that's a Mexican outfit, and only Mexicans can wear that outfit. So but you're not making sense to my autism, so you're offensive. And you're like, no, you're just autistic. You're just autistic, and you've gotten brainwashed by commie bullshit. You dumb college student. Maybe you sit down and go, I'm 21. I don't know a lot of shit. But then the kid wearing the Mexican outfit goes to like a fucking Mexican part of town, and they're all like, you look really nice. Because you know why? It's not like this fun little like costume to them. It's a shirt. Like if you're wearing a sombrero, it's like, that's their hats. If you're wearing a big Mexican poncho, they go, yeah, we wear those because they're sick. And it's really cool that you're wearing it and you think it's sick. So it's like the same fucking thing. You know what I mean? The lady who sold that white bitch a kimono, she's going, hell yeah, buy my product. She's not crying because she's like, you know, she's not crying because she's not trying to bully you with her fucking, what'd you say? John Kimono's my new favorite UFC fighter. Yeah, he's really good. He's really been dominating the middleweight division for a while, John Kimono. I think he's going to retire soon and do commentary, but, I was Zapata for Halloween one year. The Mexicans thought it ruled. Yeah, that's the other thing, by the way. Like, dude, the only people I ever see getting really worked up is about cultural appropriation is like the second generation Americanized, like non-white people. You know, because I don't know what it is exactly, but it's always like the people from the country or like closely related to the thing never get upset about it. It's always people. It's the same shit, and that's why I call it honk behavior. It's honked up behavior because you're getting offended on behalf of people. You learned information and you're getting offended on behalf of people. That's why it's honked up behavior. That's what the fucking gay ass progressive honkies do. You don't want to be a white progressive. That's fucked up. You know, what am I talking about? If women can dress up as Slutty Kitten for Halloween, I can dress up as stereotypical Mexican. That fucking rules. But yeah, I got off on a tangent.
L. Jackson inclusions, he was able to, I don't know, maybe take a few people by surprise by sort of, you know, voicing.
Oh, and my last, these are all the people. Oh, hey, I've listened to 2 hip hop songs and I hate it because I got scared. What's your opinion on the halftime show, loser? But what the fuck was I? Oh, the last thing I forgot to add this to my whole cultural appropriation thing is I go, the other reason I get annoyed is because one, losers, unimpressive people, you know, bogart the term and try to bully out well-meaning people or just innocent people. But then on the flip side, I go, cultural appropriation fucking rules. Because it's usually you take like the best one. It's usually one. It's one of 2 things usually. It's usually someone going, hey, we think your shit is cool. Can we big up your shit? You know what I mean? Like, That's the reason I want to wear a dashiki, because I think they're fucking cool as shit. But I feel like everyone's going to be fucking annoying if I do it. You're going to be fucking annoying and thinking I'm a dickhead. So that's why I can't wear a fucking dashiki, because you're jerks. But, and then the other reason, it's like, you know, I always love to compare shit to food, but like, look at different food, like Tex-Mex, chicken and waffles. That's cultural appropriation. That's two cultures coming together and going, you're like, what do you got? What do you got? Let's put it together and make something fucking sick as hell. It's all so fucking annoying, man. You never had fusion food? You've never, it's like, and then there's a lot of shit out there that's like a result of cultures mixing. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen a light-skinned black woman? I mean, argument over. Argument over. Have you ever looked up a picture of Zoe Kravitz? Oh, it's a K. You know, I mean, brother, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, maybe this is what we should show. You know, seems like Jews and black people are beefing from time to time. How about Exhibit A, Zoe Kravitz? Maybe you guys try to get along. Maybe you guys stop trying to be so mean to each other. That's both of you guys. But it's like, dude, what are we doing? So you're telling me, oh, there's no why? I mean, even better, dude. I mean, what are we doing, bro? What are we doing? You don't want to appropriate culture? That's what Lenny Kravitz did. He appropriated that Jewish vagina and said, I'm going to fucking blast all this culture right into you. And we're going to make one of the prettiest ladies ever. What are we doing, guys? What the fuck are we even doing? I would love to see Dashiki Malafrena. I mean, we could look them up, dude. How much are dashikis? How do you spell dashiki? I mean, dude, how hard would that go? It's so cool looking. You get dashiki for $8.49? Oh my god. God damn it, that goes hard. Everyone's gonna think I'm a fucking dickhead, though. It's not fair, dude. It's not fair.
Their thoughts and their criticisms before they're even able to tweet them. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like
Wait a minute. I do want to see what they said. Halftime show. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this. Good luck. Live in peace. I mean, do they not feel gay as fuck saying stuff like that? You're allowed to stop pretending that you enjoy rap music. I mean, Ian Miles Chong is just clickbait. Matt Walsh is clickbait half the time, whether he's doing it on purpose or not. I think it's just the way he thinks. He thinks in fucking clickbait. Halftime show is trash. Nobody can even understand what he's... That's just someone who doesn't listen to music. I can't understand what he's saying is honestly one of the most low-grade musical critiques. Which is like, yeah, that's what happens when you listen to music. You miss the lyrics a couple times. You know what you do after that? You listen to the song again. And then you keep listening. And then eventually over time, it starts to reveal it. It's okay. It's okay, guys. You don't have to have all of the info first time. I didn't realize that was one of the go-to... I didn't realize that was one of the go-to critiques. This one's right. The halftime show you just watched is clearly the regime's response to Trump's historic gains with black men. It's so funny, too, because, they're all making it into their own thing, and it's so clearly a self-indulgent. It's like, this was a very masturbatory experience for Kendrick Lamar. Trump won. We no longer let talentless, mumbling, pagan, satanic cultists do halftime shows and pretend they like people like it. They pretend like people like it. Thanks, everyone. Damn. It's so funny. So many of these guys are either grifters or just genuinely fucking stupid. Yeah, it was good. I agree, Fisher. Learn to listen better. It's so funny, Dunbar. Kendrick Lamar put on a solid halftime show. Not my favorite tunes of his, and his bell bottoms were gay, but good performance. Yeah, dude. Well, I talked about that in the clip I posted to Instagram. I talked about that in my other video where I was like, dude, no one's talking... no, sorry. I saw that picture of Allie and I wanted to so bad just write, ew. But that will actually, I don't want her to have a bad day. I think that will actually fuck with her, and I don't actually want her to have a bad day. Kendrick Lamar. Oh, wait, that's blown out. But yeah, I was posting this. I was basically saying, look how fucking sassy he is. Hey, and yeah, you can't see it in the picture, but yeah, my man got some bell bottoms on. He was a sassy fucker in that. It was nuts. If Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, and Benny Johnson were revealed to be pedophiles, I'd be 0% shocked. I'd be shocked. Gay would be what wouldn't shock me. It's like when any of these conservative guys come out as like gay or fucking super soft, that's what because like, dude, if like these guys, the peacocking online is like insane. They're all gay guys.
Before they're even able to tweet them. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like the exact person who would react in a way to where they would just think, oh, this is the worst Super Bowl performance ever. Yeah, they're not self-aware enough probably to catch on to the fact that, like, you know, Kendrick already knows what they're going to say before they say it. But for those of us who can actually like see a couple layers of depth in what Kendrick's doing, it's at least nice to know and hear that he, you know, has a self-awareness about himself and what he did.
I watched your video yesterday. I was thinking, good on Big Red throwing a little content out there while hungover is fun. Hey, man. I wasn't that hungover, but I was tired yesterday. But hey, man, it's not hard for me to yap for 30 minutes about a thing I watched yesterday, but I appreciate you liking it. That means a lot to me, Fisher.
In this performance and how it's going to be perceived and who exactly it's for. I should also probably drop in on the fact that when Kendrick, you know, went into the whole "Say Drake, heard you like him young" line, and he's kind of...
Oh, there they are. Dude. This, whenever I see, here, let me move my head. Whenever I see stuff like this, it just goes, like, this part reminded me. Someone had the best critique of Kendrick.
A stare. I should also probably drop in on the fact that when Kendrick, you know, went into the whole "say..."
Yeah. People, like, I saw someone make this tweet and it really stuck with me because I'm not denying Kendrick had, you know, he probably had a rough upbringing and he grew up in the hood and all this other shit. But it's like, dude, at the end of the day, these guys are theater kids, man. They're theater kids. And they're putting on a show. That's why it's like the debate where these dudes will, you know, they'll ruin friendships and they'll just go so fucking hard to like defend these millionaires. It's like, it's fun to argue, but the amount of dudes out there really saying it with their chest and they're willing to like die for this conversation is fucking hilarious. Cause you're just doing, it's wrestling, man. These guys aren't, like, obviously there's some truth to everything they're saying, but these guys aren't completely real in all their shit. And it's like, this is Kendrick wearing fucking designer bell-bottom jeans while he raps about a guy he doesn't like. And honestly, if you guys listen to Panties this week, we had to flip the main to the Patreon because the first main, we drunkenly, hungoverly fought about Kendrick and Drake and Nate being loud during the halftime show the whole time. And then we started to have a really good Patreon, and Lemaire made the executive decision. He's like, I think this needs to be the main. This is so much more fun. But, fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. Shit. Oh, yeah, like Nate was I think this was what I was going to say. Nate was making the point that it's just like, oh, yeah, it's like, you know, as much as you love Kendrick's diss and as much as Drake sucked ass, you know, it is this dude who waited for a while to get like there is an element of it where it's like Drake's been gay his whole career. He's been like this his whole career. And Kendrick did wait until he benefited the most from Drake and then got, you know, and that's not like a perfect analysis, but there's something to it. And yeah, there's a lot of exterior guys on this whole beef that, you know, like I think like Future and Metro Boomin are the most annoying because they were kind of phony for a while. Like, dude, Future literally did a song with Drake in 2022. And I was trying to see if they did one more recent than that. But a song randomly popped up when I was listening to music, and it was Drake and Future, and it was from 2022. You know what I mean? Like, in Kendrick's defense, he hasn't fucked with Drake for a while. It's like, dude, you were literally doing songs with this guy 2 years ago. And now you're starting the whole, like, we don't trust you. It's like, well, I don't trust you, dude. You're not much better than him, man. And it's like all the exterior guys who were like hopping on the bandwagon were very annoying. Although Rick Ross doesn't get enough credit for kind of starting all this shit. But yeah, there's just something. This image was just like, there was something where like this image to me just showed like the true essence of Kendrick, where it's like, yeah, he is from the hood. He did go through a lot. But at the end of the day, he's an artiste. Like, that's what people forget about Kendrick. He's an artiste. He's an artiste that happened to come from the hood. And if he's going to talk about his life, he has to talk about that shit. But at the end of the day, I think he's more than just... Because everyone wants to peg him as this dude from the hood and shit. He's so much more than that. You know what I mean? So much more. He's a sassy young man wearing bell-bottom jeans.
Hey, Drake, heard you like him young line, and he's kind of staring into the camera. He's looking absolutely freaking devious, just totally out of control, completely unhinged. I mean, now all of a sudden Drake's tour and performances going on in Australia right now.
I did actually think the Serena Williams thing was a little lame. Because, like, now Kendrick's venturing into doing Drake stuff in a weird way. Like, not completely, but, like, loosely he's venturing into doing, like, Drake stuff. Where it's like, ooh, I'm going to have your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, Crip walk on stage. Which a lot of people were throwing out. Apparently her, like, sister or something got murdered by Crips. Which, yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how I feel. Like, I'm not going to, like, I got no ill will towards Serena Williams, but seeing it presented that way, you're like, that's not a good look, in my opinion. If like it was her sister or cousin or something, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a good look. But yeah, I don't know. She's looking good though, so I mean that's a pretty big thing for me.
Kind of makes sense because. I would imagine with Kendrick performing, even if he wasn't playing Not Like Us at this stage in his career post the beef, you would want to be just about anywhere in the world other than America. And, you know, he did have a performance on the same day in Melbourne during this.
I will say this. I just thought about this. I think the final period on this sentence that is the Drake and Kendrick beef is Kendrick has to now... I think because he said game over at the end of this performance. Kendrick has to now never play Not Like Us for... He can't play Not Like Us for a really long time. Because then it would seem... That would make it this ultimate thing seem super corny. Yeah, I'm just realizing that now. He basically has to... Yeah, he has to not play... Like, don't get me wrong. I think if he kind of like waits a while, and then maybe like a video pops up of him playing it during an encore when artists do fake encores, when he's doing it during an encore, you know. But like generally speaking, he should try to avoid playing this song really ever. I'm not looking into it, but the only thing I saw in the regards Serena Crip was a steak ad. Oh yeah, they're trying to shoehorn in the steak ad on those.
This whole thing. So I'm sure that on some level was kind of slightly taking his mind off of things, though maybe not entirely, because there was like that recent video of him like walking out with bullet holes smoking on him. Oh my God. But still, song choices were solid. Performance all around was great. And then there was the whole visual element of it, which, I mean, was simple and intricate at the same time. For one, you had like those 4 different quadrants throughout the stage and field of shapes that looked like they were inspired by buttons on a PlayStation controller. I mean, I'm not sure if that reference runs much deeper than, you know, this whole thing for Kendrick being a game or feeling like a simulation or just something having directly to do with video games, but like, you know, the nod is pretty clear. Then beyond that, you had all of the backup dancers whose red, white, and blue outfits looked so great. I loved what that commentary was essentially making about not only America, but, you know, West Coast gang culture, as Kendrick is, you know, often known to reference in his art and his music, and the idea of unity on top of that. And I think in a way he sort of was using that as an example of a group of people or a community that is at odds with itself, and then was kind of extrapolating that onto America, which I'm sure on some level he sees as being an entity that is also at odds with itself. And then ultimately like a coming together.
I'm not going to pretend to know what any of the, I don't know. There's this could be me, like, I don't know. People could easily take what I'm about to say and be like, well, you're just dumb and you don't get art. I think there's a lot of times when you're watching artistic things that I will be perfectly honest. Like, I don't want the meaning to be on Front Street. But, like, if you're presenting it to me in all these different layers and all this other shit, there is a part of me where I go, well, you didn't do a good job. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing, like, I should get a decent amount first viewing. I mean, people have different opinions because there is sort of like, there's a give and take of art that I think, like, it's why, now I haven't watched a lot of David Lynch, and I have no beef personally with David Lynch. Rest in peace. I've seen, you know, the dude seemed awesome. But I got to tell you, nothing makes me hate David Lynch more than a David Lynch fan describing how good his stuff is and why, you know, well, no, it's not, you know, like, and then like, cause here's my thing about Dave. I've watched some of it and like, you know, and it's one thing if David Lynch is completely fine with this, but like, you know, I don't think you get to be, you know, obviously if people watch your movies and they pay money to see you and they talk about you a bunch, that's, you know, it's not my decision if you get to be held up as like a monumental dude or not. You know what I mean? That's not my decision. But I think broadly in the criticism department, there's a push and pull. There's a push and pull to art. And I think this sort of self-indulgent mindset of artists where they're like, I just make stuff, you don't criticize it. It's not, you know, it's not for me to ever explain all this other stuff. Like, that's fine, but I think to a lot of people then you don't get to be taken overtly seriously in the conversation. Now, Lynch has a lot of substance, so this doesn't 100% apply to him, but also the people who are like, well, David Lynch kind of sucks ass, it's like you can't really blame him for feeling that way. You know what I mean? It was like the way he presented it. But I think a lot of times people do this shit because they want to, it's like they trick themselves into like going even deeper unnecessarily to like, so they can feel better. You know what I mean? It's like they have this super special info that only they know or only they notice. And, you know, I think when it comes to like certain things, when people are sort of driven by wanting to seem interesting and wanting to seem more intelligent than they actually are, they are driven to sort of find meaning where there might necessarily be it. Or, you know, there are times too when the artist is so deep and heavy, and then when they finally crack the code, everyone goes like, well, that's pretty fucking deep and heavy. And I go, I don't know. Kind of feel like if it took you that much fucking work, if like, I don't know. I don't want to like devote my life to figuring out a piece of art. You need to give me a little bit. I got shit to do during the day, dude. Like, that's kind of my thing. It's like, you want me to completely like that. That's when the artist starts turning into like a fucking dickhead, you know, or at least the fans turn into a dickhead where they make you feel bad because you're like, I'm not spending this much time figuring out what this dickhead was trying to say. Fuck you. I'm justified for thinking this is not interesting. You know, some shit like that. So it's like, if you like it, I'm happy for you. But I think a lot of times there's certain type of art that isn't as much shit as you think it is. There's not as much shit going on as you think it is. Because I remember hearing Dave Lynch talk like David, and I truly am not, I want to make this clear. I'm truly not shitting on David Lynch. I don't know his shit enough to shit on him. I'm just talking in general when I'm going off of how people talk about him and how I've seen people talk about guys like that before. But it's nothing personal on David Lynch. It's more David Lynch fans. Like I said before, there's nothing that makes you hate David Lynch more than a David Lynch fan. But yeah, there is a thing too where like a lot of times an artist will, because I break it down like this. Like an artist will create these 20 layers of complexity of their fucking message. And then when you dig deeper, you get to the bottom of it and you're kind of like, well, what was the message? And the message was like, love over evil. And you're like, oh, okay. But no, here's the thing. If you really would have gotten that more. And it just comes off so pretentious because that's like my fucking point with a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I watched a video of David Lynch giving his whole breakdown on his philosophy of life, and it was all like pretty standard stuff. And I'm not shitting on him. It was like, but it was actually like a lot of it was actually practical and like good and shit. But you know, there is this thing though, where like, but what if I presented it to you in the most confusing way possible? That actually makes it better. And you're like, dude, it doesn't. You know, your art doesn't have to be complex. It just has to be honest. Just be honest to yourself. You know, when I prefer art that when you make it, and this is why, even though Kendrick annoys me, bringing it back to Kendrick, even though Kendrick lyrical content annoys me from time to time, he's being true to himself. So to me, he's worth watching and worth observing and worth taking in. You know, and it's like, I watch his thing, and it's like, I'm not going to say I fully like, oh, so fucking close. Because it's like, I've been through the Kendrick shit all the time. I know that like Good Kid, Mad City is like him growing up in Compton, in the hood, trying to figure that out, trying to get on. And then I know that To Pimp a Butterfly is about him dealing with being successful and black in America. And yeah, it's like, I've looked into the shit about these albums. So it's just like, what's the new thing you're going to tell me? I may not have been completely locked in or paying attention, but I'm just like sitting here like, dude, what's the David Lynch was a true horn dog, or so I've heard. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, he does have the video of saying to put the panties in your mouth, which I do love and respect. I didn't know he was a fan, and I appreciate that. No, but yeah, so it is this whole, everyone's like sitting there, every breakdown. This is the other reason why I'm like, dude, and I'm probably like fucking 3 hours into this video at this point, but no, we've only been streaming for an hour 45, so I've probably been talking about Kendrick for about 30 to 45 minutes. So I get the irony of what I'm about to say, but I think like I saw a couple people's breakdowns of the whole performance, and it all is just like, oh, so it's all shit he's been saying. It's like, dude, I think and this is like my argument why it's like Kendrick's fun, but I think we take his shit way too seriously as music fans and as shit like that, because it feels nice. That's the problem with music fans and how they critique stuff. They go like, it feels nice. That was the big problem with the Drake back-to-back freestyle or the back-to-back diss on Meek Mill. Everyone was like, dude, that's where he fucking got Meek Mill. And if you go back and look at it, I've actually been wanting to talk about this, so this is a great time. I'm going to do a video breaking down the back-to-back freestyle. If I clip this up, I was looking up dashiki because I think they're cool. But yeah, so if we look at I was listening to this yesterday because I've had this inkling, and I was thinking about like Kendrick and Drake and rap beefs and stuff. And I remember being like, you know, the back-to-back freestyle is kind of nothing. It's actually kind of fucking nothing. War Pains was so much better than back-to-back. What's War Pains? Kendrick hasn't changed drastically since his earlier albums, and that's cool. Drake is nothing like what he was before that, and that's gay. Well, but Drake's isn't like a natural evolution. Drake's is like, what's the new personality I'm going to put on today? But yeah, so I remember not fully making this point when it first happened, but it was like because I was all caught up in the moment just having fun with the Drake Meek Mill beef. And then over the years, I'd listened to it more and I realized, I go, Drake actually, because my sort of resolution with the Drake Meek Mill beefs is Drake didn't win, Meek Mill lost. Like Meek Mill lost it for himself because Drake was just hitting him with memes. You know, he was just making memes. And like, so Drake controlled the vibe and was more fun with it. And then Meek Mills is too retarded. All respect to Meek Mills. He wrote one of the best songs for the Birds. It became like the anthem of Philly. All respect to Meek Mills. But like, he just was too retarded to figure out. He was too retarded and emotional to not look like a dope in the moment. So Drake didn't win. He lost. So if we look at the back-to-back freestyle, diss track, whatever you want to call it, oh man, not again. And he goes, yeah, I learned the game from William Wesley. You can never check me. Back to back from the N-words that didn't get the message. Back to back like I'm on the cover of Lethal Weapon. Back to back like I'm Jordan 96, 97. Whoa. Very important, very pretentious. When I look back, I might be mad that I gave this attention. Yeah, but it weighs heavy on my conscience. And fuck, you left the boy no options. So first verse is just going, you shouldn't have done this, bro, which that's fine. You know, you got to start somewhere. I'm sure Kendrick did the same shit towards Drake and everyone's dick riding Kendrick on Drake. That's fine. So I want to see my fellas go insane. You're going to make me step out of my fucking frame. You're going to make me buy bottles for Charlemagne. You're going to make me go out of my fucking way. I waited 4 days, fella, where y'all at? I drove here in the Wraith playing AR-AB. Is that how he said it? So again, second verse is still being like, you know, it's going to be bad for you, dude. Reading diss songs in monotone is a great fuck. I'm not even doing that on purpose. But he's still in that mood where he's like, it's going to be bad for you, bro. You don't want to do this. All right, third verse. Third verse, he's going to make a criticism of Meek Mills. He's gotta. I'm not sure what it was that really made y'all mad, but I guess this is what I got to do to make y'all rap. I mean, whoa, can't fool the city, man. They know what's up. Second floor at Tootsie's getting shoulder rubs. This for y'all that think I don't write enough. They just mad because I got the Midas touch. Okay, so we got a third verse of... We got the third verse of just, once again, it's going to be bad, Meek. It's going to be mad, Meek. Okay, and now we got some stuff. You love her, then you got to give the world to her. Is that a world tour or your girls' tour? Okay, so we got that. You know, I mean, it's also not like the best critique because it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I started dating the biggest female artist in the world. It's like, yeah, I'm proud. Like from a boyfriend standpoint, it's like, oh, is that your critique that Nicki Minaj is more famous than him? It's like, I don't know. It's not like it sounds, again, it's like it sounds cool, but it's like not as devastating if you really look at it. Also, the dude gets to fuck Nicki Minaj. So you honestly, dude, if I'm Meek Mills and I'm clapping Nicki Minaj cheeks, brother, you could let it. It's like, yeah, she's more famous. Also, she's got this great big fat ass and all awesome giant titties. So, yeah, man, her tour is as big as those awesome giant titties. I know you got to be a thug for her. This ain't what she meant when she told you to open up more. Yeah, trigger fingers turn to Twitter fingers. You getting bodied by a singing fella. So, okay. So this is what I was actually saying this on Panties yesterday, because back to back is literally, this is what I noticed about it. And I think it's about to get proven right here. Back to back is Drake going, it's going to be bad when I start rapping. And then he says a couple things about Nicki Minaj. And then he's going to be like, wow, I really fucking got ya. Because he says here, you getting bodied by a singing fella. And you're like, brother, all you said was world tour or your girls tour. This ain't what she meant when she told you to open up more. You know, it's like, those are the two critiques so far. And he's like, dude, you're getting bodied. It's like, brother, you have not said anything. I will say, shout out to all my boss bitches, wife and fellas is a very funny line. Like, don't get me wrong, Drake has a lot of good lines and songs. I'm not going to act like he doesn't. But, yeah. I'm just saying, this is a very overrated diss track because it was a very good song. Make sure you hit him with the prenup. Tell that man to ease up. I did another one. You still ain't did shit about the other one. Got the drink in me going back to back. Drink in me back to back. I don't want to hear about this ever again. Not even when she tell him that they're better as friends. Not even when you saying Drizzy tell him again. I've been putting on a show. It was a sellout event. You need better seating. I didn't want to do it. Gave me every reason. The point I'm trying to make is I don't even need them. Seeing what you do for that fame, what would you do for freedom? Which that's also funny. He's poking fun at the fact that Meek Mill got arrested and all this other shit for very bullshit reasons. Well, it depends on who you are. For me, you know, I think it was like gun charges or stuff. That shit annoys me. I'm a big fan of people having guns, so that shit annoys me. And also, it's so funny too, in all these cities with the worst hoods, they have the strictest gun laws, and you're like, honestly, those dudes need guns the most. Please check them for a wire and earpiece. Please do not let these fellas near me. Please think before you come for the great one. Please, who's a real fella and who ain't one? Please, somebody stop me. I'm talking Bozy and Guan and Wasi. I don't know who that is. I got the fest in 5 days, and it's my shit. Soon a fella hit the stage, they're gonna ask if the back-to-back, blah, 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 blah. Took a big reviews, now it's back-to-back. Yeah, so, like, I don't think people appreciate how unimpressive back-to-back truly is. Because it's literally like I showed, it's three chunks of, you better watch out, brother. It says a couple cunty things in reference to Nicki Minaj. And then he's just like, dude, I got your ass. I got your ass. It's actually, yeah. Back to back is truly much more, in my opinion, is truly much more unimpressive. Now, I will say, please correct me. There may be some contextual things, but I don't think it went farther after this. And this doesn't, to me, come off as like a warning shot. I know some people might, I had a list for no reason right there. Some people might throw this out as like a warning shot. This was really treated like he fucking got Meek Mill. He made him look silly. And it's like, no, I think Drake's just really good at wrestling. He's really good at wrestling and controlling the vibe, and everyone got duped. I got duped at the time. I wasn't like super emotionally invested in this, so I went with the moment, and I got duped at the time. But yeah, back to back to me is a substantially overrated. It's a very overrated diss track. All right, let's finish this video up though.
In unity, but simultaneously, Kendrick, as we know through the Drake beef, is a man of war too. Look, I'm not saying all of it makes total sense and is completely consistent with itself ideologically and philosophically. But with all that being said, knowing Kendrick's thought processes behind some of these things, given past interviews and other works he's come out with, I could see where he's going with it. I could see what he's pointing toward. I also liked how dynamic and versatile the entire performance was, how as various songs changed across the entirety of the halftime show, we were getting different camera angles and dance routines and, cinematic framing. I mean, maybe it wasn't quite as involved and as intricate or as set dependent as The Weeknd's performance several years ago, but it was still great.
See, I actually thought it was substantially more visually compelling than The Weeknd's one. The Weeknd's one was really good. There was something, and I think too, Kendrick's much more, he's much more on top of whatever would be the proper cameras and lenses and shit, but just based off the, dude, fucking, Oh yeah, I'm trying to. I always have 20 thoughts in my head. The other Pat, justifiably, I guess, made fun of me for not remembering the word. We were talking about Waco and what David Koresh actually got scooped up for, and it was like the fact that he had grenades or casings and shells, casings for grenades. And I couldn't remember the word grenade. And I went, the fucking... And he was like, dude, what? I was like, I got a lot of shit going around in my head. I can't remember. One was really cool. Like when he hits the wop, wop, wop part, this kind of looks a little flat, but also you can tell there's some depth to it at the same time. So he's really good at making very visually compelling stuff.
Great, still went over really well, but yeah, frankly, all around sick performance. But I have to also give it to the guy who ran out into the entire thing with a Palestinian flag. I mean, as good as the performance was, I'm sorry, but that was based as hell. Love SZA, loved.
Is it hit with NFL ban but no chart? Is it though? I don't know. I don't know. Is it? I guess that's the question. Is it just like a remind? I don't know. I you know what it is for me? And it's why I'm glad Kendrick sort of kept his shit subtle and vague. He wasn't like overtly in your face about it. Maybe with the Sam Jackson stuff, but you could just kind of watch that, enjoy it for the show, not have to like, cause dude, I gotta be honest. Like, I'm not normally, I don't know. I don't know. Everyone tries to pin this shit I'm about to say on like Republican, right wing, conservative dickheads, and it's like, if you guys watch my videos, you know I'm not that. I know my face is confusing to people. My face doesn't match what I say all the time. And I know it's like confusing to people and whatnot, but it's like, I don't know. I get annoyed with a lot of, like, I was just making fun of all those conservative dudes he was showing up there. But like, I gotta be honest, with the whole, like, when they started throwing in end racism and all that shit, like when they said they were taking end racism off the end zone, I was happy about that. And it's not because I'm like, there is no racism. Why would you put, no. It's just because, like, it's important to not obsess over all that stuff at every moment of every fucking day. And especially, it's like, football is truly the time for working class people to have a couple beers and just block all the other bullshit out. Yeah, does it turn into, like, do they overhype it with military propaganda? Sure. But I got to be honest, leaning into all that shit feels nice. It reminds you of a time when things were simpler and stuff. And that's what football is for. They always talk about, like, oh, give them bread and circuses. You're like, yeah, sometimes I need a little circus. Because real life is annoying and it's exhausting. And sometimes I need to go to the fucking circus. So when I'm at the circus, can you stop reminding me of all the bad shit in the world? It's like, I got to be honest, like, they were right about all that stuff. Like it's putting in racism in the end zone is fucking dumb. It's dumb. It's annoying. This is the time when people want to, they worked all week and they got to their favorite thing. So it's like, stop reminding them of all the bad shit in the world. It's like, just give them 4 hours. Like a game usually takes like 4 hours. Give them 4 hours where you're not cramming news and politics and the woes of the world down their fucking throat. It's like, after it, have at it, dude. But it's just like, I don't know, man. I'm not going to, like, if people start kneeling, it's not a hill I'm going to fucking, like, die on. But I do get where they're coming from. It's their time to fucking relax. Stop. Like, I don't know. I just, like, if they brought politics into my wrestling, I'd get really fucking annoyed. And you can do it. Just find, like, a cool, subtle, artistic way that doesn't feel like you're fucking hammering it over my goddamn head. You know what I mean? It's just putting the words end racism is so corny and lame. Let me watch my fucking football, dude.
Love SZA, Loved all the guys kind of jumping out of the GNX. Loved Sam Jackson. That was all great, but legitimately, Palestinian flag guy, that guy rules. So yeah, in a nutshell, very pleased with how this performance came out. Kendrick was fighting to keep it together, but he still pulled through. And I don't know, maybe at the end of the day gave Drake another entity to sue, since this performance was, broadcast by the NFL and all that. But yeah, there you go. Let me know what you thought of this performance down in the comments. I'm sure you will. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out. Hit that up or the link to.
Shut up. Don't watch his videos. Watch my videos. Solid breakdown by Mr. Fantano. Usually we spend a lot of time teasing him. But at the end of the day, I do think Fantano's a smart guy, and I think he knows a lot of stuff about shit. I think a lot of times those politics make him say goofy shit. But all in all, Fantano's, I'm a supporter, even though he does do close his eyes talking like in the South Park episode where people were smelling their own farts. But yeah, they're making their own ammo there. Wait, what are we talking about? Excuse me. What are we talking about? What are we talking about in here? Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. Warpaint.
Status. 5-star hotel, 4 seasons. Them chumps right upstairs. They know not to come down here playing no real niggas.
Do you remember what happened too during one of his? He put out a diss song. I just remembered this. It was so funny. He put out a diss song finally, and he was trying to be all cool, and he put Summer 16. Oh, I remember. Oh, okay. No, so he put out this one song, and it was like people were actually liking it, but it was they were using the bell toll from the Undertaker theme. And people heard that, and WWE heard that, and they sent him a cease and desist. So it's just like, that was like Meek Mill's problem all the time. He just does like bonehead shit. And he's a good rapper. He's a really good rapper. But he just does like bonehead shit all the time that's just like hilarious to watch him do.
Move. I'm still up counting 500,000 cash. Nikki in the bedroom sleep. Life is good. I've been in my cell for a week straight. Locked down 24, no more Philippe State. Damn, shit so real, it ain't fake. Damn, let me take him to the Green Gate. When we was selling white girl, Audemars shining like it need a light bill. These niggas dick ride like they don't even like girls. 100,000 for the jet, yeah, that's the flight bill. Damn, cross 4 bricks to go to live, nigga. Whole squad on some shit, that's how we live, nigga. 25 bad bitches, what we did, nigga. That's 50 different Louboutins, bleeding red, nigga. Woo! I ain't blood and I ain't crippin' either. On the phone with the plug, talking Justin Bieber. I made $1 million last week and I ain't touching either. Straight cash, time to give them straight gas. Catch you out in Brooklyn, get your chain tookin'. My Philly boys will creep up on you when you ain't looking.
Hell yeah. Forget, Meek Mills is a good fucking rapper. I don't listen to him enough. But he is a very talented rapper. He was at a Sixers game, released a song. I don't know if I ever hit you with a Go Birds. Go Birds, Dunbar. Go Birds, thank you. Go Birds to you and your loved ones. Sorry. My wife's sending cute pictures of my cat. Oh my god. I'm going to put this on. If it is gay as shit, we don't have to watch it completely. But I am very curious about this Trump-Gaza stuff. So I think this will be worth checking out as his president. He's talking to, because I see here, wait. Yeah, he's talking to King Jordan's King Abdullah. And it looked like over there on the other video, he was saying that King Abdullah is talking about, like, we'll take in some refugees. So the whole Gaza situation, I know, politics, gay, but the whole Gaza situation is kind of fucking crazy and interesting because, like, Trump's trying to do, like, a very PR-friendly ethnic cleansing. So to see how he's gonna do it is fascinating to me. And that whole situation, I forget who the fuck it was. That Ian Crossland guy, which I do want to make a video on that eventually. Everyone was getting annoyed at his thing where people, and like the Israel Gaza thing's hard because it's like I don't know what the right thing to do is. Where I think Ian was, and I've kind of talked about this before. I'm not necessarily saying it's the thing you should do, but I think he was sort of getting at like, if you take how Israel acts as a constant, it is actually almost for the benefit of Palestinians to find somewhere else for them. Because if you don't, they're basically not going to stop till fuck me in the ass. They're not going to stop till they fuck me in the ass. No, I spilled a drink. They're not going to stop. The Israelis are, the way that they're acting, I think it's very clear that they're not going to stop until they get the land. So, unless something crazy happens, unless something... All right, we're good. Actually, we're not good. All right. Drink cleaned up. Back to what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Short of something crazy where, I don't know, a bunch of countries back Palestine, but then that's the thing. Like, if you get a bunch of countries backing Palestine, it's going to turn into a whole fucking thing. It's going to be crazy. And we're going to go into something that's going to be like, way bigger than what you could imagine World War III would be. It would be crazy. So like the two options are almost, and also, well, it's like when you look at it that way, the two options are, it's like, okay, you guys could get forced out and stay alive or just go down with the ship. And because Israel's we're just going to figure out ways to kill you until we get you the fuck out of here. And it's like, when you say that out loud, just because it's like, oh, well, Israel can't control their fucking, Israel can't be chill. So it's like, you guys should just fucking leave. And just saying that, you're like, well, that's not right. Just because Israel wants to be a bully, they just get all the fucking land. It's like that doesn't feel right. But at the same time, it's like there's still, I forget if it was like it's somewhere between like 1.7 and like 2 million people. It's like there's still almost 2 million people in Gaza. So it's like, I don't know, dude, you just want to, but it's also a thing of like, Israel just has to stop being a bunch of like, for any fans of panties, just a bunch of freezes. Like, just stop doing all the insane shit you're doing. You know what I mean? You're just heightening every problem that happens. You're cranking it up to a fucking 12 when it never needs to be a fucking 12. Every single time. So it just, but at the same time, it's like, you don't want to just accept what seems like is going to happen. It's like, you want to always stand on business and go, this is right and this is wrong. So, the quick solution is like, yeah, dude, it honestly makes kind of sense. Like, get them out of there so Israel doesn't kill them all. But like but then you have to acknowledge that reality, and that is the reality. So it's like the right thing to do is to just like put more pressure on Israel and just be like, stop doing all the extra bullshit you're doing. So talk about, and I'll go into it more probably later, but to talk about what Ian was saying, it's like, I completely get the impulse. It's not definitely the right thing to do. I don't know what the right thing to do in this situation, but I completely understand people with that impulse. And that's a great point too, Dunbar. That's another thing you got to think about. Because if you just give them Palestine, if you just give them Gaza, is like they're kind of showing them that if they act like this, they can get whatever they want. So it's not like they're gonna just take. That's a really good point, Dunbar. It's not like they're just gonna take Gaza and go, okay, we're done. We did all the stuff we needed. You know, it kind of. You know what? You make a really good point. It's like for the long term. If you sort of zoom out, and this does become a little less on a human-to-human level, but if you sort of zoom out and look at it from a nation-to-nation standpoint, yeah, it sets a really bad precedent to just give it to Israel, because they're not just going to stop there if you just give it to them.
Great gentleman, a great leader, and does a fantastic job in his country. His son, we're lucky enough to have his handsome son with us today, so... It's good to see you again. We've had some quick discussions just now, and we're going to have some longer discussions after this. And the relationship with Jordan has been very strong, has been with me, and it really has been with the country. But I think I've been closer.
Dude, if Trump stopped doing and then this thing happened and it was the greatest version of that thing that ever happened, if he stopped doing that, his speeches would be 5 minutes long. He'd get through them so much quicker.
Other presidents to Jordan and what Jordan represents. And it's an honor to have you and your son with us today. And if you'd like to say a few words, and thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us. And so short after your inauguration, I think just as a testament to what you said is a special relationship between our two countries and the personal relationship of friendship and trust between the two of us. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you, to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here. And as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried.
Okay, so let me run that back real quick. I wasn't looking at my phone. I want to extra listen. But yeah, it looks like he's trying to say, I want to help you out with this shit.
Having us, and so short after your inauguration, I think just as a testament to what you said is a special relationship between our two countries and the personal relationship of friendship and trust between the two of us. Mr. President, I truly believe that with all the challenges that we have in the Middle East, that I finally see somebody that can take us across the finish line to bring stability, peace, and prosperity to all of us in the region. And it is, I think, our collective responsibility in the Middle East to continue to work with you, to support you.
I wonder if that blinking is anything. Because, everyone always does. They always get, for any of this shit, they get body language experts to, break down all this shit. I wonder if that blinking he's doing is anything. Or if that's just a fucking tick he has. Because I remember that happened. I realized that with one of my cousins. He was doing something, and I thought he was making noises because he was fat, because he was very fat. But he was just making Tourette's type ticks. I don't know if it was Tourette's, but he was doing some ticking, and I felt bad afterwards. I was like, oh, you're not making those because you're fat. You're making those because you have Tourette's. I'm a bad person. But yeah, because this does feel like. You got to wonder if this is sort of Trump just trying to strong arm him and just you're going to help us or we'll fuck you up. I wonder if there's any element to that in here. You're going to fucking help us. But yeah, he's basically saying I'll help. So, dude, it's kind of hilarious. Trump ran on not letting immigrants into our country, and one of the first international things he's doing is sending migrants to other countries. It's if you just take human emotion out of it, that's fucking hilarious.
to achieve those lofty goals. So I'm very delighted to be here, and as you said, sir, we've got some very interesting discussions ahead of us.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, many people in the region, especially Jordan, are worried about the annexation of the West Bank. Will you give His Majesty the King guarantee that you won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank? And how are you going to
I think that's going to work out very well. That's not really what we're talking about today. I think that's something that's going to work out automatically, and it's in good shape.
I always love to mention it. It's so funny how he's worth billions of dollars and has never figured out a way to evenly apply the tanner. Never. Like, you look at his ears and look at his eyes, and has never once figured out how to equally apply that tanner. It's psychotic.
And we discussed it, and other people have discussed it with us and with me. That's going to work out. West Bank is going to work out very well.
Mr. President, why should the king take in the Palestinian people? He's made clear he doesn't want to.
Well, I don't know, but he may have just something to say, because we discussed just briefly. I think maybe you want to say it now, or?
Well, Mr. President, I think we have to keep in mind that there is a.
Yeah, is that a thing he does? It's got to be a thing he does. The eye blinking. That's got to be a thing he does. That's nuts. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like shit on him or something, but I'm like, it's so. If that's not a thing he does, it's like it's definitely because he's stressed out, because he's like, Trump's gonna bomb us if I don't do what he says. But it's probably a thing he does, right?
A plan from Egypt and the Arab countries. We're being invited by Mohammed bin Salman to discussions in Riyadh. I think the point is how do we make this work in a way that is good for everybody? Right. Obviously, we have to look at the best interests of the United States, of the people in the region, especially to my people of Jordan. And we're going to have some interesting discussions today. I think one of the things that we can do right away is take 2,000 children that are either cancer children or in very ill state to Jordan as quickly as possible, and then wait for, I think, the Egyptians to present their plan on how we can work with the president to work on the Gaza challenges.
So you're
I want to tell you, excuse me, wait, just please. I didn't know that, what you just said, 2,000 children with cancer or other problems, and that's really a beautiful gesture. That's really good, and we appreciate it. And we'll be working on the rest with Egypt. I think you're going to see some great progress.
You know, as much as Trump annoys me on one, like when I watched him in the Joe Rogan interview, it made him come off incredibly unappealing to me, because it's just I always poke fun at him, but the constant having to pause, and whenever he brings up a noun or a proper noun, he has to then follow that up with, well, that was the best version of that proper noun anyone has ever experienced. He always has to bring that up. But I will say it's not to say he's like not an impressive guy. I got to give him his props. Like the way he's able to just command the room. Now he is the president and they want to interview him, and if he doesn't want to respond, but he doesn't give in to the pressure of them yelling. He goes, stop, I'm going to say this, and then you can ask your questions when I'm ready. The way he kind of controls the room is impressive. I got to give it to him.
I think with Jordan, you're going to see some.
How can I care about a country named after an NBA player? I mean, for real, right? Now, if we were taking refugees from Allen Iverson, I would definitely do that. So, because, Philly sports. Let's go.
Great progress. There's 3 of us, and we'll have some others helping, and we're going to have some others at a very high level helping, and the whole thing will come. It's not a complex thing to do. And with the United States being in control of that piece of land, a fairly large piece of land, you're going to have stability in the Middle East for the first time. And the Palestinians, or the people that live now in Gaza, will be living beautifully in another location. They're going to be living safely. They're not going to be killed, murdered, and having to leave every 10 years, because I've been watching this for so many years. It's nothing but trouble. Everyone's being killed. They're being robbed. It's like living in hell. And they're going to end up having a great home, great families that don't have to get mugged and killed and beaten up and harassed by Hamas and everybody else. And I know we'll be able to work something. And what you just said about the 2,000 is fantastic. It's so beautiful. It's music to my ears. but we're going to be able to work something, and I know we'll be able to work something also with I believe, not 100%, but 99%. We're going to work out something with Egypt.
But Mr. President, during your election campaign, Mr. President, how is the U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that.
What does that mean? Dude, Trump just says shit. And you're like, what does that mean, dude? We're not going to buy it. We're going to have it? The fuck?
There's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly.
Dude, what? He does not have a plan for this. I don't think he has a plan for this at all.
The U.S. going to own Gaza? Your White House has made clear taxpayer dollars won't be used for this. So what money are you going to use to buy Gaza?
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it, and we're going to...
And no one's going to question it? Aren't you glad he's our president? Yeah, right? Aren't you glad he's... Dude, that's nuts. What an insane, nonsensical answer.
Run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things.
But if we don't... So we're just going to force... This is so... Dude, I got to be honest. This is so... Like, the whole... Whatever we're doing with Gaza... This is insane. This isn't like, I don't think people are appreciating how fucking nuts this is. Cause he's like, he just kind of spoke it into the world, and then everyone was like, how are you going to do it? He's like, dude, we're going to do it, and it's going to be so fucking good. So he just chose that it's all so fascinating. It's also fascinating because it's like, okay, so we're not going to buy it. We're not going to own it. We're not going to run it, but we're going to be in charge of the redevelopment. And it's like, who decided that? I guess he's trying to go the angle like they don't technically, which this actually will poke a hole because people are going to say, well, Gaza doesn't have an actual government. This is like humanitarian aid almost. But then it's like, okay, well, all you guys said they voted for Hamas have to shut the fuck up because now you're also saying they don't have an actual government. This is nuts, dude.
And we'll make that site into what it should be. And the people from Gaza who wouldn't be able to be there for years because you're talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has, as you know, tunnels, and people are in those tunnels. And you have some good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks that you're having with the king today, and risk the kind of wider peace that you're trying to?
Because we're not talking about a big situation. We're talking about something that can go very quickly. We're talking about it's going to go quickly. It's not going to take a long time, okay? That's not going to take a long time. You know bullies? You know what a bully is, right? You know the bully, I've always, and I found it throughout my life, a bully is the weakest person. And they're bullies. Hamas is bullies. The weakest people are bullies. You know that, right?
That's not, like, I know what he's getting at, but that's not true often. Wait, what? Dude, I thought this was going to be just like, oh, we'll get it. This video is actually kind of crazy. The weakest people are bullies? Well, I think, like, you could make the argument that, like, you know, it's like bullies are actually, like, you know, bullies are usually bullies because they got bullied at home or something like that. or like bullies are not actual strong, powerful people. They're usually sad people. But in the context he's using, where he's like, bullies are actually the weakest. Hamas is a bully. They're weak. So like, wait, but like, so you're saying Hamas is weak, but also they're bullying Israel? Which, don't get me wrong, they've hit Israel and stuff like that. But if we're gonna talk about a bully, like, that might not be the analogy you want to do, brother.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. President, you were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in...
It's, the way he's answering these questions is very funny. Because he's going like, well, no, that's not going to happen. And then he explains what the guy kind of said is going to happen. Where she's like, how are you going to buy it? He's like, we're not going to buy it. We're going to get it. Or whatever the fuck he said. And then it's like, we're going to run it like we bought it. You're like, wait, what? And then he's like, well, where do you want to put them? It's not where I want to put them. It's where they're going to go. What are you talking about, dude?
Egypt. We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely. And, don't forget, they only want to be on the Gaza Strip because they don't know anything else. They've never had an alternative. And they don't want to be on the Gaza Strip, but they have no choice. They have to be. And they're being killed there at levels that nobody's ever seen. No place in the world is as dangerous as the Gaza Strip. They don't want to be there. They have no alternative. When they have an alternative, not one person will want to stay where they are. Nobody wants to stay there. They're living in hell. It's a death.
See, and that, dude, there's so much to unpack every time you make any comment. There's always so much to unpack where he's like, they're living in hell. And you're like, why though? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do every time. Every time you want to talk about something and try not to point out that Israel's like being a fucking being the problem in the situation, you have to frame it in a way where it's like, you get a very, very tight framing where you're like Gaza's hell and we have to fix it. Why is it hell? They're like, just it's hell. Just know it's hell, and we'll keep it moving.
Trap.
Mr. President, how do you know that the Palestinians don't want to leave their land? Some people say this is ethnic cleansing. You won't be able to force them to leave their land.
We're moving them to a beautiful location where they have new homes, where they can live safely, where they'll have doctors and medical and all of those things. And I think it's going to be great. Yeah, any questions?
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible. And again, I believe that the president is looking forward to getting a group of us Arabs here to discuss the overall plan.
And last question, the 2,000 children, are those from the Gaza Strip?
Absolutely from the Gaza Strip.
Are you willing to change your mind, Mr.
That's
President?
from the Gaza Strip, the 2,000.
Are you willing to change your mind if you hear the Egyptian and the Arab plan end of the month? If they present you something different, are you open to
I
another
think
plan?
we sort of have gone down the line. We know pretty much what is going to be presented. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be magnificent for the Palestinians. They're going to be in love with it. I did very well with real estate. I can tell you about real estate. They're going to be in love with it.
But Mr. President, does it concern you that moving 2 million people from there?
It's a very small number of people relative to other things that have taken place over the decades and centuries. It's a very small.
It's actually psychotic, dude, because everyone says Gaza's the size of New Jersey. Can you imagine just being like, what's the population of New Jersey, actually? 9 million. Okay, so it's the size of New Jersey, not the same population. That makes sense because New Jersey's very densely packed in there. So, what's that? 1/5 about? Hey, with the sub. Thank you. Thank you, you torrent. Thank you. Appreciate that. Fuck yeah, dude. Thank you for the sub. If you guys are feeling nasty and you want to subscribe and support your boy, please consider if you got the Amazon Prime or you got the Twitch Prime specifically. You can do all that. You can do all that cool shit there. If you got a couple bucks, you just hate having in your pocket. Please consider the subscribe. I appreciate all of you. You all are the best. I love you. Whenever I see you, everyone get a kiss. Oh my God, two. Uterant with the gifted sub. Look at you. Cute boy alert. Cute boy alert with all the subs. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, uTorrent. Is that how you say your name? uTorrent? uTorrent? That sounds weird. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So yeah. What is that, 5th? I hate doing math in front of people. I love you too. Thank you, man. I love you, uTorrent. You're getting 2 kisses when I see you. 2 kisses. 2 subs. 1 kiss per sub. You're getting 2 kisses. On the tip of your penis. And then I'll put that penis in my butt. And we can make love. But you only get 2 pumps. You get a kiss and a pump for every sub. You just put in 100 subs. Oh God. And I'm just like, I'm a man of my word. And I just bend over. Fuck. I'm just getting plowed. Why did I say you could fuck my ass for the subs? I'm a hooker now. Yeah, so 1/5 of the population. Anyway, back to the Gaza conversation. One sub, but uTorrent gave the sub, so he gets your thrust. Just saying. He gifted it, so he gets your thrust. Yeah, no, so what's that? 1/5 of Jersey's population. Dude, it's like a fucking, yeah, it's like 2 million people, dude. That's like enough people for like a small city or something, or like a big town or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not easy to you're just being like, hey, you guys just go over there. And then it's like, how long's the Gaza development gonna go? You know what I mean? Like, are you really gonna remodel Gaza in under 10 years? You know, it's just like, dude, those people. He's yada-yada-yaing over a lot of shit. It's kind of crazy because it's like if you just look at it logistically, how the fuck is that going to work? And it's very telling that he's saying we're going to take them out of Gaza rather than, yeah, we'll just set up some. Like, it'd be one thing if they're like, yeah, we're going to set up some housing in this area while we rebuild the main chunk of the country. And it's like, wait, why do they have to physically leave the country? That seems weird. Why not just set up camps and then you could do some development and segue people into those houses and stuff? Why do they have to all physically leave the country? Now, I get it. You know, I am happy. There is part of me, I guess, that's happy to hear like, oh, you got some kids with cancer, some sick kids. Yeah, send them to fucking Jordan or wherever the fuck. Get them fixed up. And honestly, like, yeah, like maybe you should get some people, like send them to hospitals who really need it. But generally speaking, it's like, why don't you just set up camps and start fixing the place up? If you really mean this shit, just start fixing the place up and then just give them what they need. You don't have to take them out, do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's also the weird part. It's like, it's their land. So why do you get to remodel Gaza? It's all very odd.
Small number of people, and they're living a terrible life. Look at the way they're living now. Nobody's Nobody's living like that in the entire world. They're living.
So tell Israel to stop bombing them, dude. It's so funny. It's like you could easily talk to Israel and be like, yo, stop. I mean, who knows what they got on them. But it's like we can really just stop funding Israel. And then they won't be destroying their fucking country.
Under buildings that are mostly fallen down and will continue to fall down. And they're living under. People are being killed every day. The conditions are horrible. There are no conditions anywhere in the world that are worse than the Gaza Strip right now.
But don't you have concern that you can destabilize Jordan and
You said all
Egypt?
hell will break out if all the hostages are not released on Saturday. What did you mean by that? And are you encouraging Netanyahu to walk away from this deal? Have you talked about this with him?
So I've looked at at the condition of people coming out of the hostage situation, and it's horrible. I looked at the before and after yesterday. 3 young men. One is dead now, as you know, the older gentleman who died, which everybody said he was alive and well. He's dead. But the 3 young men, and I looked at them from a short while ago, and I looked at them now. They're emaciated. They look like Holocaust survivors. They looked, I mean, they'll get better, but they're in rough shape. They were treated really badly, and we've heard things from them since. And I think the reason that Hamas is playing so cute is because they saw the reaction to these 3 people that came out, and the other ones. Look, the one young lady had her hand blown off practically, and they were not in great shape either. But she's missing her fingers and a big part of her hand. You know what she did? She was stopping a bullet that was aimed at her. She went like that, and it blew off her hand. No, I think I think they want time, because I think the people that they have living are in such bad shape, because they're sending the most healthy people out because they don't want to send the least healthy people out. And there was an uproar when they saw the people from yesterday. So these people are, so I don't want to do 2 and then we do another 2 in another week and then we do 4 in 3 weeks. No. They either have them out by Saturday at 12 o'clock or all bets are off.
Mr. President, would you still consider withholding aid to those countries if they don't accept your plans to accept?
Well, I don't want to say that, because we've had such a good relationship and we're doing so well just in the short time that we've been talking. I mean, the king just made a statement. I didn't ask him to do that, about literally saving 2,000 young children from the Gaza Strip. We didn't know about that. You didn't know about that. Nobody did, except for the king and his son. I assume you told your son, right? And I just...
Trump will be out of office and likely have passed away by the time anything is developed in Gaza. Yeah, I mean, they're like realistic. I mean, who knows? I could see them... I mean, yeah, there's going to be a big planning. I could see them kind of starting it in Trump's term, but I mean, yeah, like Trump's going to be dead before this is, if they actually start this, and if they ever got to the end of what they're theoretically talking about, Trump would be dead before this got, and, you know, I'm saying living a long life, not, you know, with no CIA intervention. He'd be dead before this all fucking got figured out.
Thought it was great. No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that. So.
Would you consider other countries, not Jordan and Egypt? There was talks about Indonesia, Albania.
All right, I'm going to watch the rest of this some other time. This is all very, very fucking interesting. Let me hit the bathroom real quick, guys.
other places?
Yeah, sure. We would. And we have other countries that want to get involved. We have a lot of people that want to get involved. There's a great sense of wanting to help the Palestinians. There's a lot of good countries out there, people that rule those countries with big hearts, and this gentleman is at the top of the list.
And if they don't want to leave, how are you going to force them, Mr. President?
Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to be very happy.
Can you
Your Majesty, should we expect that the Jordanian response would be part of a coordinated Arab response?
The response will be from a multitude of countries, Arab, international. I know the Europeans want to step in. And again, we'll probably have to look to the help of the United States to make sure that COGAT, which is the clearing agency on the Israeli side, makes this as efficient as possible, because 2,000 kids, the best way to get to them is by helicopters and get them straight to our institutions. I also believe that quite a few countries would also probably like to take some of those kids and have them treated in their hospitals. So we hope to launch this ASAP.
Yes, and that's right. This should have been done by the Biden administration, but, you know, they didn't do anything. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So this should have been done by the Biden administration. This should have never happened, because October 7th would have never happened. If I were president, zero chance of happening. You wouldn't have had that whole mess where the Middle East got blown up, and you wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia fighting. That would have never happened. And by the way, we're making good progress there, I think. I really think we're making some very good progress.
Mr. President, you've said before that the U.S. would buy Gaza, and today you just said we're not going to buy Gaza.
We're not going to have to buy. We're going to have Gaza. We don't have to buy. There's nothing to buy. We will have Gaza.
What does that mean?
No reason to buy. There is nothing to buy. It's Gaza. It's a war-torn.
Shut the fuck up, Trump. Let's go through. I have a couple bookmarks on my Twitter that I wanted to look through.
If I was to
this one, so this one's very funny to me. I guess this is the dude who's on Rogan today. I read through his thing, and I think he's like a gold miner or whatever. Rogan says he brings him on because the dude is, John Reeves is an Alaskan gold miner who first came to public prominence in the 2012 National Geographic documentary Gold Fathers. More recently, his ongoing search for gold uncovered the remains of thousands of Ice Age animals lying beneath the permafrost on his property. The discovery is featured in the 2019 documentary Boneyard, Alaska, and popular Instagram account The Boneyard, Alaska. Yeah, I was listening to Rogan. He was talking about this, and the dude's thing is very interesting where he had this like interesting, so he keeps finding old dinosaur bones and animal bones and stuff like that from like, what did it say, like prehistoric times and shit. And like there was this whole crazy thing. Dude, I've been noticing it with whenever Rogan brings on like Graham Hancock, and like there's these people who they're already like, yeah, we know exactly what happened in the past. And then guys come in and go, hey, I don't think it happened that way, or you got your years wrong. And they don't like, they're, from what I've gathered from, you know, and my exposure is just Rogan, so I'm not taking it as gospel. I'm just kind of like making an educated sort of analysis of it. And also Rogan's a pretty trustworthy guy, so why would I suspect any tomfoolery and shit like that? So it's a trustful source. So that's why I tend not to, overthink the situation, I guess. But it does really seem like I never really thought about how, because people always talk about science and then, sort of different offshoots of that, where if it's not science directly, they use the scientific method to figure out things about their practice and their field of study and stuff like that. So, and everyone always goes like, well, science is always developing and it's always changing. And then you see people going like, them being very, I don't know, like religious in nature on science and stuff, which is ironic considering, the context of the world and how like science is treated and stuff like that by non-religious people and shit. But like, you see, the one thing I was hearing a lot since COVID started was the science is settled, which that's not how science works. And I would think in different studies like archaeology and 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 shit like that, I would think there'd be a similar mindset of like, well, the science is never settled. It's always a developing field. And to find out that there's this like huge pushback on any sort of reimagining of the past is fascinating to me, because like, so this guy had a situation where he apparently gave a bunch of his animal and dinosaur bones and stuff that he had, or what did they say it was dinosaur? Ice Age animals. Okay, so maybe not dinosaurs, but Ice Age animals. And it's very funny to see like, oh, that's what I was saying. He donated a lot of these to, or not donated, but it's the kind of thing where like your shit's basically on lease. Like you let people have it for a while to study it and put it on display and do all that, but it's yours and you're eventually going to get it back. And they found out that they threw a bunch of his fucking bones in the river. And it was like somewhere in New York City, and they threw them in the fucking river. And then they went to like this lake where it all shot out at. And I'm probably fucking up tidbits of the story, but, and then they excavated it or whatever it is when they like, actually referencing one of my pods, they probably like dragged the lake or whatever the fuck you do to uncover bones from a lake. And they found a bunch of this dude's fucking bones. And it's like, this guy is just finding old bones from the Ice Age, and it's just turning into this like controversial thing for some reason. So it's very fascinating. I'm very excited to listen to this episode, but I see Autism Capital. It always has interesting clips and stuff. This was very funny to me. What weighs more, a pound of gold or a pound of feathers? Rogan goes, a pound is a pound. Reeves go, you'd be wrong. There's 16 ounces in a pound of feathers and 12 ounces in a pound of gold. And Rogan goes, what nationality invented that? I don't want to go full Kanye here. Which, that's great. I want to hear this.
Ask you what weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of gold? What would you tell me?
Pound is a pound.
You'd be wrong, because
Really?
there's 16 ounces in a pound of feathers, and there's 12 ounces, different ounces in a pound of gold.
How come?
Just the way it is.
So when you buy a pound of gold, you're not getting 16 ounces?
You're getting 12 troy ounces.
What nationality invented that? I don't want to go full Kanye here.
No.
That rule. Wait a minute. That's not real. That's real? Wait. No. Wait a minute. Damn, it's such a crazy day for Slob to be here. Yo, no way. Get the fuck out of here. The imperial system is used in the United States, and it measures weight in pounds and ounces. 1 pound is made of 16 ounces, but when it comes to precious metals like gold, a special unit called the troy ounce is used. The troy ounce is different from the standard ounce. Dude, come on, man. Come on, man. Why does stuff like this always pop up? Come on, man. Troy ounce is used. The troy ounce is different from the standard ounce, and this distinction is important to accurate weight conversions. A troy ounce is slightly heavier than a standard cold ounce. 1 troy ounce equals approximately 33.1 grams, which is a standard ounce. It's 28. This difference might seem small, but it significantly impacts gold measurements and conversions. When measuring gold, the troy ounce ensures more precious calculations. To add to the complexity, the troy pound is also used for gold, unlike the avoirdupois pound, which is a 16 standard ounce. A troy pound is only 12 troy ounce. Come on, dude. Come on, man. This means a troy. Come on. Don't do this to me. It's like, you know, I'm not like Joe said, I'm not trying to go Kanye. I'm not trying to go all Bryce Mitchell on this shit. What the hell is this, dude? This means a troy pound is lighter than a standard pound. Understanding this difference is crucial when dealing with gold measurements. This basic unit forms the foundation of gold weight. Dude, get the fuck out of here. It's called a troy ounce? No. Okay, what the fuck? Where's the Wikipedia? Troy weight is a system of units of mass that originated in the Kingdom of England in the 15th century and is primarily used in the precious metal industry. The troy weight unit are the grain and pennyweight, the troy ounce 20 pennyweight, and the troy pound 12 troy ounces. The troy grain is equal to the grain unit of the avoidable system. That word I said earlier that I couldn't say properly, but the troy ounce is heavier than the ounce, and the troy pound is lighter than the avoidable ounce. Legally, 1 troy ounce equals exactly okay, so we read that. Okay, I don't care about the name. Wait, Troy weight. That's a rap name, yeah. Women pounds are heavier than man pounds. Troy weight is generally supposed to take its name from the French market town of Troyes, where English merchants traded at least as early as the early 19th century. The name Troy is first attested in 1390, describing the weight of a platter in an account of the travels in Europe of the Earl of Derby. Charles Moore Watson proposed an alternative etymology. Okay, whatever. History. The origin of the Troy weight system is unknown, although the name probably comes from the Champagne fairs at Troyes in northeastern France. English troy weights were nearly identical to the troy weight system of Bremen. Many aspects of the troy weight system were indirectly derived from the Roman monetary system. Before they used coins, early Romans used bronze bars of varying weights. Wait, 1 pound. Interesting. I wonder if there's any conspiracy theories on the troy ounce. I mean, Rogan made the joke, but dude, that's crazy. That's so funny. Interesting. Yeah, it's all very interesting. I get where Joe's coming from. That's hilarious. Yeah, you learn something every fucking day. All right, what else do we got? What else do we got? Oh, yeah, this was a Drake thing. I saw this pop up. So I guess this is... this is Drake in Melbourne. Oh, yeah, he's in Australia right now. Beef is life. Spoiler alert. I never die. So what was the timing on this? Oh, that's at the fucking... Dude, I gotta say, like, I don't know. I gotta get more evidence to back this statement up, but there is a part of it where, you're like, I thought your crowds would be bigger. Maybe I don't know the full context, but it's all very interesting. I don't know, because it's like the people there don't seem super hyped, and the crowd doesn't seem that full. I don't know. All right. I saw Elon share this video that looked interesting. So many fake protests paid by the same corrupt NGOs that Doge is defunding. Yeah, that's a big part, too, about what I find so fascinating about this USAID, Doge defunding shit like that is, you know, a lot of that USAID shit, or is this directly talking about USAID? I could be getting that wrong. But regardless, like, you see a lot of this money leave the government and get moved around to different areas, and you know, you don't really, it's hard to like follow the money and stuff like that. And you know, it eventually goes to, and that's the thing with a lot of these NGOs. There's a lot of these NGOs that are interacting with, like, they're involved in the migrant thing, where they sort of, NGOs, non-government organization, they sort of seem like a nice thing, but they are just sort of a way to get things done that the government does, that it doesn't have to be directly because of the government, but the government, it's like a weird thing where it's like, well, we're technically not doing it, but, you know, you're just funding a group that's going to do the thing you want to be done anyway. And, yeah, that's all big. And this is what a lot of people were saying about, like, a lot of the George Floyd riots and stuff. Cause like we did that with the color-coded revolution in Ukraine, the Maidan revolution, where we were pumping a lot of money in there. We were definitely like, and a lot of people get it fucked up where you hear fake protest where it'll be like, no, there were real people, you know, you're like, it's the crisis actor thing. And I've definitely gone back and forth with some of my conspiracy friends where, and I've heard arguments where in certain situations, I could see like, there's just people who, they work with the deep state. They work with the fucking CIA. They're, you know, maybe they got some blackmail themselves on them. So the CIA makes them do extra insane shit. I'm not saying it's often. And, you know, I'm not on some like Sandy Hook shit being like, oh, everyone there was a fucking actor. I don't fucking know about all that. But I am saying like, I could see in certain scenarios, like a person or two who's like, their job is to cause disturbances and stuff, but on the broader scale of things, it's like, it's real people doing this shit. They just sort of, there's sort of shadow organizations or whatever the fuck, to use those terms. There's some of these organizations that look at those things happening and they know how to get people worked up in a moment. Like that was what people were theorizing with like the George Floyd shit, because not that the George Floyd thing wasn't awful, but they looked at, it's like shit like that does happen a lot. Like they could have done a George Floyd type of thing with many different shootings in that time frame and shit like that. But the George Floyd one had all the perfect pieces. Like there was, I forget the kid's name, but there was a thing that happened to a white kid where he got basically murdered execution style, where he was, his name's escaping me, which I feel bad about, but I remember a bunch of people talking about him. He was in a hotel room. They were flying a drone. They were doing something where it's like, you shouldn't have been doing that. And it was a similar thing where it's like George Floyd, like, yeah, you should be using counterfeit bills, but it's like that thing where you're like, but yeah, doesn't mean they deserve to die. It doesn't excuse their murder and shit like that and letting them die and stuff. However you look at the George Floyd thing, because I know people are going to go like, fentanyl. And you're like, yeah, fair enough. But regardless, I always say the fentanyl thing, it's like, okay, he died from fentanyl. Why wasn't he in an ambulance on the way to the hospital? You know what I mean? Why didn't the cop treat him like a human being and like go, oh, this guy's high on fentanyl, let's take him to the hospital? Or like at least call an ambulance, something like that. Regardless, yeah, this kid, I forget what the kid was. He was being a fucker about something. And then, but obviously, you know, and then doesn't deserve to die. Then the cops come, like SWAT level energy. I forget if it was the actual SWAT team, but it was like SWAT level energy. And they told the kid to get in the hallway. They made him go. It was insane. He's like standing there like this, and they're like, go on your knees, crawl. They made him. The cops crawl towards him, and then they were like, because cops do this shit, and it's like nonsensical, where it's like, go do this right now. Go on your hands and knees, put your hands in the air, and just like, and then also, oh, by the way, the kid was wearing like gym shorts and shit. And as his gym shorts start falling down, and just as a reflex, he goes to pull them up, and then they just fucking load this kid with lead. And it was just like, dude, why? It's the same thing with the George Floyd thing. You're like, why is this happening this way? But I say all that to say, like, there was many events that were on a very similar level of like police brutality. But, you know, I've heard theories where it's like this one was just the perfect mix. You know, they got a black dude in the hood. They got a white cop who looks like the evilest, whitest cop in the fucking world. You know, they've got the 8 minutes on his neck, all this shit. And it's just like a perfect moment to, it's just the perfect thing to get while you're in the middle of COVID. It's, you know, doing all your your COVID fuck shit. It's like this perfect. And once again, I'm just repeating theory. I haven't like looked into this deeply. I just, when I see people say stuff, what I'm assuming she's about to say in this video, it's like all this stuff starting to make a little bit more sense. You connect dots. You turn into Charlie from Always Sunny in that meme. It's a fun time. But yeah, that's why it's like, this is the perfect video. Let's throw this out there while we're doing all this crazy COVID shit. Let's get people riled up with fucking, you know, racial protests and shit like that. So it's a thing where it's like, it's not that all the protesters were actors. It's like, I've read things about the FBI will do where the FBI will set up a Facebook event for a protest, and then they will also set up the counter protest event. And then people see that and they want to be a part of it, so they go to it. And now all these people are there, and then when they're at the protest, there'll be feds in the mix that'll get shit popping off and started. So it's not that all the people there aren't really protesting and stuff. It's just you're getting coerced into this moment by other entities, and you're sort of they're preying on your emotions and, you know, your compassion, to be perfectly honest. Because a lot of those people, like, they went out to do the protest from a state of compassion. It just, you know, it got out of hand and everyone got real violent and retarded. So it's like, that's where they're probably coming from with this like NGO stuff. But I have not let them talk. So let's watch the clip.
What I worry about is how much this is where I get mad at the media for presenting this like, this is Hitler. We're having it notched up to 11 for the past 8 years. And now you've got this, because he was put in, it's almost like that energy has been transferred to Elon now. Because now, did you see the Elon protests? They're protesting Elon. They're literally standing out there with signs that say, arrest Elon Musk.
Listen, I guarantee it's organized. I guarantee it's organized by the same people that are going to lose a shitload of money based on all these discoveries at Doge. There's no way they're not. If you look at what Doge is uncovering.
I mean, I'd put my money on Rogan being right on that. That's also, too, why, like, that's also, too, why I just don't like protesting. It's like, one, I never think protests really accomplish anything. And now, let's add another thing to the list. It's like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the impulse of wanting to go protest. But now we're also showing, like, half the time, you're probably just getting worked by a fucking NGO.
What they're uncovering with this USAID stuff, a lot of that stuff was organizing through NGOs protests. They organized the attempt at getting Trump impeacched.
I thought you were going to say killed.
They organized the impeachment.
That's come out.
They also USAID spent $50 million on the lab that invented coronavirus.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of money involved in this
Yeah, this USAID shit is like so fucking bonkers. Because it is, you know, it was funny where it was like, it's for me, because like I said, I embarrassingly enough, you know what was funny actually? I did know about this, but I didn't realize I knew about it. Because I listened to most of that when Mike Benz was on a while ago. I listened to most of that episode of Rogan, but I like was just kind of casually listening to it, and he was throwing so much information at me that it was kind of overwhelming. And I realized like, oh, I totally forgot on that they were even talking about USAID. Yeah, but so I was super under knowledgeable on this, and then when it broke like a week or two ago, it's just like the influence that they've had, or I should say, finding out about the influence that they've had over our like general reality is fucking insane to think about.
Working. And when you have a lot of money involved, you're going to have organized protest. When you see protests, we all want to think protests like the 1960s. Yeah, fight the war, man. It's like organic, like peace, love, and hippie shit. But that's not what this is. What this is organized, funded protests where someone is spending a lot of money and they're mobilizing other NGOs. They're using their access to these mailing lists and all these different things. They're putting these things together.
Yeah, but do you think that the average liberal person, do you think that they're going to wake up and come around? Or do you think that they're going to be in like agony for 4 years and be...
What if it works? Like, what if...
I think, I think some liberals will slowly come over. It's the ones, though, because being a liberal in a sort of traditional sense or like a progressive or whatever, they're much more locked in on that like fake sense of what makes me a good person. Like, you know, obviously there's plenty of fake bullshit about Republicans and conservatives, but they're more locked in on what can provide me a better life. Liberals and progressives are more locked in on what makes me a good person. And if the circle you're in and the area you're in, if those are the elements that they've deemed this is what makes you a good person, if like, you know, because those areas are dictated by whoever's the biggest crybaby. And if the biggest crybaby determines this, and that is what makes you a good person, you're going to go along with that. And I will say, I think but I think it'll be easier to sort of get people to see the light on some of this stuff. Just because the general vibe everywhere, you know, is just not like, it's that thing where you're like, it's, you know, if you're back in 2016, if you were a guy who didn't like Trump, but you also were like, but the media's lying about him a bunch, you'd still get ostracized, and people would just, I had this experience with some of my friends. They'd still treat you like you were a Trump supporter, which you're like, well, no, I'm not. But you're lying about the man. Like, it's just what you're saying is just factually inaccurate. Now you can more easily be one of those, a person like that without getting a shit ton of criticism from people normally. You know, you don't have to, you can correct people about something that's false about Trump without being accused of like sucking him off, because people are not as insane about that stuff. But yeah, I think just more normalizing Trump and just showing that it's like, yeah, no, he still killed a bunch of people, and I'm sure you can fucking lock him up for war crimes and shit like that. But, you know, I think it's like people are, in the context of more normie blue pill shit, it's like people are realizing he's not worse than any other president. He's not this like super special triple Hitler guy. He's just as evil. Or I think for them, it would be like, other people are finding out he's just as evil, or I'm sorry, he's no more evil than all the other guys you like. I think that's what they're kind of figuring out. Is that how I wanted to say it? Or vice versa. It's like they're actually just as evil as him, or he's evil in the same way they are. I think that's what people didn't want to realize, because then they have to like give up a lot mentally on that one.
What if it works? Like, what if the world gets safer, the country gets safer, the economy improves, and they don't attack civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, all these things that everybody's worried about, and then at the end of it, you realize like, hey, maybe I was wrong.
I mean,
also Trump has never like. He's never been like, oh, I'm going to take away. The only thing in reference to any of that stuff, it's all very reasonable. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's all shit like, oh, you can't, if you're a biological man, you can't play in women's sports in fucking high school and college. You know, like, it's just been like reasonable shit like that. He has no plans of taking away gay marriage. He has no plans of taking away minority rights, any of that shit. I mean, like, they will see it as that. Some of them will see it as that from their perspective, but, you know, just as like, you know, just as pure facts on the matter, he's not planning on taking away anyone's fucking rights.
That's my question, though. Are they capable of that kind of self-reflection?
Well, we're saying they as if it's like one different, like one kind of person.
No, I mean,
there's so many different people in they.
Agreed. I mean, when I say they, I mean people who have bought into the idea that this person is going to make everything worse, and we're going to slip into a fascist technocracy.
Some of them.
I'll say this too, and I don't know Bridget at all, and I know a lot of people that I like Bridget. So, and I mean, I don't know her on a personal level. I've listened to her on podcasts, and I fuck with her. I think she's smart, but I think she's revealing a thing that is a problem with a lot of these pundit types, is they are more focused on like the person-to-person thing. You know what I mean? She's so focused on, you know, are these people going to realize that they were wrong the whole time? And like we all have those friends that are just obsessed with like, you all have to acknowledge that I'm right about stuff. And it's just like, I don't know, man. At a certain point, and I've been there many a time. I try not to do it anymore, but it's an unappealing. Like I kind of did it recently on panties, and I got justifiably called out for it. It's not like an appealing trait, you know. So it gets to a point where, you know, you have to think about like whose acknowledgement do you need in the world, and if you know, if the people now I will get this. There is a lot of shit like with COVID. There is a lot of like justifiable because people were fucking insane. We all learned that like, oh, you got like. We all learned during COVID so many people would easily just become Nazis. And that's fucked up. And that's insane. It's hard to look at people the same way like that. But it does get to a certain point with certain things where, yeah, there's definitely things that you're like, don't forget that. Because that person, given the right situation, that person will rat you out to the Gestapo or some shit like that. That person will have you killed by the government, given the right scenario. So, like, don't forget that. But also at the same time, if things are getting better and things are chilling, it's like it is, and things are getting more chill, and things are, and they're doing all these good things. It is like a waste of your time to just sit there and go like, but do all those people I hate know that I'm right? You know what I mean? And I'm not necessarily putting that 100% on Bridget Phetasy because I fuck with her, but she's just making me sort of think about a broader conversation. What? Lemaire? No. Nothing of what I just said sounds like Lemaire. Stop that. Stop that. Knock it off. Stop it. Shut up.
Some of them are going to slip right into it. Some of them are going to wake up and come around. You know, it's a test. It's a test of character. It's a test of objectivity. It's a test of introspection. There's a lot of things that are going to happen where people are going to have to wonder, like, what was I rooting for? When I was rooting for this progressive liberal government, what was I actually rooting for? Was I rooting for warmongers who were making insane amounts of profit by funding overseas wars?
Yeah.
What was I rooting for? Was I rooting for a basic theft of our tax dollars that's gone to all these like completely useless endeavors that were only set up as ways to pilfer money?
Or the fall of America.
Yeah.
You know, this is a weird thing to like hate your own country so much that you want it to fall, or the dismantling of the.
That's a really good point too, because there's a lot of people who are they're just locked into like this team politics mentality that they just miss the bigger picture. And it's like, dude, you realize you're rooting for the fall of America. You realize you get locked into this, like with the USAID shit and all this other stuff. You guys just realized slight movement made my voice quiver so hard. God damn it, I'm fat. But you realize, like, it's like you realize that's the funniest part too when you see like Democrats with this USAID shit and like left-wing people, and it's like, yeah, dude, defend the CIA. Go ahead, have fun and defend the CIA. It's like, brother, what the fuck are we doing, man? It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's for the group of people that cry about being on the right side of history so often, like, you can't see, what is the term? You can't see the forest for the trees or whatever the fuck. It's like, you know, it makes me, I think when you get to a point where you're just defending funding CIA programs, I mean, bro, I think you might need to like sit this one out and just kind of think it over a little bit. You might have needed to leave the cake in the oven a little longer. I think you pulled the cake out too quick. It's gonna fucking fall.
Life, the kind of West as we know it. Yeah. You know, I think there is a feeling that Elon might have saved the West.
Yeah,
I feel like at least he's trying to.
Well, that is actually, and you guys know how I've felt about Elon, but a dub's a dub, and like, I get where Bridget's coming from on that, because you're like, if you sort of do the A to B, and now here's the thing, we're only, when did Trump get sworn in? It's like the 20th, so we're not even a month into his presidency, and now I will say a shit ton of great things have happened. But it is like you're starting to like add it up, and it's like, dude, I'm not trying to. I got my problems with Elon, but I gotta give him credit where credit's due. Like making Twitter a much more freedom of speech platform is a big fucking deal. And some of the shit he's doing, like, bro, if all he did was expose the corruption of USAID and ended all that shit, it's insane what he's doing. Because I got this other video. I didn't want to go through. Oh, did I unbookmark it? Because I didn't know if I want. Oh yeah, I didn't want to go through the whole fucking thing on this stream. But I got this other video I fucking saved where if we just go through all the things USAID. It was Senator John Kennedy on Elon Musk and Doge exposing USAID. I'll tell you what Mr. Musk discovered. I find it fascinating. Discovered the American taxpayers giving money to Afghanistan. He found that we are giving money to Yemen, Syria. He found that USAID has 10,000 employees, and every year they give away $40 billion. He found that USAID gave money to support electric vehicles in Vietnam, our money, taxpayer money. He found that USAID gave money to a transgender clinic in India. Didn't know that. $1.5 billion to Serbian LGBTQ groups. And it's just like, and that's just like the low-level funny stuff. That's like the low-level funny shit. It's like, no, they gave money to all these like news organizations to talk, to talk their shit and to manipulate you and all this stuff. Dr. Wolfgang, what's up, brother? Welcome to the stream, brother. But yeah, it's just like, and you realize like the high level of like, there's all the funny shit where they're doing $1 million or $2 million here. And it's all the like high end level shit where you realize how much they're just manipulating our whole reality and shit. You're like, yo, this is crazy. This is all fucking crazy. I'm not rooting for the fall of America. I just don't care to support it anymore. It's like not supporting my favorite sports team anymore. I think it's important I would say this. I don't want it to fall. I just want people to realize what this country should be and can be and try to just support that. It's like I think for a while we got caught up in, a lot of people were chilling. A lot of things were nice. Everyone was getting a little bit lazy and they were crying about fucking extra superficial bullshit. And I think people are starting to realize like, dude, if we don't stay locked in on stuff, this whole like, because America's pretty sick. If you look at the core of what makes this country good and what makes this country nice, it's like we promote freedom, we promote individualism, we promote if you work hard, look at the American ideals. If you promote you work hard, you can succeed and you can cut out a good life for yourself. Now, we've sort of drifted away from that, but I think like the essence of that, and we also used to be a much more freer country. Like before we went off the gold standard, we had much more sound currency. We were a much more prosperous country than everyone else. And then I think honestly, like, and I talk about economics. I'm talking about like economics and shit like that. Obviously we had our racial problems and yada, yada, yada. But like economically, we're a solid country for a while. We created a lot of growth. It is a thing where everyone talks about like, slavery and stuff like that built the country. And like, don't get me wrong, free labor is going to get you a certain distance over the finish line. But if you really look at it, it was like during the Industrial Revolution was where the most economic progress came to the whole country. And that's just us vibing out hard on like that fucking free market American model. It's not been perfect the whole time, but if you look at like the shit that made America with like free market economics, free market capitalism, like having a sort of mindset towards that, individualism, all this other shit, we made a lot of cool shit. And I think sort of the latter half, and it's not all our fault. Like I've just been talking about, we've been propagandized to the fucking gills, but I do think a lot of the latter more recent couple decades have been showing us not necessarily having an appreciation for all the good things, an appreciation for all the hard work. Talented people have like all the hard work in the early 1900s sort of created this cushy life we have in the late 1900s and then the early 2000s and shit like that. Now things are going kind of shitty and everything's too expensive, but everything's pretty chill because of hardworking people back in the day. And I think if we just sort of like lock on that, everyone goes, yeah, let's get rid of the gay commie, all that extra commie socialist bullshit. and just like lock the fuck in, make the government smaller, lower taxes, stop doing tariffs. We can vibe out super fucking hard. Do you know what it means if he closes the Department of Ed? I have kids in public schools and I kind of need the schools. Well, they're not gonna get rid of the schools. That's the thing. People think the Department of Education is gonna get rid of the schools. It's not gonna get rid of the schools. It's just gonna leave it up. I believe it's just gonna leave it up to like the states and shit like that. That's where the government has you tricked too, by the way, where they just associate everything they do with like, well, we're the reason there's a thing. And it's like, you're still gonna have schools. The Department of Education didn't give you schools. And like, they were an entity implemented afterwards to create more control over government schooling and what your kids learn and how they like perceive this country and shit like that. You know what I mean? There's a reason there's no like Department of student clothing. They don't care what your kids wear to school. They just care what they think in school. There was also millions and millions of fewer people back then. Sure. I still think though we can, it's not like we're overloaded. It's like we have fat poor people. We have poor people that are very fat. We have homeless people that have cell phones. We got a lot of shit here. So I don't think it's like, oh, we have way more people so we're full. So, yeah. Yeah, but by state ranking 50 and we poor as fuck. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I think if you leave it up to the states. I will say I'm not I will say as a libertarian I'm for making the government smaller in any way possible. I will admit I've heard a lot of libertarians and people I fuck with who are excited about getting rid of the Department of Education. It's not one of my main issues I lock in on, but just based off tried and true, ain't nothing wrong with a smaller government. And also too, I think if you leave it up to the states, if you leave it up to the states and the counties and they know what's better for their county, and sure, you might have poorer counties, but if you give more control to all the people on a smaller level, they will be able to, it's not going to be perfect, but they will be able to make better decisions than the federal government can. Let's finish this video.
I think he did, but just by buying X.
But isn't it funny that he got forced into it? I think there's like something kind of ironic.
Funny because he was trying to get it at a lower price because he knew that they were bullshitting about the amount of bots.
Well, and then they came out yesterday and now it's profitable.
Yeah.
There was like a whole article about how he turned it around.
Of course it's going to be profitable. He's smarter than you.
He is smarter. He also knows that we are all
tapped in.
Oh,
yeah.
I can't stop it. I've always had a Twitter addiction. It's the thing that replaced my drinking and smoking weed. When I quit that, I went right to Twitter.
Sorry, this is really random, but yeah, wait, here, 1 second.
I was like, Elon knows none of these motherfuckers, even when they go to Blue Sky, they've all got secret accounts and they're lurking on Twitter still or X still or whatever.
You can't live in that echo chamber, that Blue Sky echo chamber. You can't even go on there and say there's only two genders. If you go on there and say there's two genders, they ban you immediately.
Yeah, also, no one wants to be in an echo chamber with like mad pedophiles.
We're like eating themselves within 2 days over there, though.
But that's what always happens.
Hell yeah. Yeah, man, it should be very interesting.
What I worry about is how much.
It should be very interesting, and I think that's a very good point to end on. Where I don't. It's on a personal level. Elon comes off as cringe, and he's an exhausting person. But you can't deny. It's kind of funny when it's like when he was trying to. It's kind of funny, like not to gloat. I try my best. Twitter is a damn addiction, 1000%. I will say it provides me a lot of material for my podcast, but I do get caught up in the loops where you're just like, well, I just got an hour of my day stolen from me. So that sucks ass. But I will say, though, with moments like this, it does give me really good content for my podcast, and it keeps me updated on things to talk about and whatever the trending thing is. But yeah, wait, what was I going to say? I think it's a very good point to be like, I'm like whatever about Elon at times, but Oh, that's what I was going to say. It is kind of satisfying to watch Elon where, you know, he has the most impact. He has the most positive impact on the world when he's trying to do things that honestly are going to appease the libertarians the most. Like, obviously, like, Republicans are a little more chill now, you know, like in the rhetoric and stuff. But let's be honest, it's like, you know, Republicans pretend that they like freedom of speech until you're talking about Israel or until you have the wrong opinion about abortion or anything like that. Actually, I do agree with the Republicans on abortion. Just I don't have their intensity to like go hunt down, go check every woman's uterus. That's like my thing on abortion. I'm like, yeah, you're murdering someone, but I'd rather just put that message out there and convince people, because the fucking insane dystopian police state you're going to create if you're going to be checking pussies to make sure there's fucking, you still got a baby in there? You still got a baby in that pussy? You know, the dystopian hellhole you'll create with that is just so, yeah, let's just convince them to not do it. Oh yeah. But like, if you say the wrong thing about abortion or whatever, they turn into fucking dorks. Don't fucking, you know, they act like they're for freedom of speech until you talk bad about it. God forbid you talk bad about the police. God forbid. God for fucking bid and all that kind of shit. But no, the libertarians are the true freedom of speech people. And then it's like, the libertarians are the ones who actually want the government to get smaller. The fucking Republicans don't want it. All they want to do is just give more guns and ammo to the cops. All they want to do is give them like fucking tanks to arrest us in. They just want to send more money to Israel. They just want to, so it's like Republicans talk a lot of shit, but they don't want to do any. They're just as bad as the Democrats when it comes to actual execution. So it's like all these things people are getting real fucking hyped about are shit to appease the libertarians. And it's kind of fucking crazy. And it's like, you know, I don't want to sound like I'm dick riding, but yeah, it does really feel like right now Elon's going to have a huge impact on the world for good. Now, I'm not saying he's like fucking the second coming of Christ, because he's clearly doing this he's clearly doing all this shit because he's caught the vibe and he wants to sort of be the popular guy, but who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? It's like when I talk about this a bunch. It's like when Walmart sent a bunch of bottles of water to the Flint, Michigan kids. They were like, they're going to have free water for a year. And like, Walmart doesn't actually care. You're like, who gives a shit? Kids are getting fucking clean drinking water for a whole year. You know, it's the same thing. It's just like, I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not too concerned if like, let him win the popularity contest with us, because he's doing a bunch of good shit. Let him win the popularity contest and change the world for the good, for the better. Like, let that happen. Man. Oh, this, by the way, I almost stopped. This was crazy. I was like checking something on the other screen. Fucking Alex Stein just followed me. And I was like, dude, there's no way and I'm like, oh, it's the real Alex Stein. I go, that's crazy. Hell yeah. Should I message him? I would love to be on his fucking show. I saw Rainey got on his show. I would love to be on his fucking show. I don't know how I should play that, but that's crazy, dude. Alex Stein's so funny. He shouldn't be funny with the shit he does, because like right-winger dudes like this are not funny. And like, you think a lot of his stuff is going to come up as cringe, and then you really watch it and you're like, God damn it, that was funny. He's like, he breaks the mold. On paper, he should not be anywhere near as funny as he is. But that's crazy. Thank you for the follow, Alex Stein. You rule, dude. I appreciate that. All right. What time is it? Getting kind of hungry. I really want a pizza. I've been making pizzas at home. They're very good. All right. This one's not going to be fun, and it's just going to be controversial, and I don't care about it as much. I want to... Is libertarian build your own roads? Politics is gay, and I have it up long ago. What? I've been fed up. You mean like you're fed up? I've had it up long ago. Is libertarian build your own roads? Yeah, that's not the whole thing. It would be part of it. Well, it's like, it would just be anything. It'd be like, private communities of like-minded people, and you know, if you got a thing you need to get to, you'd build your own road. So yeah, it's one small part of it. Twitter is a damn addiction. It really is. I've been off Reddit for a month now, and it feels so good. I don't do Reddit as much. A lot of people talk about Reddit like it's their fucking main thing, but I don't do Reddit as much. Reddit because a lot of the discourse on Reddit is like Disney adult level discourse, and I don't enjoy it at all. But yeah, this is a little bit older, as in over a week ago with the world we live in. It's so fucking bam, bam, bam. This feels like it's forever ago, but she only posted this on January 22nd. So not even a month ago, but it still feels like, but I try to stay pretty topical on this stream and on this channel and stuff, but I didn't want to get away from it because it was so goddamn funny. Because I'm like on a low level, I'm like involved in this on a very, very, very low level. Not in this sphere, but like with me and my friends, we do it's like we participate in the exact same thing. So to see stuff like this phrased in this type of way, it just makes me laugh so hard. So I on a very, very, very small scale, I could relate to this, and it made me enjoy it that much more. But so this is a young lady, Ashley Carmen. Don't know who she is, but I am a big fan of her work. Reporter, business. Damn, they just got the handle business. That's like I saw someone on here just has the handle. Oh, damn, Bloomberg just got business. That's crazy. I feel like there's someone on here that has the handle Andy. Wait, does no one have the handle Andy? I feel like someone's got to have Andy. I'd really like to have Andy. Oh, but yeah, so Ashley at Bloomberg Business. I'm sure she's a talented young lady. Great hair. Shout out to redheads. Great hair. Cool glasses. But her article was very funny. Or whatever. I guess this thread was very, very funny. For years, I've seen journalists cover the manosphere as a random group of friends who show up on each other's podcasts. Today, I and other reporters published a story firmly showing how these YouTubers boost each other and politicians while stealing male culture to the right. And it like this reminds me of so I've talked about this before, but I'll go through it real quick. But this thing happened to me a while ago when I was like first starting out stand up. I was doing comedy in Philadelphia, and I was at an open mic. Open mics are where you go to like try out jokes and stuff. I was trying out this joke. It came off really harsh. It came off very sexist. And I knew it was gonna because I was still figuring it out and I was still new at comedy. And I remember I was doing crowd work with this lady to try to get like some goodwill with the audience and to specifically do crowd. You know, I'm strategizing to try to make this joke land softer on them so they don't get upset about it. And I was doing crowd work with the lady. It was going real well. I go into the joke. I still hit the punchline. It gets a horrible reaction. And funny enough, because there was like 3 women that hated it and all the guys just sat there quietly, which that really irked me because the chicks were like screaming during my set, just being nasty, making me feel bad, just being jerks. And then I remember I told Lemaire about it. And, there was a thing at the open mic where, I'll try to get through this quicker. That's what it was. There was a thing at the open mic where they would give you a feature set. If they liked your set, they would give you a feature set the next week where you could do 10 minutes. And then the next day they hit me up and they were like, they gave me the feature set. And then the next day they hit me up and they're like, well, a lot of people felt uncomfortable. They wanted to have we want to have an inclusive environment. So to show you how inclusive we are going to exclude you from it. You're like, dude, what? What? Okay. But yeah, and then I remember telling Lemaire about it. Lemaire's a good friend. He's a fucking dog. So sometimes dogs get upset. They fucking bark. Lemaire was barking like a motherfucker. So he made a huge stink. If you ever heard it, it's the 5 funny ladies in Philadelphia post. Legendary post from Lemaire Lee. Get my back. That's when I knew he was a fucking dog. Always had my back. Love the guy so much. But yeah, so I say all that. So the one girl who I did crowd work with, she was getting in on the conversation. And she posted, she goes, she's like, the comedian singled me out in front of a room full of people. And I go, yeah, I did crowd work, you weird bitch. That's what why are you making it sound so fucking spooky? Why are you adding the spooky layer to it? And that's what this girl is doing. It's like, you just take dudes who are like, because like I've never been on any of these podcasts, but I have friends that have, and I've just talked to people, and you just know the process, and you're like, even at that higher level, it's the same as like at our level. You go like, oh, you know who'd be fun to have on? Yada, blah, blah, blah. And you go, that would be fun to have on. Or, you know, your friend hits you up and he's like, hey man, I'm headlining this place in a week. Can I come on and promote the shows? And you're like, yeah, dude, come on. And you see that at the higher level. Fucking, you know, they got Schultz. I remember Shane, one of the last times Shane was on Schultz is when Tires came out. And he's like, oh, I have to promote Tires. Like, can I come? And it's like, yeah, because we're all fucking just retards doing podcasting, trying to help each other out. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what happens. But then they go like, today, I and other reporters published a story firmly showing how these YouTubers boost each other and politicians while stealing their culture to the right. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And they always try to add this like overarching conspiracy where it's like that's the other part that makes me laugh about all these left wingers trying to figure out like, how could we have possibly lost the election and seemed gay as fuck to average men? And you're like, because you guys suck ass. It's not a conspiracy. It's just when you see what's presented to people as a man, when you see what's presented to you on the left versus what's presented to you on the right, the left has nothing for you. They're like, yo, you a white dude? We're probably just going to call you a pussy the whole time or passive aggressively imply it. And you're like, well, that sucks ass. And then you look at the Republicans, they're like, we're actually gonna fucking say you rule, and everything good has been because you earned it. And like any normal guy's gonna go like, oh well, they're gonna be nice to me. I'm probably gonna go over there. And then it's like a lot of there's a lot of people who are like, people are going over to the right wing, and it's like, no, you're conflated. Because like, here's the reality of the situation: is as long as they're not talking about Israel or, you know, like a cop who shot a black guy. Like the right wing just lies less. And I'm not saying they're not liars, but when it comes to political shit, they just lie less. And it's like the left wing is like lying constantly. And if they're not lying, they're being super fucking delusional. You know, you're trying to have a sensible conversation where you're like, hey man, I don't think people born with penises who still have them, or, you know, honestly, regardless of having them or not, I don't think people born with penises in high school should play with people not born with penises. You know what I mean? And then also on top of that, I don't think they should share this, even if they're gonna, I don't think they should share the same shower. And then people on the left go like, you're a monster. And you're like, what are we talking about, man? You know what I mean? It's like they're all so willing to have just like an unreasonable conversation and like, if you question any of their unreasonable opinions, they're so quick to be like, well, you're actually the biggest piece of shit we've ever met. And it's like, why is everyone going to the right? Because they're not nearly as insane as you guys are. They're just not. You know what I mean? It's like, you guys are pumping out bullshit. And then you're just like, you know, you're saying shit where it's like, there's obvious inflation. And you're like, it's actually not inflation. You're just a fucking bitch. You're like, dude, what? You know what I mean? And I'm being funny. Obviously, I didn't say it like that. I'm dipping my toe into politics, and people immediately get severe autism when they want to disagree with you on something, and they can't figure out jokes. But you know what I'm saying? It's just like they're just hitting you with bullshit and bullshit and bullshit. And not to say that there's no bullshit on the right wing, but they're hitting you with significantly less bullshit. And on the real simple topics of like inflation and, you know, trans issues and various things like that, they're not hitting you with bullshit. The immigration, all that stuff. People flooding over the border more so than just immigration, but it's like they're not hitting you with bullshit. So this idea that it's like, why are people going over to the right? I mean, because what? Open your fucking eyes, dickhead. But yeah, so they show Aiden Ross Andrew Schultz, Nelk Boys, Logan Paul, Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, Theo Vaughn, Patrick Bet-David, Sean Ryan. We've made fun of Sean Ryan in the past, but most of these shows are even Sean Ryan, even CIA operative Sean Ryan. I'm poking fun at him. Love you, Sean Ryan. He even has good pods, dude. You know, you got a Fed. You can't even beat a Fed. Come on, guys. What are we doing? Okay, so here's the parts I didn't read. We all know about the podcast election, and despite many of these podcasters positioning themselves as comedians or simply entertainers, they actually are regularly political. 30% of their top guests from the past 2 years were politicians or pundits. Interesting. This is why they have to do, like, the framing of it. This is all very funny to me, too. The framing of this is hilarious. Because they go, 30% of their top guests from the past 2 years were politicians or pundits. And it's like, you look at the names, and you look at, wait. Shane's a pundit? Well, that's also just not fair. Shane is not a fucking pundit. That's hilarious. Oh, wait. Oh. Highlighted in yellow. Damn, they got Dave Smith as a pundit, not a comedian. Show some respect. I mean, he pundits hard, but he's also a really good comic. But you know what? You know what I look at when I see this? I see interesting guests. You know what I mean? Like, people who view everything through politics, that's all they can see. And they just go, well, you're a comedian. What do you care about? And you're like, dude, most people pay attention to the world. Also, if you're a comedian, you need to pay attention to write jokes about stuff. And then it's like all of them are at a certain point are going to give a fuck. And if you have a big podcast with a big audience, like you're gonna give a shit. Like, this isn't crazy. And dude, if you're doing a podcast and fucking Donald Trump goes, "Can I do your podcast?" The fuck are you gonna say no? Are you retarded? And then even any of these names, like, I've shit on him a bunch, but if Andrew Tate wanted to do an interview with me, I would do it. It would be fun. I'd be like, hey, why do you suck so much ass, dude? I'm not going to pass up an Andrew Tate interview. Any of them. Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, Shane, JD Vance, Ben Shapiro, like Dana White, any of these guys. Like, you're just Bobby Lee. That's so funny. Yeah, like when your brain's locked in on politics, you're gonna view shit like this, and you're gonna have a distorted view. I'm looking at this as a guy who does podcasts. You're just giving me a list of people who are interesting on podcasts. People who, if I talk to them for an hour or two, people would want to listen to that, and that would be a good conversation. That would be a good thought-provoking conversation. Any of these people. I mean, Kai Cenat and I Show Speed, if I could get them to slow down, because they are fucking Adderalled up, allegedly. I have no idea. Yeah, any of these guys, Theo Vaughn, Jordan Peterson, Tim Dillon, Drewski, I don't know who George Janko is, KSI. I mean, I would grill him about being a gay YouTuber. Which, thank you for watching, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. Yeah, dude, Joey Diaz, Paul Rosalie, I don't know who that is. Yeah, this is all so funny. Even more interesting, they and their guests often talk about the same topics and ideas which most align with Trump's agenda. That's probably not true, but I'm curious to see what voting as a topic, whether arguing the 2020 election was stolen or urging their audience to vote, came up in 37% of the episodes over the past 2 years. Well, I mean, the idea that arguing the 2020, the idea that asking the question, was the 2020 election stolen? The idea that that's a ridiculous question is childish. I'm sorry. That's a super, like even if you don't think it was stolen, if you're not going, hey man, I get I get why people think it's stolen, but let me explain why it's not. If you're shocked people think 2020 was stolen, you're just being naive. This is so fascinating. There's some videos mentioned voting and elections. Yeah. There was an election this year. It's kind of a big deal. They're going to talk about that. Yeah, can you guys believe the year leading up to an election, podcast talked about the election a bunch? Adderall up is code. No, it's not. It's not coded for loud blacks. Get the hell out of here. Why do I attract so many of you guys? God damn it. It's not code. Look at all the streamers. They're all clearly take a shit ton of Adderall. How are you that high energy for fucking 9 hours straight? Take a shitload of Adderall. Don't put that shit on me, you son of a bitch. 33% of videos mention war. Yeah. You know, like the thing the U.S. does a bunch, and there was kind of that, there's kind of that war in Ukraine that hasn't stopped, and then the Israel-Gaza thing, like, oh, are they talking about important issues? God forbid. If they looked at a ton of other podcasts talking politically, it would have leaned heavy anyway. Philly baby go birds. Oh, there you go, Dr. Wolfgang. I didn't even realize it was like that. Broadly for me, this piece shows how these podcasters and streamers prime their audience for Trump and therefore were easily able to endorse him as a candidate and possibly swing their listeners to him. That's so funny. That's adorable. That's adorable. I might read this whole thing eventually. That's adorable where they're like, oh, they primed him for Trump. Like, Trump wasn't the guy who, you don't have, you like him or not, Trump was the one of the two big people who were addressing real issues that people cared about. He's talking about the border. He's talking about inflation. He's talking about real things. He's talking about war. Now, is he going to execute properly on that? It's starting to feel like he's not. He's talking about Russia, Ukraine a bunch. Shit like that. Like, he was talking about real issues that Americans give a fuck about. And the left just wasn't. They were trying to, like, play their old fucking woke bullshit. And it was just making them look like dickheads. This past week, they attended the inauguration. Rogan was right in the Capitol Rotunda. Well, the Paul brothers and Theo Vaughn were overflow. PBD and Sean Ryan also appeared to be bobbing around D.C. But also, like, what are you going to do if they invite you to the fucking inauguration? Like, if it was Biden, if Kamala Harris got elected and they invited me, I'd go to that. What are you talking about? Oh, shit. So we got a whole big article. Well, maybe we, not today, but maybe we go through this actual thing another time. That's crazy. Yeah. This is just the framing of it. They're not like, you're just showing me a process of like, yeah, there's a lot of these people who view the world a certain type of way, and you give me a list of a big list like that. Everyone should have those people on their pod. It's crazy to think like you shouldn't interview any of those people, and they just happen to have, I don't know. And I think a lot of those people wouldn't even call themselves right wing, but some of their shit, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. Trump was the only guy addressing real problems, real concerns people had. It just is what it is, dude. It's not but like, you know, you can just write an article and just add spooky overtones to it. Not really make an argument and just go, but did you hear how I said it all spooky? That's letting you know it's a problem. You're like, all right, bitch. Whatever you say. Hell yeah, dude. Yo, man, you played like crap on something. Cardini's hilarious. Oh, boy. Not again. Not again. Oh, man. All the left has was protecting democracy. That's how you know they didn't have anything. Yeah, and all they, like, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Everyone who screams about protecting democracy don't give a shit. They just like democracy when it works for them. Oh, yeah, there was this I wanted to talk about. That's right. I forgot about this. This might be kind of gay, but between you and me, guys, if this is interesting, this will be a good YouTube video. Don't worry. When I start getting... Might be a little bit... It might... Yeah.
Worthy deep down the field. He's got it. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yo, people kept... I saw a bunch of... Dude, it's so funny. Like, I'm nowhere close to a fucking football expert. But, like, some of this shit you see... After just, like, moderately paying attention to football over the past season, you realize how many bullshit takes there are on football. And, like, people go, no one's talking about how fucking insane this throw is. And it is. But also, wait, what is she doing out there? Here, 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Wife was apparently resetting the auto feeder for our cats. I just kept hearing beeping. I'm like, the fuck is that? Okay, yeah, so, and like, we'll watch the tape. He's at the 40. He's at their 40. So what's that, a 60-yard pass? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Great pass. It's just when it's at the when you have less than 2 minutes in the fourth quarter of a game that you're getting blown the fuck out on, it's like, yeah, maybe the Eagles sort of, let up the gas pedal a little because it's statistically impossible for you to win right now. So it's just like, yeah, guys, it'd be one thing if the Birds let that happen in the first quarter, any of the quarters, like at any point when it was still statistically possible for you guys to win. It'd be impressive if the Birds let that happen, but they didn't. It was a minute 48 left in the fourth quarter when they let that happen, and then right after that they let you guys have a 2-point conversion. Because I got to be honest, they're probably like, we won. Here's your pity touchdown. It's just like, I was surprised at how, because there was like some shit people were. It was this. I got in an argument with this dude on Twitter the one time about. I got in an argument with this dude on Twitter after the Commanders game. It was like, the fuck was it? Oh yeah, he was saying like there were some bad calls that helped the Eagles. I go, yeah. And then they won by 32 points. Or 33, I forget what it was. It's like, dude, when you have a 33-point lead, what is that? 32 divided by 7. That's almost 5 touchdowns. When the game ends with a lead, your lead is 4.5 touchdowns. That's not just the refs, dog. That's you. Like if it was a close game and they won by 1 or they won by a field goal, I'll listen to a ref's conversation. But when the lead's 32 points, it's not the refs, dude, it's you. That's the same thing with like that was the thing with the Chiefs. Like I saw this one tweet, where was it? It was I saw this tweet from JJ Watt. The ref narrative died pretty quickly, which kind of annoyed me because it was like, No, the ref narrative, like, people always do that, by the way. And once again, I'm no expert on the matter, so hear me out. You know, take everything I say with a grain of salt. A lot of people had that sort of mentality. The ref narrative died pretty quickly. And a lot of people have that like mentality when it comes to stuff like this, you know, where they sort of have an argument with you that you weren't having. And they sort of like take out the nuance. And JJ Watt, I'm not shitting on the dude. The dude knows a lot. I'm just kind of talking about the topic in general. I've watched him on fucking Pat McAfee show. Dude rules. But I'm saying when it comes to I could listen to you do third grade math all day. I love doing third grade math, brother. I love it. Absolutely love it. But when it comes to like the ref narrative, it's like, well, no, the thing with the Chiefs is like they were actually a good team, but this is what I've noticed from my extensive third grade math research. But when the thing with the Chiefs is like they were actually a good team. It's just when there were close plays, it looked rough. And then there was a lot of times where it was like some calls that clearly weren't roughing the passer and shit like that. It was kind of like, yeah, what the fuck's going on? And then in all those situations where things were close, it always just happened to benefit the Chiefs. You know, so it's like, yeah, if you're going to attack people to be like, oh, they clearly, the Chiefs lost by what? The Chiefs had like an absolute shutout, so the ref thing's not real. You're like, no, you're just kind of looking at it unnuanced. But yeah, I'm not a football guy, so it is what it is. Oh yeah, Hawk Tua girl. Okay. God, there's so many videos there's so many good videos I'm backed up on. So this video is kind of old, but I wanted to catch up on the Hawk Tua girl finally resurfaced. I've really gone on a roller coaster trip of giving a fuck about this girl because when she came out, I loved it. I thought it was fun, a lot of great energy. She's really putting blowjobs back into the broader lexicon. Big fan. You know, just reigniting the importance of blowjobs. And then she started the podcast, and I just was like, I hope anything. Like, after the podcast started and she was, like, becoming the social media personality that she was, I immediately was like, anything bad that happens to you, I will be happy about. So, I got to be honest. You know, she seems like a nice girl that got in over her head, but I will say the rug pull, her getting in trouble possibly with the feds, now I don't want her to go to jail because I don't think she deserves to go to jail, or maybe I mean, honestly, you could make an argument where, well, I'm of the opinion if you lost money on Hawk Tua coin, that's your fault and you deserve everything bad that happens to you. Because that should just say that sentence out loud. I said it all the time with the Logan Paul stuff. Say the sentence out loud. I spent X amount of money on a Logan Paul crypto game. I spent X amount of money on the Hawk Tua girls cryptocurrency. You just say that out loud, and then if you keep everything after that is your responsibility. You know what I mean? You voided the warranty after that point. You've basically like signed the agreement. Natural selection, 100%, dude. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel close to nothing of anything remotely close to sympathy for the people who've lost money on Hawk Tua coin. Are you insane? You spent that much money and didn't research crypto in any way and realize that these meme coins are all bullshit and that the only real one you should worry about is like Bitcoin and I guess Ethereum. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't learn anything. Like, it's so crazy to go into crypto haphazardly. It's like you can lose your fucking shirt like that. That's why it's called a rug pull, dude. They pulled the rug and you go, hey, where's my shirt? I don't know. That's not why they call it that. Is it safe to say libertarianism equals natural selection? No, not necessarily. I think in a more harsher perspective, you could go that route. No, I actually think libertarianism would provide a safer, better environment for stuff like this. Because you would have because the problem with the government is not the only problem, but one of the problems with the government is the government goes, yo, we got it. And they don't got it. And they're usually they're usually rigging the game for the most well-connected, or they're not doing a good enough job being thorough on what they said they would do and stuff like that. And the difference, I think, because the thing people get worried about with like, and that's a big reason why people are scared of crypto and stuff like that, is a big thing is like, people get worried about shit being unregulated, and that's what people are worried about with like crypto shit. They think it's like super unregulated and stuff. Well, it is super unregulated. So they're worried about stuff like that. But if you didn't have this entity that is the government always going, we got it, people would need some other entity to be like, well, we'll keep these people in check. And it's like, you'd be like, well, that's like no, dude, fucking, I know it's weird to think about this stuff in these terms, but think about like when you go buy a car, because like people sort of, they look at stuff like, they look at stuff that the government controls as big important shit, and it is big important shit, but the functionality of it is still the same, because at the end of the day, you're just like, a lot of this shit is you just providing people a service. So whether you're, whether you're selling someone a bottle of soda at the gas station, or you're selling someone a fucking, I don't know, a goddamn heart transplant, you're still providing a service. It's just one's more crucial, one's a bigger deal than the other one. But but all these elements still follow like very similar market forces and shit like that. So it's like the same reason as like there's no regulation on. There's a lot of regulation on the car industry, but when it comes to like something like Carfax, there's no like government regulation on that. So the market filled that hole. The market filled that hole, and they go, oh, we have that's where Carfax came from. And it's like, and then you're like, well, how did it become the standard? It just did, because it figured it out and it was good, and no one like overthought it and over worried about other options. So now if anyone goes, oh, I'm getting a used car, immediately go, show me the Carfax. And this is not an ad, but they work. So I think over time stuff like that would develop. I am skeptic of, I think a lot of, I think people would have to adjust to that thing. I don't think it's like a hard thing to adjust. Like, I heard Elon talking about dealing with electric car batteries, and he's acknowledging that it takes longer and it's annoying, but people just have to get used to it. I think like when it would come to like having like sort of private companies keep businesses in check, I think it would still, like, I don't think your day to day would be any more painful. It would just be like a new process to like get used to. But I don't think your day-to-day would be any more painful, the same way as like switching to electric cars. You just gotta structure your day differently. I just think like dude, it's how there's a lot of people before they buy any tech, they go, I forget the dude's name, but he's the black guy who's like on top on all the tech stuff. It's like before you buy something, you go, I think the big thing people would sort of have a little more pushback is to libertarianism, is the fact that you have to be slightly more involved in the products you're getting into, because you can't just like trust. But at the same time, it's like, oh, well, we have these government agencies that'll see over making sure companies make good products, and then you're like, well, now I don't have to worry about it. And then it's like, well, you see all the products and you're like, well, if you walk into a gas station, fucking 80% of that gas station's poison. You know what I mean? Like, you walk down the cereal aisle, it's all candy. Every fast food place, they put on they'll serve you what should just be a normal meal. It's, almost half your daily caloric intake, what your daily caloric intake should be. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, you'd have to be a little bit more, proactive in like researching your product, but that also takes 5 minutes half the time. Like if it's something low level, like a fucking cell phone, that takes 5 minutes, and you should be doing that anyway. You know what I mean? It would actually, I guess, I guess there's an element of natural selection, but it's that kind of shit where like whenever they talk about like voter ID laws, and they'll be like, well, you can't expect, you'll be like, wait, why do you know voter ID? You're like, who doesn't have their voter ID? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's kind of that shit where you're like, it's like some shit you should be doing anyway. So it really, if you just kind of like do the shit you should be doing anyway, it's not going to be like a big what the fuck and shit like that. But yeah, that was my libertarian side quest. But anyway, I was really interested in this Hawk Tuah gal. So let's hear what she has to say. Yeah. I was very intrigued. I forget exactly what I was saying about her when I went on my libertarian side quest, but yeah, I was very intrigued. She started the podcast. I got super annoyed. So that's what I was saying too. I was talking about like with the crypto shit. It's just I don't know, man. This is where like the natural selection shit comes in, where it is just kind of like, people. That's the other thing people got to realize, and maybe this is sort of like a philosophical thing a lot of people don't want to accept, but you're like, yeah, there is also a thing where if like you can't just expect all your problems to get fixed. Sometimes you got to catch the L. And I think from a philosophical standpoint, if, everyone's looking for the FDIC to fucking reimburse them for every like dumb mistake they did. Is that the FDIC? Did I get that right? I hope I got that right. If I didn't get that right, I think you kind of know what I was trying to get at. Just fill in the blanks to make me sound smarter. Anyway, yeah, whatever the fucking, is it the SEC? That's the football, right? But whatever the group is that when like a bank fucks up, they go like, don't worry, you're insured by us. We'll reimburse you up to blah, 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 or whatever. Regardless, like, but yeah, if you don't have that, it's like, if you look at it from a more philosophical standpoint, it's like, yeah, do you, like, if you did something as stupid as like, oh, you invested in Hawk Tuah coin, do you really like deserve that money back? You know what I mean? It's kind of just like, it's almost like the life lesson is more important than getting your money back. So yeah, I don't know, dude. I can't find any ounce of sympathy for these people, and it's why I've chosen to sit back and enjoy the ride more so than have any real emotions towards this. So I guess this was the other day. It's the 11th now. This was the 6th. So this is like almost a week ago, 5 days ago. Let's see what Haley Welch, who hasn't publicly spoken, I don't think she's done a podcast. I don't think there's been a new episode of Talk Tuah. It's so...
Do you have like a...
It's so hilariously incriminating, by the way. It's so hilariously incriminating, by the way, to just immediately disappear. The second shit goes wrong. To be like, I didn't do anything wrong. Also, I'm going to disappear the second this shit happens. This shit was crazy. I don't know. She's not a good force in the world. But yeah, dude, we've been deprived of Talk Tuah. And thank God Mark Cuban talked to the Talk Tuah girl. I told Mark Cuban about Pookie's Pickle. Who the fuck is this shit for? How to avoid getting canceled. That's a funny... This is some absolute slop. We got mommy issues. That's crazy. Very funny episode title to post right before you might go to federal prison. Anyway, this is Haley Welch.
Thank you to all my true fans and all the people. I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff. And
not a good start. Not a good start. Getting very defensive. Like right out of the gate. Libertarian Side Quest is a band name. That's very funny. Right out of the gate, trying to make people that disagree with her just feel bad. To my true fans, you're all just haters. Yep. That's why you're going to fuck. That's why the feds are looking into you, sweetheart. Because of the haters.
And they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my God, I'm going to cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's going to be good. We're going to be good. And guys, listen, just as a temperature check, I just want to say, the first thing that she said to me off camera was, the minute you DM'd me, I really wish I just texted you and called you. And that speaks to me because of how I was introduced to crypto, and we'll get into that. But also kind of on the back end of things too, like their team's been very forthcoming. My team is vetting them the fuck out right now and
Oh, that's the guy who ran her crypto. I'm just so curious what the actual story is, because this sounds like Dunbar. What's up? Dunbar's back. They, not that I've been aggressively in this. What is this? Talk to a. Oh, okay. What was I trying to say? Excuse me. That's a really funny title. Jake accidentally exposes a receding hairline. I'm trying to see if where this was originally posted. I'm confused. Where did they get this video? Is it from her Twitter, maybe? I always like to see the original post, because there's been a couple times where I'll see the repost. I'll see the repost and it doesn't give you the full context. The fuck's her name? Oh, here we go. Where's that video even from? Okay, that's what I'm confused about. Where the fuck is this video even from originally? Did you discuss the Butters comment about that she sounds like Butters? Yeah, I saw someone make that comment. It's so funny. I might be making this into a bigger deal than it needs to be, but I'm just very confused where this clip is originally from. All right, I won't harp on it for too long, but if you guys can figure that out. Oh, wait. What? Who's this guy? Is this the crypto guy? Okay. I don't think it's the crypto guy. I'll stop. I'm probably spending too much time figuring this out. I'm just very curious where this is originally from.
Keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be good. We're gonna be good. And guys, listen, just as a temperature check, I just want to say, the first thing that she said to me off camera was, the minute you DM'd me, I really wish I just texted you and called you. And that speaks to me because of how I was introduced to crypto, and we'll get into that. But I'm also kind of on the back end of things too. Their team's been very forthcoming. My team is vetting them the fuck out right now and has been for the last week. Thread Guy and Frank, they're going to be on this episode. It's such a weird blend and mash of worlds. No,
it rolled out.
Don't cry, Haley. It's fine. It's all going to be okay. Life is going to be okay. Oh, Haley, no.
No, don't do that. Don't stare at me.
No.
You just
You're adorable.
Just give us a minute.
Okay. It's going to be okay.
Well, so basically how this idea got brought to me, it was supposed to be what they call it, a long-term coin. And the guy that ran the account.
Yeah, Jesus fuck, this poor girl. As annoying as she fucking is, and as many jokes as I made about how funny this is, this poor fucking girl, she just said spit on that thing, got famous, ran with it, and now she might go to federal prison. All because you didn't research crypto. You got it's crazy how that's what people go well, crypto's the wild, wild west and it's dangerous. It's yes, anything that involves a lot of money you did zero fucking research on is very fucking dangerous. Just don't do that. So when you get into a thing that involves a lot of fucking money and money in general and potentially defrauding people, don't fucking do that. Research it. You know what I mean? I got really excited about Bitcoin. I thought it was going to be a get rich quick scheme. I saw a lot of people putting a lot of money into it. I get nervous about putting money into shit I don't know about. So I did a bunch of research on Bitcoin. I realized it was cool as fuck. And then I put a bunch of money into it. I'm sorry. It's dude, what the fuck? Yeah, that was the sentiment. It isn't exact, but it's very oh, you're still on the Butters thing? We'll pull a Butters clip afterwards.
He was like, oh, we're going to change like the way everybody thinks of crypto. Crypto is going to be a good place. And I feel really bad for all the people that got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned. And all the money out of this episode is getting donated to all the animals that have been affected by the fires up here.
And I'll match it. Me, Ricky, I'll match it, whatever. It's really, really important for me to make sure that we address everything and get through all of exactly what
So this is from a podcast.
Happened. I think that it's really, really important at this point to be totally transparent about everything that happened with you and your partners and this launch and in crypto, and what makes this bad and what makes what Iggy Azalea is doing maybe even good, and what makes Trump's doing different, right? I want to get through all that.
Yeah, no, don't do any of that shit. Okay, so this is from a podcast, but it's not on. It's not on. I just searched the Talk To It. It's not on fucking YouTube. Did they take the fucking podcast down? Yeah, it's very telling how, like, out of the gate, they're just not being transparent whatsoever. Is this it? Oh, we got a little bit of fucking. Okay, so he's got the. That's really funny. Watching Talk To It till I cringe. I'm very curious where I just, when I do stuff like this, I try really hard to not get, I try really hard to not get the actual, like, someone's secondhand opinion on it. I try to actually, so wait, why is it here and not interested? So here's the episode.
Hello guys, I'm back with another episode of Talk To It, and I'm here with Banks.
There he is.
This guy fucking sucks ass.
How's it going?
It's going good. Life's crazy right now.
Okay, so I'm not going to watch this. But I do have it to eventually watch. But we also got, how long was that CoffeeZilla video or whatever his side thing is? Hawk Tua is back. Okay, so maybe it might be worth my time to actually check this out, because there's a lot of like interesting shit. I don't want to just I am more inclined to think this Haley Welch chick got taken advantage of rather than her going, like, because when she was talking about the crypto shit there, it just flat out sounded like she had no fucking clue what was going on with that. You know what I mean? Like, where if she's sitting there like, we were going to change the way people looked at crypto, and it's like, you didn't think that. You're just these guys came to you and said, hey, we got this crypto thing. We can make you $2 million with it. You said yes. You didn't think it was going to be a big deal. You thought it was a standard meme coin thing. You didn't realize, I bet you this bitch doesn't even know what a rug pull is. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm sorry to keep saying bitch. It's just how I talk because I'm an ignorant man. But like, I bet you this chick doesn't even know what a fucking rug pull is. Any of that lingo, any of that vernacular. Yeah, dude. I think she's like, that's why she's approaching this whole like Talk To It thing, like in the most cliched way possible. Like, she's just doing a corny ass podcast, which, you know, hey, there's corny ass podcasts make the world go round. But like, she's getting just like, I don't know. She's just going about this in a very planned out PR firm way. And yeah, she's just kind of like, she's hitting all the bases. Like, I'm going to go on social media like this. I'm going to do fake charity stuff. Not fake, but like, I'm going to do charity stuff for attention. I'm going to do my fucking podcast. I'm going to do fucking Disney adult level ridiculous things. I'm going to do a fucking meme coin. Like, meme coin, she's hitting like all the fucking bases on this shit. And I think she was just trying to milk Hawk Tua for what it's worth, and didn't do enough research and might go to federal prison. And that's kind of crazy, which, yeah, I feel bad for her, because I think she's just a dumb chick that got like, this wasn't supposed to happen to her. She was supposed to work at wherever the fuck she was. She was supposed to work at fucking Wingstop her whole life, or whatever bar she worked at. You know what I mean? Whatever like fucking low level country bar she worked at. She was just supposed to do that. And no shade on that. Those ladies are the best ladies in the world. That, like, if you go to a country bar and a girl comes up to you talking like this, you're just like, I love you. You're like, yeah. People are also underappreciating how like down home, wholesome, adorable girl she is. You know what I mean? She's a fucking 17 in her hometown. But anyway, Yeah. I just, I feel bad for her now. I hope she doesn't go to federal prison. That would suck ass. A 20-something chick who blew up overnight by saying she spits on dick is retarded. Who would have guessed? Not me, Dunbar. That was the most surprising thing to me. I did not plan on the girl who blew up for saying she spits on dick is retarded. She's going to bounce back. But no, I literally, and that's what the interesting thing about the Hawk Tua thing is, you said here, she won the lotto and busted out. Nothing new. She's going to bounce back. That's the thing, though. And that's why I want to watch this, Voidzilla, whatever CoffeeZilla side thing is. I want to watch this because it's I don't know the ins and outs of the Talk Tua coin thing or the Hawk Tua coin or whatever, but people are saying she might go to fucking jail, which is crazy. She took advantage of her 15 minutes of fame, and now she might go to jail for defrauding investors. You're that's a crazy plot line. Let's watch this.
Hawk Tua Girl's back with a released podcast that was immediately disavowed by nearly everyone in it, who said, we think there might have been insider trading involved.
The podcast was not supposed to go live. They f***ed it up every step of the way. They leaked the podcast, and then they f***ing posted it when it was supposed to be canceled. They f***ed it up twice in the third.
Oh, interesting. That makes more sense, because I did smell something weird there where I was how can I not fucking find this podcast? How am I watching this video, but I can't find the podcast? So they did it, weren't supposed to post it, then it got leaked and shit like that. Interesting. Oh, I will say this, by the way. Maybe I need to do more research and I'll get a better viewpoint on it and stuff, but what was this channel called again? Voidzilla? Yeah. Let me get on Voidzilla. Yeah, I'm going to subscribe on this for later. I do like CoffeeZilla shit, and I like when he wears a little suit. He looks like a big boy. Sorry, that was very rude. I love CoffeeZilla shit. I'm just being a dickhead. I will say this. I don't necessarily like the insider trading shit. I don't necessarily care about that. I think it's more about how much power the people have. Because insider trading to me is literally just I don't know. It's the equivalent of being yo, we're getting PlayStations in. Come by a day early and I got you, or some shit like that. Now, obviously, it's different with moving money in stocks, but it's just insider trading is just your boy letting you know. You know what I mean? Now it's different when I'm just saying it's call it what it is so you can approach it in the right way. Now, I don't know exactly the right way to figure it out, but at the same time, that's what it is. It's your boy letting you know. And everyone does that. Everyone's got a boy who lets them know. It's the same reason why I don't give a shit about nepotism. Because you're can you believe a parent would help their kid out like that? Yeah. You should. Why wouldn't you? Are you a bad parent? So it's that's why I don't get mad about I don't get mad about insider trading like that, because it's just letting your boy know. I do that 100 times, dude. You know what I mean? Fuck you. I'm gonna help my friends out before you. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to lie. It's another thing to just give your buddy a heads up. Suck my dick. I'm helping my buddies out before you. I don't know what to tell you.
Third was the launch itself.
Accusations flying. The episode got deleted, but it's still out there in the ether now with everyone nitpicking it apart. It's kind of a complete disaster for the Hawk Tua team. And I found even more kind of wrong with it. I want to go through it because, yes, we do get mentioned in it. Sort of as the boogeyman of crypto. We're going to get you. If you rug a coin, we might come after you.
CoffeeZilla got on there.
Mm-hmm.
That scary guy. Let me tell you, don't ever want to have a conversation with him.
Whoa. Don't ever.
It's so funny. It's he's such a scary guy. Yeah, I don't know. He's just kind of really good at exposing fraud. I think my only beef with CoffeeZilla is the degree that he gets mad about shit. Because I was saying before, if you get defrauded by Logan Paul, I don't know what to tell you. You should have never done that. It's kind of on you. But CoffeeZilla is very thorough. That's That's why he's scary, because he's very thorough at exposing fraud.
Ever want to have a conversation with me? Guys, I'm not intimidating. I don't know what's the problem here. I'm Joe Rogan inches tall, guys. It's not a striking figure here you're going to be scared of. If you meet me in person, you're not going to be like, Relax. It's fine. Just get on the call. Let's have a conversation. I don't understand. And I also thought this was weird because Haley Welch's lawyer invited me on the show. In fact, like really, really wanted me on their show and kept telling me how much Haley Welch liked me. Hence the t-shirt, I used to like CoffeeZilla until he wouldn't come on my podcast. Then he is, Voldemort, and we can't mention him. He's scary. Watch out. Don't talk about CoffeeZilla. He's intimidating. Here's the message I got from her lawyer. Haley would like to have you on as a guest on her podcast. You'd be the first guest since the failed crypto token launch and would get significant amount of views, would be very friendly. This guy must not know me. She really likes you. Wow. I thought she didn't want to have a conversation with me. What gives?
That's really interesting. That's an incredibly stupid thing to do. He thinks you did illegal stuff. You should not interview him. You should not do things that make him want to talk about you ever.
To have you on as a guest on our podcast, you'd be the first guest since the failed crypto token launch and would get significant amount of views, would be very friendly. This guy must not.
I wonder if the feds would use this as some sort of example to regulate crypto. I think they would have to have something that the public gave more of a shit about. I would guess the masses would have a similar take as me and go, you got defrauded by Haley Welch. I don't fucking care. Go fuck yourself. That's my guess. I don't know, though.
Not know me.
Because they would have to wait. They would have to wait till it was something that the public could really get, that the public would really get behind.
She really likes you. Wow.
Because people, when people are pro those laws and stuff, they associate them more to what ought to happen and things like that. So you need to find something they actually care about.
I thought she didn't want to have a conversation with me. What gives? What happened in only a few weeks? I turned into, the most scary man in the world. Now, I denied it. I said, look, I'm not a fan of what she did.
Oh, shit. I just didn't realize my thing has been blocking his thing the whole time. So let's change that up.
With Hawk, I have so many questions. I need details. And then this guy says, I understand your position. I think the more details come to light, you'll understand she was a victim in this. She does care about her fans and others that have lost money tremendously and is cooperating with all authorities as well as Berwick Law Group. This has all been very traumatic for her. And basically, come on the show, please. You are the podcast's top priority for the first episode in 2025, guys. Me, the boogeyman, I was honored, to be honest. I was like, wow, I could be on the Talk To a show. But, of course, I don't want to rehab someone's image who scammed people. And I really felt that questions had not been answered that should have been answered.
He should have. I kind of wish he would have. He would not have. Well, you know what he should have done? Because he would have gone on there and just fucking wrecked her shit. Because there's just I will say this: if she's smart, which if she's smart. She just has to go on and admit how fucking stupid she is. She's like, just admit you got duped. I'm a dummy. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm an idiot. I'll never get into crypto again. That's the thing. It's like, dude, just take the L and admit defeat. And people have sympathy for you, and then you can comply with the cops and go into that angle. Now, the problem is if they have any evidence of you knowing, if the other team, the way a real problem arises in this, even if she doesn't have a complete understanding of the scheme, that is, if they did something illegal, even if she doesn't have a complete understanding of the scheme, she could be aware enough to know that they're scamming people. And if she knows they're scamming people, then she's fucked. So I would say that if they're willing to have CoffeeZilla on, there is actually a strong argument there potentially that she just didn't fucking know. She was just naive as shit, but also at the same time, it seems like she's got a solid management team around her that, you know, it kind of, if she genuinely doesn't know, it actually kind of implies that her management did know, and they took advantage of her stupid ass. Damn. See my previous comment? Oh, a 20-something chick who blew up overnight for saying she spits on dick is retarded. Who would have? Thank you, Dunbar. Thank you very much, Dunbar.
Such as, what was the agreement with Haley Welch and with Doc Hollywood? Very simple question, right? Basically, Haley Welch's position is, oh, I was a victim. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how much. I was barely going to make money. $125K plus like, you know, half of 10% of the tokens, locked for a year, like this terrible deal I got taken advantage of by these monsters. Like, that was kind of their position. And all I wanted to know was, you know, give me the contract. Show me that is true. And unfortunately, they were not able to give it. He's not in a position to share it, he says. I'm sorry. I said, can't verify anything you say then. Even what you told me about the 50% split, which I had heard Hawk Tuah Girl was going to make 50% of all the profits. And he kind of told me, no, that just applies to the tokens. So I was like, oh, well, maybe she's less of a stakeholder in this than I thought. I don't know. I even pinned a comment on it, which we'll talk about. I said, no idea if that's real. He says, come tape the podcast and I'll let you read it. I thought this was really skeevy. I thought that's weird. And not even like let me post it, but just read it. That's super weird. And in general,
yeah, I wouldn't trust that type of comment.
I find that in these situations, going on people's podcasts where I've reported on them, they are highly likely to do sketchy editing, to try to...
Oh, that's what I was going to say. If he goes on their podcast, he should make them agree to let him... I wouldn't even say like, oh, you have to agree you'll put the podcast out unedited, because they could still figure out a fancy little way to edit it up, and then it becomes still his word against theirs. If I was in his situation, I would say, I'm going to bring a camera and record the entire thing. Or you could just quietly record it without them knowing. But yeah, I would say I'm going to bring a camera to record the entire thing to make sure you guys don't edit it. If you do edit it, I will put out the unedited recording. And that's how I would do it if I was in his position. Because I do think it would be, you know, maybe it's just me and content brain, but him going on her pod would be so fucking good.
Kind of control the situation so they look as good as possible, obviously. But I'm just not I don't think that ever makes...
Also, he doesn't sound it. He just looks coked up. And I say that to be funny because I don't think he actually is. But his eyes are red as shit in this.
Makes sense, like for me, reporting on a scam to then like go on their podcast. It doesn't work. So I say no. No thank you. I appreciate it. Well, they bring FaZe Banks on because FaZe Banks is like the closest thing to doing what I did as well on the live stream. He also confronted Doc Hollywood, and so he was sort of one of the people that broke the news. So I thought, okay, that's a pretty natural guy to bring on your podcast. Now, FaZe Banks reached out to me and said, hey, I'm probably going to do this podcast. Do you have any questions that you'd like to get answers to? I said, yes, I do. I'd really like to see that contract. Now, spoiler alert, FaZe Banks didn't get to see it either. They didn't get to show it. But he also told me, look, we're going to tell everyone, do not talk about this show. It doesn't work if you talk about it because people are going to front run the coin. That's sort of how you guys got into this mess. This would be a disaster if you do that. So our only stipulation, these guys are very positive about crypto, much more like they kind of wanted to like rehab her image basically in the crypto space. So it's like a dream get.
Why? Like, I don't get, what's the need to... It's so weird, dude. What's the need to like get fucking Haley Williams over in the crypto who gives a fucking shit, man? Why is she even there?
For Haley Welch. Like, this is amazing for her. And because FaZe Banks is basically going to like make it be like, oh, well, you didn't really mean to do that, right? But, you know, he's going to ask some questions, whatever. Well, turns out that didn't go so well because when this podcast went live, I thought maybe things went well. Turns out it didn't because Banks released this. He said, I agreed to do her first podcast back. I had heavy stipulations of not letting the market get manipulated. I think that's basic. Her team finding a real solution regarding the money she made. Those were non-starters. These people leaked or insider traded the token. We noticed a random spike in volume on the coin the day we did the podcast, along with random messages asking if we did the podcast. So are you guys getting this? Somebody front ran the podcast to buy up all the coins because they knew, ooh, everyone's going to like it when they release this podcast. Let's front run the coin, which is just horrible. It's like, what, do you want to re-victimize people? So they call off the pod. They're like, look, even the people most charitable towards Hawk Tuah say, we're out. We're done. But today, the episode got leaked. Apparently, there was an agreement. The podcast is never going out, but today it got leaked. I say that because some of the accompanying clips that got clipped seem to be good for Haley Welch. Like where she cried.
It's also hard to leak. As a guy who uploads podcasts pretty often and uploads videos to YouTube pretty often, it's pretty hard to just leak a whole podcast. And especially too to like clip it up and do that. Cause like because I'm sure the Hawk Tuah podcast is going out at a pretty high quality. I mean, like when we export a episode of Panties, it's like a couple gigabytes. It's not like the raw file is usually like 30 or 40 gigabytes. And then when we compress, like when you edit it and export it, it goes down to like probably, I forget actually. I want to say 5. I don't know. I can't remember. It's much smaller when you export it. Even then, and now granted my computer's a little older, but when you go to upload it, it's like takes a minute to upload. It's a fucking hour podcast. And then it's like all the, so like, and then to like steal it, and I don't even know how fucking big her team is. To steal it, you'd have to like export it onto an external hard drive like this, and it's not easy to just leak a podcast.
You know, about the rug pull, and people were saying maybe they kind of felt bad for her, right, from this leaked show. Here's Dexerto saying,
I mean, that just happened to me. I was watching the clip, and when she started, and I was like, oh, is this just like a retarded girl that got taken advantage of? So, he's on to something. Damn, our videos are the exact same size. Look at us. Twins. What up, twin? Is he over there? Yeah. What up, twin?
Haley Welch broke down in tears while talking about the alleged rug pull of her.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my God, I'm going to cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's going to be good. We're going to be good.
No, you're not. FaZe Banks canceled the episode. Are you guys getting that? He was like, I can't be a part of this. And they posted the clip. I can't believe it. That's unbelievable. Do y'all understand how insane that is?
How this idea got brought to me, it was supposed to be like what do they call it, a long-term coin. And the guy that ran the account, he was like, oh, we're going to change like the way everybody thinks of crypto. Crypto's going to be a good place. And I feel really bad for all the people that got.
So I need to correct. I don't know if I was talking shit on FaZe Banks earlier or I was just thinking this because I thought he was the dude who set up the shit for her. Then I didn't realize he was just a separate because I started recognizing his face from other clips. I didn't realize he was just a separate entity in this situation who was like critical of this stuff.
Got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned.
That's right, guys. Haley Welch is very sorry. She wants you to know she did not intend it to go that way. And that podcast clip, yes, it wasn't supposed to go out, but it just leaked. We don't know how. I approached, of course, the guys behind it, and they said it was an editor mistake. Oh, oops. Yes, the guys who interviewed us thought we may have insider traded the coin, but this guy says he vouches for the internal team, saying it was none of them. And Better, which is Jake Paul's team, I guess, No way they would ever do something like that, guys. Believe us, we will likely never know the info leak. The clip posting leak today was an accidental by Better's editor who had the episode in the YouTube queue waiting on approvals to release. Now, I don't know if this is true or false. I thought the weird thing about this video is...
You know, CoffeeZilla gives me hope because one thing that always makes me self-conscious in my videos is my annoying-ass voice. And CoffeeZilla's voice is brutal right now, but he's giving us good info, so I'll deal with it. So if there's a future for CoffeeZilla, there's a future for me.
Is that, like, everyone has had, anyone in media who's, like, had a sensitive episode recorded, you don't, like, do all the work if you think it might get canned. Like, obviously, right? These people not only edited the show, they put an ad in the leaked version of the episode, okay? So I'm not saying it didn't leak. I'm saying it's highly convenient.
This started. Game Time believes in me, y'all, and I believe in them.
Game Time's more loyal than most of y'all's mans out here.
Yeah, some of those guys just leave at the first opportunity they get. Not Game Time.
Not Game Time, guys. Game Time wouldn't leak an episode on you. So that's just the start of this atrocious episode. But now that it's out, I did take a look at it, and it made me think twice about something that I've been trying to get to the bottom of for a while, which is that contract. The contract I keep asking about. Who was supposed to make the money, right? That's always the question in a case like this. That's what the boogeyman wants to know. I got to know who to scare. I got to go know whose bed to get under to scare them at night. And I've been repeatedly asking this, and as I've said, basically their position is that she was just the small fry. She was the dupe. She was the person who got tricked into promoting this thing, right? This scam. But there was a certain thing she said that confused me, because I've heard two things. I've heard Haley Welch is getting half of everything, which is she's not the mark. She's like one of the main players. Or two, she's basically getting $125K and nothing else. Well, I heard this during the show, and it made me think, interesting.
Like half the money, it was supposed to go like into my charity. That's really why I agreed to do it.
Did you hear that?
Like half the money.
Half the money. Now, that's very interesting. That's very different from what we've been told, which is like, oh, it's just $125K. I don't know if the part about the charity is true, that it was all supposed to go to charity. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Again, that's why I keep asking about the contract. Now, I went to their lawyer, and I was like, look, I don't understand the secrecy with the contract. You could settle this so easily. This guy says, I'm on a phone call. Then he says something he's been saying the whole time. As I've said, the 50% of net proceeds, that's apparently what she's talking about, half the money, was from the mutually agreed upon allocation of tokens. 10% locked for 1 year with a 3-year vest thereafter. Memetic, which is Doc Hollywood, was to get the other 50% of the 10%. So not 50%, only like 5%, 1 year locked up. That's a terrible deal if you guys don't know that. And then he says her intention was to give her side to charity. We never got far enough down the road to make those questions. With regard to not sharing the contract, we can't, blah, 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 blah. We're in a legal situation. Now, this is where I finally had to play some of the cards that I had kept close to the chest up till now. See, I've been talking behind the scenes. I've been doing my little digging, right? And I got a very interesting insider document that a lot of people don't know about.
What'd you get, Zilla?
This is from Doc Hollywood himself, which, if you remember, is like the key guy. Here he is saying, we'll do best to make it as simple as possible. The pre-sale raise is 50-50 Project Haley. Fees for market making and LP is split between us and Haley 50-50. Now, that's a very, very different story than I've been told up until this point. It wasn't 50-50 pre-sale. Like, that's millions of dollars pre-sale. The fees were millions of dollars, okay? Or like $1 million. And that's what I say. Story's very different. This guy says, I think you can safely distrust anything coming from Doc Hollywood's mouth. He's denying it. He's saying, that's not true. And then he says, look, I just can't have the contract published online, willing to let you see it with your own eyes, and saying that's why he was going to let me see it on the podcast. I said, well, these messages were prior to the failure of Hawk to a Coin. So I don't understand why would Doc lie? Like, this isn't him saying it to cover himself later. It's him like talking in a chat with other insiders back then. So, once again, Christian denies it. He goes, he's not bright. I said, I don't understand your position. You want me to not trust internal messages from before the launch and trust you who refuses to produce evidence. This guy says, look, I can tell you what I think, but I don't have any way of proving this. I then say, you said on the podcast you negotiated the contract personally.
I negotiated the contract with the company.
I don't get why...
Dude, CoffeeZilla is viciously autistic. It's like he's autistic to the point where you could go to federal jail because he found an inconsistency. God damn, this guy's dangerous. Do not get in a financial situation around CoffeeZilla.
Haley would benefit from such a bad contract if...
By the way, I was talking about how the free market would solve situations. There'd just be a bunch of CoffeeZilla YouTubers not defrauding, but discovering fraud.
What you said is true, and this is really how I feel. Half of 10% of tokens plus 125K makes 0 sense for someone who's bringing in all of the name recognition. Like, you're bringing the whole thing, and you're getting this, like, measly piece of the pie? It doesn't check out. Like, 125K is a lot of money, but they made...
I don't know, man. It's, like, very... I gotta be honest, I'm trying to follow, like, what did she do that's illegal? Is it like you lied to investors with the rug pull? Is that what I feel like that's what was illegal? But I gotta be honest, dude, I'm not convinced, but there's a strong argument she got tricked. But it could also just be like her not, like I said before, her not fully understanding it and then being like, dude, don't worry, we're gonna trick these fools, you're gonna make a bunch of money.
Paid like $4 million. So then he says this, the contract says she was paid $125K on signing, $200K within 30 days of launch. Interesting. We didn't know that. And 50% of the net proceeds of the project with mutually agreed upon tokenomics. The tokenomics we agreed to were for half of the 10% of the tokens. Now, I want you guys to realize that what he just said is backtracking on what he's been saying the entire time, which he's been saying the entire time, oh, it's just 50% of the 10%, 50% of the tiny amount of tokenomics we're going to need. No. What he's saying here, finally, he's giving us the real story. It's 50% of the net proceeds of the project, period. That is completely different from what they've told me. And so I say 50% of the net proceeds does not mean half of 10%. It means 50% of net proceeds, which is market making, pre-sale. This is like $4 million that they talked about. And I don't know if he's just trying to play dumb here, but he goes, we were told by Memetic that MM fees and pre-sale funds were going to be used to run the project. Guys, it was $4 million. You think it takes $4 million to run a meme coin? Or like 3.9 million? Sorry, it's like 3.9, I think. How are you getting that 50% only applies to 10% of the tokens? I'm baffled. You think they need $3 million to run a meme coin? 3 plus, 3.9 roughly. The dev team, by their own admission, said they had 4 guys. 4 guys do not need to split $4 million 4 ways, right? And so then they just kind of start doing this weird dance. And it got me like realizing like, yeah, they're just trying to get out of it. Like if you think for a second, they would have said, oh, we only want the 10% if this project succeeded. You're mistaken. They would have asked for the millions of dollars. Now they're saying it because that money's getting them in trouble, right? There's a lawsuit about that money. So they're saying, oh, we weren't entitled to that. No, that's not us. Christian Baker said, we didn't even know the amount of money raised from the pre-sale until launch. I say, yes, but you're entitled to that per the literal contract. Also, we were told Meteora was on a de-escalation schedule from 15% down to 1%, and that would happen one after launch. Obviously, that didn't happen. And he said, my understanding is that a large tranche of the pre-sale money was put in the LP. We didn't have the access to the dev. We don't know what wallets. We were also told pre-sale tokens would be on a 1-month lock, 1-year vest. That didn't happen either. And once again, this is where I have to play some of my cards. Because like I said, I've been investigating this. I'm being told, oh, we weren't going to make any money. And I'm just trying to say, like, you guys aren't the victims. I hope you guys are understanding that this is kind of my feeling in all this. They're trying to be like, oh, we barely made a dime. And that's just not true. Like, that's not what they stood to make. I said, what do you mean? You told me I could disregard what Doc said. Remember, he said, oh, you can disregard it. But y'all literally had a contract for 50% of net proceeds. Doc himself said the project was going to cost a few $100,000. If that's the case, pre-sale, $2.8 million, fees, $1 million, made almost $4 million. Y'all are contractually owed like $1.6 million. And then I shared another insider text I have from Doc Hollywood, where he says, what we can do is put a hard number to the side for the project as cost. Like we spent a few $100,000 on the project already. That money will be paid back to us off top. Then the profit is paid out. If a few $100,000 is what it costs and the profit's paid out, who's the profit entitled to? Hawk Tuah Girl. That's who it is. And we're all being gaslit about like, oh, I'm the victim. I stood to make no money. Wrong. You wanted to make no money after you realized the money is like being scrutinized and being sued over and possibly being looked into by law enforcement. Like, we don't know. So this literally drives me crazy. And then he goes, where's this from, if you don't mind me asking? I say, well, it's an insider chat, allegedly between Doc and the team members. And then he says, you're right that as it stands, she may be entitled to whatever amounts. However, she was supposed to have mutual approval on tokenomics. Her not being given the opportunity to approve the transaction fees, SAFs, and pre-sale identities led to the end result. So literally, he's admitting that he's been not telling the truth about how much money they stood to make. You're right. She may be entitled to millions of dollars from a scam. Like, what? I can't believe they said this. It's insane. So that was a huge revelation. We finally got that out of them. They've been saying this whole time. They even said it during the pod. This guy kind of did this whole thing of like the back end. Oh, the back end, it's only like 50% of 10% locked up for a year. And when the managers take their cut, it's like this tiny amount of money.
Back end, there was a 10% allocation of the token that would be on a 1-year lock and then a 3-year drip after that. Of that 10%, half of that was supposed to go to the company that created the project and half was to go to her. So out of 100% of the token, she would have had 5% at the end. Obviously, she has lawyer, manager, business manager, so even that 5% would have been cut down by over a quarter.
I just found this unbelievable.
Well, my question to that is, like, why did she do it? I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck's illegal about this. It's the rug pull, right?
Playing the victim. And that's kind of my problem with this whole thing. Look, I can believe a lot of plausible stories here. Now, I really don't believe anything they tell me at this point, but I could be convinced that this might be the case.
If you start throwing around all these numbers, I automatically think it's a scam. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I gotta be honest. I don't know exactly what they're even fucking saying half the time. I like have a general idea, but I don't know exactly what the fuck they're saying. I think when you ask simple questions and you get very complex answers in a situation like this, it's very, very, very high likely that someone's scamming. I just can't fully figure out who.
Maybe it's the case that Hawk Tuah's team was under the impression that all these pre-sale investors were locked up for a month, right? That's what they told me. Again, I don't believe them necessarily, but it's plausible, right? I asked him, when did you learn that the insiders had 0 lockups? He says, when they started dumping. I was told all along the SAFs had a 1-month lock, 1-year linear vest thereafter. I can tell you what I think happened, but I don't have any way of proving it without seeing the SAFs. I have the SAFs, so I can tell you what happened. The pitch deck did say it was a 1-month lockup, okay? And then you get the SAFs, the actual token agreements with like the real investors. No lockup. That's how it all kind of went down, fellas. They lied and they deceived people with fake investment lockups. Like they gave a pitch deck that was not really what the pitch deck ultimately turned out to be. Whether that was a last minute change, whether there's some great way to explain it, I don't think there is. But look, you can believe that, right? But Haley Welch's team this whole time has been acting like so unbelievably dishonest in how they're framing all this to try to make her look like as sympathetic as possible instead of admitting, like, actually, we did have some complicity in this. Maybe we should have asked more questions. We did stand to make way more money than we've let on in a lot of these interviews and with journalists, and we haven't been exactly forthcoming about that. So it makes it hard to be charitable, which kind of they're wanting you to be if we can't see these contracts, if we don't know what they knew, right, at the time when all this stuff happened. And it clearly was
said like a pyramid scheme, just confusing you with all the complex numbers to pull out on you. Yeah, I'm gonna let this play out, but I think I have a good theory on it. Yeah, or like honestly too, like a Ponzi scheme, because a big thing about a Ponzi scheme is like moving money around and shit like that to try to just you get new money in to fulfill promises you weren't able to make at the time.
Scam, because the pitch deck said one thing, they said it was a lockup. The SAFs said it wasn't a lockup. But it's hard to be charitable, right? When this is kind of the way they're interfacing, even with the FaZe Banks crew, who wanted to be charitable to her pretty explicitly. Like, they were like, look, even when they talked about me, they're like, hey, it's not going to be that bad. We're not going to be like CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, scary guy. Let me tell you, don't ever want to have a conversation with him.
We're a little bit more charitable than Coffee. I think Coffee kind of has a little bit of disdain for crypto in general. Us, on the other hand, we live and breathe it every day. We want to see crypto succeed.
Even those guys who admit that they have like a bias towards being.
I'd be curious, actually, what is CoffeeZilla's perspective on crypto? Because it'd be a real shame if he only views it as this way to scam people. Which, I get it, he's deep into that world, but you guys have heard me talk about it a bunch. Like, if you look into all the benefits and positives of Bitcoin, there's a lot of good that can come from embracing a quality crypto, not this meme coin bullshit, like a quality hard asset type crypto.
Charitable, right?
His eyes look crazy, by the way. I don't care if he's doing coke. I wonder why they're so fucking red.
Maybe I have a bias for being scary. But even they don't want it.
Oh, that gets his little fucking gets his little dick hard. You saw how much he smiled over that? Scary. Scary. He loves being a fucking threat to these people.
Even those guys who admit that they have like a bias towards being charitable, right? Maybe I have a bias for being scary. But even they don't want anything to do with her team because her team is leaking stuff, messing up, like all this stuff with supposed insider trading. Again, their team denies it. I got to be clear about that. But clearly somebody was trading on the information, which they shouldn't have, and then leaking the episode as an accident. So, yeah, I just wanted to cover this story, just explain how bad faith they've sort of been throughout this, some of the revelations we've learned since then, and also admit there's plenty we don't know that I hope will be revealed in this lawsuit, which is happening about this coin, fighting for this money, that clearly Haley Welch's team is like, oh, we don't want that anymore. We just want to, we want to say we're not entitled to any of that. And so I do hope in that lawsuit things actually come out and victims get their money back. But yeah, I just wanted to cover this story. Now that the hawk truth is floating around on the interwebs, I wanted people to get a more clear, holistic picture of what actually happened, both on the screen and behind the scenes. Okay, see ya.
Thanks, buddy. Nope, I don't want to watch that. Let's move me back over here. Yeah, it's all very interesting. It's all very confusing. Clearly, would you say every time I remember reading about Bitcoin in like 2011, I got so angry for only thinking that's kind of neat and doing nothing about it. Well, the benefit of Bitcoin is whenever you get into it, as long as you keep buying it a little bit every month, it'll be worth a lot more in a year or two. So, it's like, okay, you didn't get it when it was what, at 1,000? Well, if you get it now, when it gets up to 200,000, then it won't matter. So, yeah, just just start investing a little every month, and if you stick with it, it'll be a net positive for you. But
that's kind of wrong with it.
That was a fun pause. Yeah, I think sort of thinking about this whole Hawk Tuah coin situation, my guess is it is just a guess. This is just a loose theory about after talking it out, after watching 2 videos. I'm guessing her team is probably up to some sort of hijinks. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hawk Tuah girls team is like exploiting her and taking advantage of her, and she might be completely fine with it. She's doing a bunch of bullshit. She's probably completely fine with it. But I could see her team being like, yo, we're going to do this crypto thing for you. You're going to make a bunch of money. Don't worry about it. We all got it under control. And they're like, she's not going to know anything about it. And we'll just do a little bit of this. They're like, this is the game you do. This is the game you do. This is how you do a rug pull. This is how you make a bunch of money. And they just got in over their head and probably were just a bunch of dumbasses and fucked up. And I could see, her genuinely just like, well, you guys are smart. You figure it out. I think less generous interpretation. Maybe she had, they could probably tell her like, don't worry, people. She could have probably sensed something was up and just ignored it. I don't know. Yeah, I just have a hard time because she clearly doesn't have an understanding of any of this. I fucking don't. I'm not judging her. She's clearly does not have any technical understanding about any of this crypto shit's working. And then mix that with how she's sort of done things to make money. She's just like, this is another thing. Hawk Tua, this is a quick way to make some bucks. I think she's more focused on the 15 minutes than rather than the long-term success, stuff like that. So, yeah, just based off the fact that I have a hard time believing not trying to be a dick, I have a hard time believing she understands any of this. I think they told her, you can make this much money off of it. Let us figure out the rest. And that's what's happening. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. All right, guys. Damn, hit a good 5 hours. Look at us. I'll talk about this tomorrow. I don't care enough about this. I'll be honest. I was going to do this for the fucking clicks, but I just do not care about this fucking conversation. Stupid fucking white girl. Dumb white bitch. I know she's Asian, but she's white passing or whatever the term is, so it's funny to say that. But I'm starving. I got some stuff to do. I'm going to have to edit up clips and whatnot. But this was very fun, guys. It was a very fun day. Maybe tomorrow I actually start. Hey, JC, PITM, thank you for hopping in, brother. Sorry I'm leaving. Sorry I'm leaving you right now. But I will be editing up and posting clips, so you can go watch whatever you missed. Love you guys a whole bunch. Thank you for hanging out. I will catch you next time. Until then,